hopefully that's now going to work on YouTube. Okay, now it's live. I don't understand. Okay, hello YouTube. We are now here. Boom. We should have been live for the last hour. I don't know why it wasn't. Just can't Twitch today. It keeps buffering. Really? We have got... No. We should have thingy. We should have encoding, right? We definitely have encoding. Right? Just double check for you guys. Because I stream here at 1080p now, right? But we most definitely should have encoding. Because we are partnered. Yeah, we got encoding. Try switching it down a little, Blitzkrieg. See if it works better for you, buddy. All right. So, next up, who are we going to cast? I think we were going to have a look at... Ooh, WoW had some games. Who is I Like AoE for? It's Anatan. Is that... Ooh, is that private? Yeah, it's private. Okay, that's unfortunate. That's a shame. That would have been good to catch. But... maybe some core gameplay? Magic versus GUA could be a fun one, actually. So let me... There's a Magic versus GUA. Vortex has been busy on the Stormgate grind. I really need to get on that myself as well. Lucy played a few days ago. Lucifron versus Corvinus. Not sure about that one. Dude, Lucy gets so many like skewed matchups. It's crazy. It's not you, it's me. I've heard that before, Blitzkrieg. I think Louis also hasn't been playing that much, actually, surprisingly enough. It's another one that's kind of surprising. I don't know if he's been playing a bunch of private games, maybe. But his last game was 5 days ago, so maybe we're seeing Louis Chad try to take on the Stormgate community as well. Could be. Is everyone just going to abandon ship and go to Stormgate now? Maybe. Yeah, his last games were quite some time ago, actually. Did he have any interesting ladder games? Rand Sivenjoy, maybe? What was that? That was Jeanne d'Arc versus Japanese. Ooh. I don't really see that much. That could be intriguing. Just having a look at his recent games. Give me a sec. Mongolian Heights, Chinese Mirror. Roos versus Zhuji. Oh, it's got a pending. I think someone crashed. God, that's kind of annoying. Stormgate looks a lot like StarCraft, doesn't it? AoE is like a totally different type of thing. In some ways, it's a totally different type of thing. But then you have to remember that if you look at the top competitors in Age of Empires 4, about 80% of the top players are former StarCraft or Warcraft players, right? I think that's kind of on point, right? Wham and Puppy Paw used to play a lot of StarCraft. Marine Lord obviously came from StarCraft. Beastie Dimu. Vortex Lucifron came from Warcraft and StarCraft. In fact, Vortex is flexing pretty hard in Stormgate right now. Also, his numbers are phenomenally high. I think I saw him in the directory. Vortex probably like... sometimes he gets hosted by Lucy, but if he doesn't get hosted by Lucy, I'd say Vortex is usually like 200 CCV-ish. But like I noticed he was playing Stormgate with about 500 or 600 people watching. So I think he's going to be feeling quite good about that. I think like if you guys haven't tried it, by the way, I would recommend wishlisting and downloading Stormgate and giving it a go. The co-op is really fun. I've just been playing the co-op because I don't want to try to like sweat out the competitive 1v1 yet myself. But the co-op is really fun. I enjoy it a lot. It's got some interesting modifiers as well. Things like, when units die, they I think it's like they explode or they infect, things like that. So there's some pretty cool things there. And also, if you're a fan of like the Warcrafty type style of having a hero, then that ticks that box because you do have hero units. So, having a look now. Marine Lord played a few days ago, actually. Ooh, he had a game versus Avali. Ooh. Has Avali been playing too many games, though? Let's have a look. Avali has been being a sweat lord, unfortunately. Avali. Has he had any interesting opponents recently? He did go up against Faye a few times. Could that be a fun one, maybe? What we got here? Delhi versus Beasts. Who picks Delhi? Actually, in fairness to Avali, he has been randoming. Darn it, I was hoping to catch an M-Lord game. Dude, I swear, Marine Lord literally plays, like, every few days, he plays one pub game to warm himself up and then goes and plays scrims, right? I'm pretty sure that's what he's doing. We said I like AoE4 was Anatand, but his date is privated, so we'd have to find an opponent that we can see. Sorry, guys, I know it's taking a sec, but obviously a lot of the top players right now are either traveling to, like, StarCraft-related things or they're playing Stormgate, so it does mean we're a little bit more handcuffed on finding the games at the sec. I wonder if Don's been playing. My Tricky Trash Pan has been missing. I mean, there's Core. Where is Don I? He must have played the last few days at some point. We love some Don games. We're always about the Don 10. 12 days ago! Blimey, guys. I think Don's gone and done it. He's got RL friends and stuff. I can't believe he's done this to us. Unacceptable. I mean, I'm heartbroken. He promised me he'd never leave. Maybe a Tips game could be cool. I was briefly looking at Tips' stream actually this morning. I didn't notice this before, but I don't know if you guys know this, but like he pulls up sheets and then makes notes as he's playing, which is pretty cool. So I think let's do the core games for now. Who is Bubbles? Let's see if I can find the identity of Bubbles so we can put it up on stream. The US. Blade, maybe? It's either Blade or Divine. Wait, they play English. Oh, God. They play more than English, right? It's Divine. I think it's Divine. They literally have English, Ayabids, and Jean, and that's all they play. Oh, my goodness. And, oh, yeah, someone was asking about that earlier. Yeah, the announcement is on Twitter. Yes. I'm going to be casting on the Saturday, I believe it is. Which I need to spend some time learning the names of the Infernal units because I mainly just play Vanguard. But yes, I will be casting some of the EGC tournament and I will be hosting a lot of the EGC tournament. So pretty cool, actually. Very excited for it. A lot of people I should get to work with then in that regards because it should be... the way you usually do host desks with those type of things, the casters that are on the shift come back with the host between games. So very excited to see that. Core versus Kiljardi. Core versus Beastie. Ooh. Whoa now, cowboy. Let's go with... Dude, I feel like I'm spending way too long here thinking about this. Let's go with... this Core versus Bubbles person. What on earth? Yeah, let's do Core versus Bubbles. You literally don't know anything about Stormgate at the moment. It's so yeah, I think it's like you can see it's paying homage to StarCraft and Warcraft, but I actually think there's a lot of other things in there. So when I was talking to Beowulf and we were talking about one of the devs, I was like, one of you clearly took inspiration from Red Alert 2 because they have these outposts. The Vanguards, the human faction, has these outposts that when you garrison them with different units, they do different things. Basically, that's in my eyes, that's an immediate callback to the IFVs. I think it was IFVs in Red Alert 2, where when you put like a GI in them, they'd get a little like mini cannon, and when you put a a Guardian in them, they get more rockets. Or if you put an Engineer in them, they'd be able to repair. There's loads of cool little details in there. Sorry, which game did we see? We look at, which one are we looking for core? We're looking for, which map was it? Cliffside. Cliffside is what we're looking for. There it is. All right, we got it. But yeah, so I started playing AoE4 since it came out. I never cared for Twitch or esports or online games, and I'm watching you cast AoE4 games now. Wow, dude, look at that. We convert people. Hell yeah. You're not ready to get pulled into Stormgate and StarCraft? You might be surprised. I think the thing that Stormgate has going for it is a lot more focus on co-op, not just the competitive. And also the modding community is something that's got me really hyped up and excited. To answer the how you adapt to different games that fast, I'm just going to flex and say it's a skill. Like, genuinely, some people can do it. I think most casters are, like, better off. They stick to what they do. They learn it over a few months. Like, I know casters that literally are, like, they're only confident casting a game after they've been learning about it for 2+ months. Personally, I have an ability for picking games up quite quickly. Just see little patterns or whatever. It's like, admittedly, I haven't been able to put as much time into Stormgate in the last few weeks as I would have liked because of family issues and everything, just drawing my attention away. But already, I know most of the units, right? And I know what they do. So need to dive a little bit deeper and do things like, you know, research texts and remember the names of those. But overall, I feel pretty confident in the coming weekend. Even though I'd say I've been able to put in less than 25% of the hours I would have liked to. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting. It's also going to be exciting to see all the people from different games coming in. Sorry, I just realized before we get into this, I need to update the title. But yeah, I'm very excited to see a lot of old faces, new faces, and see how they clash. Because, of course, it's going to be an open qualifier format. You might have a lot of upsets. You might have a lot of surprise entries. Would love to see the arrival of more like people outside of just the RTS space, right? So not just StarCraft and AoE people, but you might be looking at Warcraft people. Definitely a few of them are coming back. I'd love to see another like Nevix type story, excuse me, like someone who basically comes from an FPS background. But for now, let's focus on someone who's perfect true actually. But for now, let's focus on someone who's actually trash at FPSs. I'm sorry, Core. All right, one and all, welcome back to AoE4 Action. We are here for a showdown between Core and Bubbles, who I believe is Divine DFP. Divine has a certain pattern to him. He plays English, he plays Jean, he plays a lot of Ibids, and that's exactly what this account is doing as well. So considering its rank, considering its region as US, I think this might be Divine DFP in the purple. Meanwhile, Core, loud and proud on his main, playing as the Japanese. Dude, Core is really just reinvigorating himself, right? I remember this guy looked kind of deflated before the expansion came out. He wasn't really that interested in playing as much. He basically put more hours into Valorant. But apparently, getting your ass whooped for a little bit on Valorant encouraged him to come back. And it seems like he's having some fun upon his return. So, we are going to be in Cliffside. Pretty good map for some early aggressive plays. And that's exactly what we're getting. Oh, hold on. Oh my god, Core, the timing couldn't be worse. He walked past before the racks was built. No way. He doesn't even know about this, right? Or does he? If he does, he scouted it too late. This many people on the wood suggest that he's trying to rush towards the racks, but that's going to take a while. Instead, it's going to be an outpost on the back. Okay. That's respectable. Berries are still a little bit exposed. So it looks like he did actually scout it out just in time. He just chose not to go for a Rax play, which did panic me a bit there, because I think actually going Rax units as the Japanese isn't a bad idea, right? Samurai will beat men-at-arms, but instead, an outpost does also work. I have problems with this outpost, though. You guys see what the problem is here, right? Remember what Civ he's playing against. Think what the problem could be with this outpost here. If Bubbles sees this, and he doesn't see another outpost added in, and just chooses to go Lombos, that's GG for Core. He won't have time to get an outpost up after the fact. So really important that he actually keeps gathering wood, but right now, Core has completely neglected to do that. Every villager has moved out across on the berries. Looks like he did go for the Tawara, which makes a lot of sense, right? With the distance he had to walk for the gold, and the fact that right now he needs to be on berries because he needs to go for a wider arc with the scout. In fact, after that wider arc, looks like it's going to be 12 sheep for Core, but Bubbles is going to be getting home with 13. The Men-at-Arms now looking to idle up those berries. I'm worried, man. Like, Core, the moment the tech up completes from Bubbles, there needs to be a rush towards wood here. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up for failure with that type of goal placement. It's weird as well, because you wouldn't think that an English player would be able to get around the back because it's, like, too detached from your approach, right? Like, Lombos cut off from reinforcements usually don't fare well, but considering that usually when you see outposts drop like this, it quickly becomes this fast castle type build from the Japanese. It means you're not expecting any sort of pressure to those Lombos. Men-at-Arms not able to come any closer here, just has to hang around until the villagers move out to the less safe berries, but you can see Core's optimizing for that, already shifting across. I believe it should be, yep, Kura Storehouse coming out. I actually love that more and more players are doing this with their Kuras right now, using it as a drop-off location. Really big shout out to B, actually. I think he was the only player I was seeing regularly do this about a month ago. Most other players were still opting for a Kura Storehouse, optimized for full farms, and I just don't think it was worthwhile. Other cool thing about this type of Kura Storehouse placement, it keeps your farms relatively safe. And I'm saying relatively safe because you are up against the English Lombos. But against most civs, it means your first 5-6 farms are going to be safely in range of the TC, where no one can hurt you. Council Hall now on the way. Yeah, just to highlight, like I think Core did glimpse the racks in the end with his scouting pattern, but the thing is, he chose to react in a more nonchalant way, but I think he also was greedy in the way that he reacted. Because only one outpost here is setting you up for failure in a moment. So it needs to be these villagers complete the Kura Storehouse, and he moves on to the wood ASAP. If he doesn't have that outpost being half built before 2 longbows reach around this point, this point rather, it's going to spell disaster for him. I'm expecting, like, probably Bubbles just a straight up 5 or 6 longbow spam. I don't think you slow down on that at all, right? It is clearly your win condition. Let's hit the speed up to see how this plays out, actually. The more I watch early game AoE 4 when it's standardized like this, the more I'm actually trying to find ways of sneaking in a speed up for a minute or two. I think it's much better. It's a better use of your guys' day, right? Like, it just doesn't feel like it's wasted as much. And there we go. Cool. Does get the outpost. That wood line is still not entirely safe, though. I feel like negative Nelly here. There's always something I'm complaining about, but it is actually a very big deal that his initial farms, like it's highlighted, against English Lombos is the one thing that can punish you. On top of that, the wood line isn't exactly safe. If a scout just wraps around this south side or north side, just dips in a little bit and sees these guys, they are going to be free targets for the English. It's why I don't necessarily like fast castle builds on this map versus English. I think you have to play present with stables units. Otherwise, that one wood line, leaving you so predictable, leaves you open to punishment. Lombos are almost in position. Aristote's coming in. This is one lovely thing about playing the Japanese, and it's why actually this double outpost play is so successful quite often. Other civs would have to go onto stone to get double outpost upgrades, and it would slow them down. The only reason Ibis got away with it is due to the savings they made on the tech up. But the cool thing about the Japanese is they can just keep gathering gold and get those upgrades, remember. They get 20% stone for their gold drop-offs. That means over time, you can very easily afford double Aristote at this point in the game. Bubbles, actually, that's kind of interesting. Going into Men-at-Arms mass here is not something we see often, especially against a civ like Japanese that has the potential to get to a Adachi tech. But we're far away from that still, right? And this is just a beefy unit that you can kind of tank and dive with. And now the Ram coming in. Cool, he does see this. But what do you do about it? Right? Like, you can't. You have to stay the course now. You've got 700 food. You've got 500 gold in the bank. The only option really is to go for Castle Age here. You could theoretically add in a stables early, but you have to remember from the perspective of Core, there's spears coming. In fact, he sees the first spear here, right? So he's worried that if he tries to go for Stable Horseman, he's not going to get any hit for it, and it's going to make his follow-up play predictable. Unfortunately, Bubbles has outplayed him here, because by going for Men-at-Arms, instead of spears, it means you are weak against Mounted Samurai. But that's a detail Core isn't going to realize quickly here. Ram on his way out now. Another issue is if Core did want to go Mounted Samurai, he can't if the pressure comes on his gold, right? He won't have the necessary income for it. Oh man, this is scary actually. Steeled Arrow being researched. Villagers being pulled, but this is so difficult to Fred. I love that Bubbles is taking his time. Like, this Ram is kind of taking some unnecessary damage, but if it gets a shunt in here or there, it's worth it. Villagers are going to be pulled for the repair, but once that second Ram is up, Bubbles likely to just dive on in and try to start sniping out those villagers. Also, now 5 villagers just constantly idle. Doesn't feel great for Core. Gold still lagging behind here. He's prioritizing all the upgrades, even the fitted lever work here, surprisingly enough. Wait, is that a misclick? Why? I mean, you're against Men at Arms, but that feels unnecessary. Bubbles. Now moving out with the Lombos. Men at Arms also looking to dive in here. Rams, 2 of them are going to make this quick, which means the villagers have to be pulled ASAP. Core dives on in with the textiles. A rush repair to keep the outpost up, but too late. It goes down. And now Core is wide open like a goal without a goalie here. Villagers going down 4, almost 5 there. Ram moves into the second outpost, and this is falling apart. Core now with 1,500 gold, but not 1,500 food, rather, but not enough gold to go up. I'm sorry, my speech pattern is broken right now, but the fact that he still went for fitted level work, I mean, he would have been just shy of the gold required, but he could have just maybe rush dropped it off. But now, a big, lofty 130 gold away from Castle Age. This is looking bad. I mean, in fairness, even if he got the Castle Age, what would he build here? You know, this is one of those interesting games where actually Mass Yuumi may have been the best solution. Instead, you now start with a floating gate. You have to buy the gold with the food. And that's not going to get any better the more you sell. In fact, you can already see the values have gone down to just 66 gold for 100 food. Villagers are going to have to rush out here to try and deal with the Ram. This is getting ugly. Just look at the minimap right now. Look at how surrounded he is. You see that, right? With the white out of the way. Everywhere around him, there's nowhere for Core to move. And this is critical. It's so smart by Bubbles. What Bubbles has done here is they've guaranteed there's no move out into a secondary gold, right? For a start, the safe golds are at the back. For another thing, the rest are in the center towards the English. Oh, man. And now Lombo's also just slowing down the tech up. Cool. I don't know how you get out of this. Rams are hitting the houses, so he's about to be housed as well. Okay, I don't know if this is Divine. If it is, well played for being so aggressive. Divine DFP historically is a very kind of campy, slow-moving player when it comes to English, right? He likes to sit at home. He likes to build his multi-TC into his Castle Age. He doesn't like to come out. But if this is Divine, this is the pristine type of aggression I've been waiting to see out of him, because Core could not be more uncomfortable in this game. He's going to drop it in the marketplace, right? Nope, he's going for the racks. He needs gold, man. I don't like this racks play. If he dropped it in the marketplace gives gold as well. Now instead, you've just got this racks, which is great, but what do you build? Are you really going to try to build spears against Lombos? Are you really going to try to build samurai in such small numbers? I don't know what you're meant to do with this. I mean, Core literally has dropped a Yorishiro, and he's losing it. Oh my god. Bubbles is about to make Core go pop. Villagers have to rush out to try and deal with that Ram. I mean, they actually still might get the kill on the racks here. It's going to be tight. Villagers rushing out now. Ram can't quite get the hit out. Men at Arms going to continue to idle this out, though. This is still a useless racks. Oh, my God, what this game? Core is huffing some serious hopium right now in this one. I mean, he has no gold. Finally, he buys some. He gets 2 samurai queued up. But what does that do? They're hardened samurai. They don't have the juicy health pool and damage of veterancy here. Oh my god. Villagers, did they rush out for a little bit more gold? No, they got sniffed out before they could. Oh man, I actually feel quite bad for Core right now. This may be the most awkward and uncomfortable English versus Japanese game I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a Japanese player look this worthless. There's just nothing you can do. Another Ram comes in from the north side. Wait, he didn't fully repair the racks. No. 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 Core, buddy, pal. Oh, pal. Ram's gonna go down, but now he's out of wood. What? Oh my dear God. Where'd the other Yorishiro go? Okay, yeah, build more villages makes sense, right? He needs someone to kill these rams. He can't repair the racks right now. Rushes out into the wood finally. The folks behind this, Bubbles, is living a good life out on the deer. This is never stopping. This is absolutely vicious and relentless. Villages finally able to repair, but that rush repair by Core is going to cost him even more wood for less repair succeeded, right? So look at how low that was already getting. He's only halfway there. And a ram is coming in again. Oh, man. I mean, you've got, what, 4 samurai? Maybe you can deal with this ram? Probably your best opportunity. Longbows could just start sniping you down about now. I'm surprised Bubbles isn't doing that, actually. There we go. Finally starts hitting to him. No undermesh either. Remember, Core has that little gold. He doesn't have any range defense upgrades. Oh, my God. I bet he's regretting the melee the defense upgrade now. I'm still a little bit flummoxed by the choice to prioritize melee defense over anything else, actually. I guess he was that worried about the men-at-arms. He didn't think he'd be able to deal with them in volume, but it doesn't feel like it's helped him that much here. He's dying more due to range damage than ever melee. Men-at-arms are now going in for the clash. The samurai cannot protect the home. Yorishiro Rax is down. Good news for Core. That means if he survives long enough, he gets more free Shinto Priest. Bad news is I don't think he's going to survive that long. So good question, Krakeny. When we got into this, we thought it might be Divine. We're not sure now. I think Divine has been playing a little bit more aggressive recently with the English, but all we know is this account comes from US, and it's basically been playing solely Jeanne d'Arc, English, and Ibis, which basically sounds like Divine. It could be Blade, but my instincts tell me, like, I've noticed Divine has been playing a bit more aggressive recently, so I think it's just Divine entering a new phase of English. And my God, is it a beautiful sight to marvel if so. Wave after wave just keeps on coming. We're talking about a 24 versus 2 military force situation where Core's 2 military units are Shinto priests. I don't know, I guess you could kill them with books. Actually, no, was that a fan you've got there? Yeah, just club them with a fan. Oh man, this is looking bad. Best Japanese army, guys. Well, looks like gold has finally been accessed. Oh my dear God, the desperation there. Cool. 12 villages out on the gold. He's like, finally! Finally, I have units! Yeah, but you need more racks as quickly. Yorishiro dropped in the racks. Veterancy upgrade finally coming in for the samurai. My goodness, did that take a long time. Shintos are going to move out for the relics in the center. Meanwhile, at home, Bubbles. Are we thinking Castle Age? Nope, of course not. More blood. Wait, are you kidding me? He gets access to gold, and now he's out of food. Are you actually kidding me right now? How does this keep happening? Core has no food access. He's got a few sheep, but he can't touch him, right? Rams now moving onto the houses. Wallow's going to come out. Men-at-Arms able to move away, though. Oh, my goodness. And these farms... Talk about grief. The extra farm placement there because the Rams were body blocking. Villagers go back to work and also go back to burning. Lombos could easily move in here, though. 10 Lombos could easily snipe these villages down now. Remember, there is no undermesh, but there is Steeled Arrow on the other side, so this hurts. Oh, man, oh, man. Rabs, now into the Kura. There's no Kura for this. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke, but right now, you know, it's in dark moments like this, you have to find the joy of laughter. Because if you're not laughing, what are you doing here? You're probably crying. Oh my dear goodness. I mean, actually, could this just be GUA? Could this actually just be a throwaway for GUA? Like, the all-in aggro and feudal, the ram play, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this is Give You Anxiety. It kind of rings of that. There are a few people, right? The main ones I think of from NA that this could be, it's either Divine, Blade, GUA, or Soldier. They do have quite a few soldiers here, don't they? These Men-at-Arms, although outdone in quality. They are not outdone in mass. Wallow coming in is going to be a fat fail there. That means he can't got the gold anymore. Luckily for him, Bubbles doesn't care. He wants the base. Lombo's moving in. And sure, there's no undermesh. There's at least 4 ranged armor, but still, it means 3 damage is hitting through here. And we're talking about what? No Adachi? No, just Naginata. No melee upgrade whatsoever. These men-at-arms are enough to tank long enough that the samurai numbers are never growing. And with no food constantly in this game, I don't know how Core hangs in any longer. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The scout knows. He's actually taking deer from Core's side of the map right now. Shut down again. Core finally gets access to food, but as soon as he has access, he's about to lose it. That is an outpost, folks, which means a quicker kill for anyone moving over. And Core refuses to tap out to English longbow OP strats, but I think he might not have a choice anymore. 21 villagers once again idle. He's got 5 farms and a few sheep, and that is it. So probably enough eco to get about 8 more samurai before he runs out. Now, the good news is the gold hasn't been scouted. Funnily enough, it's crazy how Core is still using this much gold. Feels like he should be able to move some of these out into deer maybe, but never trying, right? And also feels like if you try to go over here, you're just going to get seen by the mill. So probably for the bet that he doesn't. But the ram, no! GG. 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 I mean, that defines the desperation of Core right now. He's putting Yoroshiros in the houses. Oh my dear goodness. And Bubbles now teching up. I think that will be GG immediately. I wouldn't be surprised. The moment Core sees that tech up, he should know there's no comeback anymore. I mean, props to him for trying to find a way. This was one of the most uncomfortable games I've ever seen a Japanese player have to play out. Can't even play for more relics. Lose another Shinto. Longbows reconvening next to the outpost. And with the tech up now complete, Core probably has one last fight left in him before he GG's out. He has got enough food to get together probably double-digit samurai for the first time in this game, 20 minutes in. But now he's going to be up against chunky men-at-arms, upgraded archers, and no range defense whatsoever. Oh, interesting. Thank you for the insights, Crackety. So you do not think it's divine? What, because he didn't like you playing Turtle China? Maybe it's a new person. I mean, I'd be all for it being a new person, actually. I'd love to see new players coming in from NA. Whoever they are, they have well and truly flexed on Core. Like, for reference, this person, very highly ranked. Bubbles is sitting 39th in the world right now. And they just climbed a bit higher. GG comes out. Core, he gives up in what must be one of the all-time most painful Japanese games I've ever watched. You played a free TC Turtle China and you complained? Oh dear. Dude, what do I even call that one? Yorishiro Nope? I don't know. I kind of like Yorishiro No. Account name used to be who, what, where, when, why. That still doesn't help figure out who the heck it is. I don't know, I just wanted to put a name on that because Bubbles, I mean, maybe it's just an entirely new player we've never heard of before. I guess it's possible. I'll get you a name. Thank you, Crackety. Appreciate it, buddy. Crackety's like our investigator. Investor Crackety. Sorry, that would be Investor Cocaine, wouldn't it? Well, I know the identity of these guys. Who's up for some Magic versus GUA? Oh no, I snorted too hard. My ear is like, you know that kind of thing where like too hard and then you just like can't fully hear out of one ear? Yeah, I've got that. Oops. Oh, I hate this. And I'm now going to cast a game. I mean, it just makes your own voice sound very odd. Right? Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, Gucci. All right, so we are going to do Magic versus Give You Anxiety on the weekday Magic account, which means he's going to be trash. Sorry, Magic. Them's the rules, honeypot. Alright, just need to find the game now. So, Jeanne d'Arc versus Japanese. We don't see that matchup very often, right? I think Japan functions quite well there. If you just fast castle and play Onimusha, you destroy. But not many people know to do that right now. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, Crackleys plays a lot of high-level games. I don't know how many times you played that matchup. Have you seen many players do Onimusha against Jeanne d'Arc? I feel like it's just a no-brain play, right? Like, it just destroys. But I've not seen many players do it. A lot of players still opt to go Mount Samurai, and I think that's just a losing fight. Because even though you tank a free shot, you're still going up against French Knights, and with Divine Restoration behind them. And then there's also the healing. You've done that? Yeah, but like I'm saying, not many players do it, right? Like I feel like a lot of players are still relying heavily on racks or stables. But I'm hoping most switch on and realize that if you want to beat Jeanne d'Arc, it has to be archery range. It's very situational. If you see knights, I don't think so, right? I mean, if your opponent like fast castles as well, yes, there's Arbitraire as a threat, it's a problem. Depends on the amount of archers out. Even then, though, Onimusha do have the ability to dodge archer fights, right? And I see where you're coming from, but I also just think Onimusha are still kind of underplayed. Like, even if you then get countered, you turn them into a raiding unit. I think that's the thing that kind of makes them bonkers compared to horse archers, is they can fare well in either capacity. Can't say what you want to do is secure relics. Yeah, but I think you also get the ability to do that. Like, it's cavalry, right? So the argument as to why you open stables is to draw attention back towards the enemy's base and then also block relic play. Onimusha don't do great there. I think they could... I feel like they can do better than the samurai play, right? It's definitely more micro-intense, but I think we're going to see more proof of the pudding now that the Uma Bannerman works correctly. I quite like the all-cav strat. Yeah, I quite like the all-cav strat where you just go stables into archer range or the other way around. That one's pretty effective. Because then it forces the opponent to always be defensive. I don't know. For me, I literally think like if you want to actually stay on top of like the flow of the game as Japanese, everything needs to be mobile. Right? Like we've seen the samurai spam, but honestly, the Onimusha rather hits harder, right? Then Onimusha. So Onimusha plus Onimusha is a bit more micro-intensive. Onimusha plus Horsemen's or Mount Samurai, for me, absolutely slaps. I've been really impressed with how those ones perform. Right, should we get ready for the game? Let's hop to. It's NA showdown time, folks. Welcome back to the A4 action. We are on board with Give You Anxiety on Jeanne d'Arc up against none other than the Northern Borders. That's right. We have got weekday Magic, a.k.a. I Am Magic, a.k.a. the account he plays on when he's pretty sure he can't actually win a game, so keeps the main away from it. I'm sorry, Magic. He's going to be playing as the Japanese and the teal. Always fun to check in on other regions, right? Like, we cover a lot of European players, and it's always nice when we see some of the top NA players clashing. Wham and Poppypaw, I think they usually often private scrim, or their data is completely privated. GUA, I think, usually has his data open, and it's quite nice to be able to catch some of these guys in action. Magic, who... I'm not sure how many games he's been able to play in the last few weeks, actually. It's a bit hard to gauge, right? Because he can always hide a lot of things. But I know this account, it plays a few games, and that's it, right? So actually, yeah, in the last month, it has played 4 games. This is its 4th. It's done pretty well whenever it does play. But Oh, sorry, this is its third, I think. But in general, like the thing with Magic is we have to remember he's a part-time player, and I believe it's the same for G-Wei, right? Because G-Wei is I think he's now a fully qualified nurse. What impresses me is despite the fact they are part-time gamers, they're still tippity-top, right? Like Magic still makes runs in tournaments. G-Wei is always on the cusp, it feels like. So I think we're going to have a very high-end and a very close game here. Weekday Magic immediately moves out onto the gold, so no stone shenanigans. Kind of interesting, actually. I wonder if Crackety has some insight on that. I feel like everyone's moved away from the stone opening build. I think Anat-san was probably one of the biggest enjoyers, but even he hasn't been doing it recently. I know it slows down your timing, but the interesting thing is the way you can kind of bait your opponent with some early Daimyo plays, right? Like the main one being Bannerman. I guess you won't want to do it against Jean d'Arc, but just kind of a wider notice there that everyone just seems to be back to gold with stone being an afterthought. And I think part of that's to do with the fast castle timing, right? Like, if you go on the stone, you're more or less going to be playing into a prolonged feudal. And most players seem to feel that right now, the #1 build for the Japanese is to go castle fast. And yes, that's a fair point. Bannerman is quite nice because you do get the gold workers. Also, Bannerman is basically a feudal age knight, which means against Jean, it's pretty effective because either Jean goes for the hunter form and has no armor, or she's in the Women at Arms form and has no bonus damage or brace up against cavalry. And let's be totally real here. Jean d'Arc players don't often go for Spearman either, so they're not well insulated against that. Another nice thing about having that Bannerman so early is at that stage in the game, your opponent maybe has like 2 knights, and it means that you can absorb a lot of damage, right? If those knights are split at all, one of them's guarding Jean, one of them's off somewhere else, you charge him for Jean, knight charges him for you, that first hit, that heavy lance, then is going to be absorbed by the deflect armor. G-Wei taking up a 3 villages here, by the way. So Jean d'Arc isn't going to be ready to rock and roll straight away at the start of Feudal Age. I'm wondering what kind of route G-Wei wants to take here, because actually in this matchup, if this is a fast castle type build, when people outpost block on the gold, gotta admit that Archer Jean can kind of feel very desirable here. It depends on whether you want to be offensive, though. If you just want to hang back and don't want to attack, you're probably better off still going for the melee mode, simply because as the game scales later on, you're going to be up against mass melee from the Japanese 9 times out of 10. And funnily enough, in those 9 times out of 10, I want to say like 1 out of 10 actually involves spears. So even later in the game, when you have to melee mosh pit, there isn't a strong counter to your Jean. Love the Kura as well. Straight on the wood line. Just so many players doing this now, man. I still think it was B was the first one consistently doing this. Maybe Voldemar done it back in the day as well. But it's like, it's crazy how long it was almost just seemingly glanced over that this is a universal drop-off location, right? It's kind of the difference between dropping an Archon near a wood line versus on a wood line, right? And how that kind of changed the meta a lot for the H area as well, once that was introduced, of course. Another thing I love is the houses. One thing I would say when what Magic's doing here, if you know you're up against knights, it feels a lot better to place these houses on the outskirts because it means when the knights charge in, it's going to block out. Ah, and thank you, Crackety. Bubbles is actually from EU. They're on a VPN. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. But yeah, typically, like what I'm talking about here, so we've seen it before against Mongols as well. It seems negligible, but it's not. Like, it blocks any charge in immediately. If you think about it logically in time it takes, if the knight is charging you, say he comes from the right side here, because you can visually see it with this representation. Knight charges at you here. He then has to turn, run around, run back around, and come back around. Think about the distance increase in there versus direct. It's double the distance. So that's why those type of house positions are very important. Instead, though, Magic opts for a short wall and an outpost on the berries. That's quite intriguing, actually. I don't feel like I've seen many players do that. Has got 11 sheep behind him, so it doesn't mean that it's just, you know, because he's going to run out of food. He has already got an outpost down here on the gold, so in fairness, most of the angles are protected here, right? If he gets another outpost, say, towards the stone, everything feels quite insulated from any angle. In fact, the reason why I think Magic gets away with 1 outpost here is because of how close the gold is to the edge of the map. Typically, you need 2, because what will happen is these knights, Jean, whatever it may be, will wrap around and charge from the other side. But as you can see, because of how close this gold is to the edge of the map, this outpost prevents you walking through. So, pretty crafty read there by Weekday Magic. Means he can set up that outpost more on the north side, and it means he gets more runway safely in his base. Castle Age. Clearly the target. What is GUA doing in the meantime, though? He has gone for the Woman at Arms. He's playing out to the ball. I believe this is Pumba number 2. Okay, no, he just hasn't taken out this one. That's interesting, actually. Going for the enemy ball first usually makes a lot more sense if you're planning to go for a second TC build, but there's no stone gathering at all. The reason it's more optimal to do this, by the way, and this is something that like Jean players are quickly starting to learn, is if you move out for the enemy ball around this time, by the time you return towards your ball's location, the required resources for wood and stone to get into a TC should be like gathered. Think about what's happening for GOA right now, right? They have spent now 960 resources. So they could have ended up spending basically the cost of a TC instead of these free knights. And they could have dropped it basically when Jean was coming back. So you would have increased the build speed of that TC by 33%. Instead though, GOA just chooses aggro play. I'm just not sure why. I mean, 4 knights isn't going to do anything here is the reality. And right now, by the time you scale up to a knight count that can do something about this, Magic can easily mirror you out with knights of his own, right? Gold is being gathered. In fact, the fact he's got so many gold workers still suggests we are looking at a mass-mounted samurai build here. Knights unable to find their raid targets. Tech up now, ready and underway. Floating gate being built up with 7 villages here. Moment of truth should soon be upon us. I imagine Magic is going to wait until close to completion of the floating gate before dropping the production building, just so he doesn't get any free info across on the side of Jean. It's very important that you kind of master that maneuver, right? Just in case GUA was thinking of switching into archers, he doesn't know whether to do it yet. Realistically, you're never going to be up against spears here. I don't think I've ever seen a Japanese player in this position react with spears, because the numbers just aren't high enough, and there we go. It's going to be the stables. Makes a lot of sense this time of the game. We were just talking about how like Onimusha can work quite well here, especially considering GOA does not have any archers whatsoever. But in fairness, with the access to eco that Weekday Magic has and the fact that GOA has no eco upside, he will be able to get enough mounted samurai together to beat these French knights. Has to be careful about where he chooses initial fights, though. One thing he has done is GOA has now been forced to kind of funnel his troops together. A lot of them are pretty heavily injured from trying to dive the defenses, so needs to get the Divine Restoration over here ASAP. Question is this going to be a macro up into Castle himself now for GOA? Wow, he's actually going all in on this. It's double stable play, mass knights. What? I don't think that's fast enough. Remember, Magic is now pumping out these mounted samurai every 12 seconds. You don't have that same luxury. It takes you quite a while, in fact, right? 28 seconds per night. Sorry, 29. Also, freebie's being given over. No steel to arrow either. I'm kind of surprised how easily he's losing some of these knights. Divine Restoration has been used, but you can see the injuries are still fresh upon Pink's knights. Magic getting the needed time to get into those mounted samurai. On top of that, he's even now sneaking out. Looks like he's sending his mounted samurai to attack. You cheeky, cheeky boy. I actually quite like this right now. You can see that GOA is hesitant to dive because he doesn't have the ability to just outright end the game right now. And Magic's getting away with being a little bit greedy because of it. First relic is now going to arrive home. Yeah, this is my worry about the approach GOA has taken, is by trying to prep himself to dive the base, he had to keep all of his knights together because of the enemy knights. And it means he's not blocking all the routes out. So now you've got issues like, for example, this knight moving out and GOA not reacting. On top of that, you've now got Shintos moving out and getting free relics. GOA has to go. And I think he might be going too early here. Oh man, this is bad as well. He doesn't have any defenses at home, right? Like he's pumping more knights, but they take time. And one mounted samurai can do a lot of damage in the meantime. Villagers at least able to run away quickly due to the wheelbarrow, but still, some losses incurred here. Should be another one going down. Bad micro there by GOA. Did not garrison the TC straight away. This mounted samurai is now looming around the back, which means that he can't send more French knights over to the main army, right? Now he needs to leave some at home. So another thing I really hate about mass knights up against mounted samurai here is even if these lances touch, they do no damage. And that means the moment your lance touches, your charge is over, right? So you go back down to the same movement speed as mounted samurai. It means that that first hit Whereas sometimes over time it whittles away at your opponent. Against mounted samurai, it does absolutely nothing unless you pile on. And that's difficult because of the body blocks that come out from your own units. An ambitious outpost here by Magic. Food is still reasonable, right? He should be able to get up to a comparative amount of samurai count. Right now, just looking to cut reinforcements. I mean, you have to dive, right? Like, I think we're at a stage now. Jiwei has to realize that Magic's up to quite a few villages. He has got some outposts, yes, but there's not enough garrison spots for everyone here. I think you just go in and do some damage, because as it stands, you're being actively raided. You're not getting any more troops through due to the new wave of samurai arriving. You need to just go. Otherwise, this is going to turn into death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, already that's a bad start. Loses a villager, almost loses a knight as well. Has got the chivalry, right? So you can see that actually Magic doesn't want to let him go away. Instead, though, he goes after the villagers. More losses here. I mean, what is Jiwei doing in this game now? He finally gives up and runs home, but at this point, after everything that's been done to you, what was the point in even staging that offensive? This is rough. Open battlefield, right? Doesn't have much in the way of food safely at home. Has to move out into pocket ecos. Doesn't have efficient units to guard those pockets, and doesn't have an easy area to wall in either. Game looking very good for Magic right now. Good charge in though. There's the turnaround you need. A brilliant pinch immediately by Jiwei to take 4 of Magic's knights off the board. That was sick. That was actually sick from Jiwei. Well played. Just gives him enough room to hang around when Magic feels confident that raids are going to keep coming through. I don't know if Magic was expecting the entire army back here. Probably felt it considering there's no pressure on him anymore. And Magic, admittedly, he has lost some knights, but we have to always be conscious of the fact that his eco feels a lot better right now, right? Like, he's got a little bit of a gap now as he switches over to farms, but with relics coming in, with the fact that he's still castellated and Jiwei isn't, give you anxiety. Although it's a good step in the right direction, it's still only one of multiple steps that need to be taken here. Charge through way too early. Means he's not going to be able to gap close this. Okay, this just doesn't feel great. Right now, you've got 20 knights being idled out by 7. Jiwei just needs to peel enough knights to deal with this and then go elsewhere. The problem is, like, right now, being an age behind like this, Jiwei probably doesn't feel like he can afford to take even trades or slightly good trades. He needs overwhelmingly big wins, like the one he got in those 4 samurai before. That requires a lot of knights. Equals a lot of idle time here. Magic. Oh, that was a mistake by Magic. Just about recovers it to stay forward here, but if there's a charge that comes out in a second, that is going to be 2 or 3 more mounted samurai going down. Oh, Jiwei doesn't even know. Well, he does now. So Shinto should be turned on in a sec. That's going to be 1 less relic returned home, but it's quite close to Magic's base now. And while the main battalion of French Knights is distracted, Magic has built up just as many at home, which means he can now start to cut off these little trickles of troops coming out to the mid-map. He's getting better at doing it, right? Melee tech level 2 also now coming in. Scout does sniff out the 4 knights over here, so if Magic just gets those knights together, he can go in. Instead, though, Shintos are going wider. They're just taking all the relics away. This game is getting very uncomfortable now for Give You Anxiety. I mean, the crazy part is how Magic has got away with this. I feel like Jiwei has played a little bit too reactionary. Those knights should have probably went in quite a while ago. Sure, he would have lost 2 or 3, but you can see the issue for Jiwei is he's scared of ever giving over the knight numbers. Unfortunately, it's starting to turn against him, right? These numbers are swelling up for Magic. It's undeniable that this pace with these melee tech upgrades, even if you get your damage buff as the French Knights, you're going to be at a mismatch. Another thing is also Jean is not doing great in XP. He's just still, what, like probably 3 or 4 minutes away from a tech up. As a Civ, they are even further away from a tech up, right? Because this non-stop Give You Anxiety now going up to 30 French Knights. Magic prepping the Kabusa-Gitai. So that's +3 melee tech here. And funnily enough, Jiwei, he got the ranged armor. He never got the melee armor. Flash comes into the choke point. And this is perfect for Magic. Jiwei, he can't use his numerical advantage here in these choke points. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped here. A lot of XP for Jean, but a lot of losses as well. Magic shrinking the gap, backs away, and you can see the wallop has taken here. GUA losing more knights in this engagement. The follow-up's going to be worse for him. Level 3 Jean is at least in. But remember, this is Castle Age Japanese. They're not weak for this. Outpost still remains. Jean tries to turn around. The heavy damage coming in from those Lance Starchers, though. One more knight goes down, but 15 to 25, right? And a bunch of them are not here. So right now, there's actually 18 versus 15. Ugly engagement there. Really just well played by Magic. The way he chose that fight between the house and the outpost limited the spread of the melee line. If he'd done that in the middle of the map, GUA wins. But in those choke points, it becomes more difficult because for a start, not all your units are attacking, but on top of that, not all your units are even able to get their charge off. Even if they're able to attack later, it means that they actually haven't got the bonus damage you usually reap and benefit from with the French. And now this follow-up fight coming in. I love that. Magic waits long enough for the recharge on the deflective armor, and GUA, the gap closer than it's ever been here, 20 to 13. Sorry, I say that, 3 more went down. They were within 5 of each other. It's getting worrisome though. Wallow's going to come out. That's at least going to deny out a relic being returned here. Magic, I mean, this is the power of deflective armor, right? That little white bar you're seeing recharge, he kept waiting for it. Every time that happens, remember, what happens in return is you have this cycle charge from both sides. These knights will get the bonus damage, but the thing about Magic is he doesn't have to hang around long enough to suffer that. The lance charge gets perfectly absorbed by these knights, and yours in return permanently does damage. 39, in fact. Burn from the wall, GUA. He's just looking to ramp it up and go. Once again in, and it's looking bad. Jean goes down. No charge comes out. GUA. The mistakes are adding up fast here, folks. He didn't take any Mount Samurai with him that time. On top of that, no opportunity to get the charge out, and now has to spend 500 gold on buying Jean back. This is close to endpoint. I mean, if you're going to break Magic, it was a few minutes ago before the farms were starting to be set up, but now he has the food to keep on pumping, and has gold access too. Split the troops from Magic. The scattered knights here, I love this, just scouting. Good surround attempt, but Magic just quick enough to pull away there. Oh my god, and look at the dead bodies again. I mean, it's the health difference, right? 190 versus 230, plus the absorption on the first hit. It's a mile of difference here. TC now being rushed up by Magic. What? What is this unnecessary TC? Magic tries to rush away now. His knights do get in. Jean has a ride once more, but this is just a bad, bad fight. Cleave comes out, has got the Divine Restoration, needs to pump it right now. Even then, just doesn't feel good enough. I mean, you're outnumbered now, right? 13 to 15, you have to leave. So a few hits done there. Actually, quite a few hits, but the thing is now it's 2 TC versus 1, an age-up advantage, and 4 relics for Magic. The reason why I didn't big up those eco kills is in the grand scheme of things, they're not good enough. Now it's going to be a return fire, right? GUA, once again, just trying to mass more knights. Oh my god. I mean, dude, this is reminiscent of GUA's obsession with Rams, right? It's kind of what I feel like I'm looking at here. Absolutely insane. Yet another crazy thing, if I'm not mistaken, I haven't tested this, but it looked like it there. Deflective armor absorbs Holy Wrath, right? Which means that these Holy Wrath charges, if you try to lead with them, they do nothing. You have to get the Knight charge up afterwards or it's worthless. Seeing those Knights, they are going to get juiced up. Finally, GUA finds the resources. Royal Institute is coming in. However, look at the military count now. They are neck and neck. Yorishiro is where we dropped them in the end. Houses, just full houses. I actually love that. I think that's really smart here. These knights mostly cost food, right? There's a decent number of gold in there, but the primary food source is food. Primary resource is food. And in this type of format, he has access to plenty more gold. He doesn't have access to more food. This is something we've actually seen B do a lot with his double racks, Yorishiro into double farmhouse. It gives you a little bit more life to the push. And because GUA made this an unlimited night game, it's the detail that guarantees that Magic stays ahead. And now we reach a phase in the game where, despite GUA's bruising back and forth, and despite the fact he now has Royal Bloodlines on the way, he doesn't have the longevity behind his food, right? He has 1 farm in total, And this is the last food he's likely to access here. He could try to play deer and boar near the enemy base, but there's very large risks associated with that, considering how close by the mounted samurai are. I think I've had this like debate with one or two players before where they didn't think the farmhouses made much difference, but like, yes, it's only 75 food a minute. The alternative is like only 75 gold a minute. So I'd argue that it's moot to say this is an only. It's the reason also why Japan looks a lot more comfortable with food scaling in Castles and other civs, because of the way that they transition with their farms, right? The reason I'm making that comparison is I think that actually it's much harder to get food in the mid-game than it is to get gold. Because when your food runs out, you either have to go out to mid-map resources that are risky, or you have to make farm transitions happen. This makes that process much easier for Magic. And guys, if you thought that Royal Bloodlines was a big deal, something else is coming. Uma Bannerman, now included. Oh my god, this is going to break the fight. An extra 4 damage here. These Knights are not going to know what hits them. Jiwei breaks the wall though. He rushes in while Magic rather is away from home. I was about to call him mid-Magic. He's looking mid right now. Uma Bannerman immediately gets sniped out. Village is being rushed onto here. Jiwei. Like a shark smelling blood in the water. Army about to arrive home. New Uma Bannerman is out, and this is going to be the game breaker here. That Uma Bannerman aura is going to allow a win for Magic. And GUA just took the bait. He carved up his own coffin. Trapped inside the Japanese base at a disadvantage. This is going to be a massacre. GUA wraps around the back, looks for good cleave targets, but he simply cannot find them. An absolute rout here. The delayed arrival of the cavalry gives Magic the big win and should give him the ultimate win here. GUA, I mean, he's just got nothing left to this, right? Looks like Jean did get brought back again, but Knights are going to get cut off. Walls are going up to stop them from escaping this, and GUA now down to 19 Knights. Not just any 19 Knights, those are Royal Bloodline Knights, losing that convincingly. And this is the crazy thing, right? Like, you might think that sounds absurd, but think about the raw health here. You've got an extra 80 health, but when you do these lance charges, 38 of your damage is removed, right? That's a 40 damage difference. That's half of your raw bloodline's difference already made up for. Then add in the Uma Bannerman effect, the extra melee tech. It all stacks up and makes logical sense here as to why Magic is absolutely annihilating him with a raw cavalry on cavalry ego chow. And it just doesn't stop, man. I mean, this is the power of the Uma Bannerman. On high base damage units like this, it makes all the difference. And also these fights, they tend to last longer than 5 seconds, which means the damage buff that you get with French Knights is never good enough. Magic always is. Both of them now being chopped down to under 20 military pop. You can see who's suffering more. And behind this Magic, with the pristine switch, GUA recovers off of the Cantle Saddles, but guess what's on the way? The Onimusha switch. This is so crafty. GUA now baited into going back for another fight, but when he arrives, he's in for bad news. Magic with the switch into the Onimusha mass. GUA, he only has stables. He has no consecration elsewhere, no easy switch up. He's in for some bad news because that Uma Bannerman, folks, the reason why it's good to get the Onimusha now, it buffs the Onimusha as well. That's right. Bannerman aura has been fixed. Damage even higher, and now GUA with no answer. His villagers, in fact, came out for the deer. What? Tell me you're desperate without saying you're desperate. That is exactly what this just done. GUA, who refused to ever farm transition, has just revealed how desperate for food he is. I mean, that is it. Like, there's no way you can go from here, right? Villagers are going to try to move back over for the deer. Now you have to camp here. It means that the Knights are just going to head towards your main base. On top of that, Onimusha can hang around to kill you off with your main army. Oh my god. Magic back in again. Onimusha should just make quick work of these Knights, though. You do need to micro it a bit. Can't afford to just stand still like this. But now, with waves moving back towards the main eco GUA, with the fact that he's already over 20 eco behind, I don't see what you do here. He's sitting on a hell of a lot of gold, but he needs food. And wait, why? Is he going monks to heal? He does know there's no relics left on the map, right? He must, surely. it kind of makes sense. It sounds really dumb, but like he's got 2k surplus gold. There's nothing else he can build. Unfortunately, I think this play might be a bit too late. Rewall coming out from Magic. Cheeky. Does work though. Keeps the Knights out. Knights now wrapping. Oh, that genuinely might just be GG. That is a third of GUA's economy. Goes on the front side. Not hanging on too well. Knights wrapping around. It looks like GUA will dodge death. At least here. Here's what I'm worried about though. 12 Knights about to be enveloped from 2 angles. We've seen this before. Last time it's to GUA's favor. This time it's against him. Body blocks in the choke point means Onimusha are gonna massacre. And GG comes out. No way back from that. The perfect backstab from 3 directions. Magic takes it. GUA, with the 1 pump Knight strat, gets out-pumped by the Japanese. Whew, lordy. That was a brutal one in the end. That was kind of crazy to just basically one-trick mass Knights up against the French Knights. I don't know. I might call that one like something like what's better, Japanese Knights or French Knights. That was a really cool game though. So let's see. Magic, did he have any other games? He had 1 or 2 against the Bubbles person, but I think we highlight the Bubbles as privated, right? Bubbles is not privated. So we could do a Bubbles versus Magic game. Maybe. Actually, it depends. Bubbles been playing a lot of games, so we might not be able to see Magics. It doesn't look like we can see Magics. I think they were too long ago. That's kind of unfortunate. But did Beastie have any other interesting games? Had a game it's some games versus Crackety. Were any of Crackety's games worth seeing? Dude, I love how Crackety just GG'd at 0 minutes when he saw his Mongol versus Japanese. What? Okay, so it's interesting because I've heard a few players say they think that like that matchup's really bad for the Japanese. But I'm not convinced. If you go Coca Township, I think you can ruin the Mongols' day. Admittedly, it's much weaker now because they nerfed Coca Township, so the first the first Shinobi rather doesn't come out straight away. He didn't think that matchup was playable. I don't know if Crackety's still here. Crackety, have you tried experimenting with it by going into Coca Township play? Because that was on Cliffside, right? Yeah, on Cliffside, I legit think Coca Township can work really well there. It's a bit reliant on where the stone is in comparison to the TC, but Coca Township, I've seen that be pretty effective on delaying the Mongol opening. Sup, Anatan? How's it going, buddy? No. Like Patrick's saying, like, on stream, Crackety said that he doesn't think the matchup's playable. I genuinely think if you go, especially on a map that's short like Cliffside, if you're playing Japanese and you go Coca Township against Mongols, you can get across quick enough to deny the transition, right? Usually they'll try Spearman. After that, like, basically you just torch the second building with Sabotage, and they can't pump units. It's harder now. I haven't seen anyone try it since the nerf to Coca Township, which, by the way, was such an unnecessary nerf. I'm baffled by it. But if you can thread that needle, it's pretty effective. I wonder if I wonder if it would work better if Coca Township had some scalability. Because right now, only being able to produce Ninja out of one building feels really bad. Maybe like per age, you produce an extra Shinobi with each rotation. Even with Shinobi, I don't think it's doable. You might be right with the new version. The old version, it most definitely was. But the new version with the 20-second delay might be difficult. But it might be worth a punt to see if it works. So, Mr. Crackety. Did you have any good games, by the way? Recently? Any games worth checking out? Ooh. You played a game versus Gully Decker. Was that a good one? Japanese versus Ottomans. Ah, yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. He went up against Mr. Gully Decker. We'll try to catch some of the games. That'll be a good one to look into. Let's do that. So let me update stream title. Whoop, whoop. Gully's gotten really good. Yeah, I've been gassing him up. Guy needs to deliver now. If he doesn't deliver, he's a meme. That's how that works. I'm sorry, Gully. Been hyping him up. The 16-year-old prodigy. You think Otto is also broken? That's true. Like, actually kind of pick... Like, did he actually random or did he pick? If he's picking Otto, that's a bit dirty. Ottomans are basically the best civ in the game right now. I think that, like, it used to be reliant on getting to Imperial with Bombards, and it kind of still is, but, like, the changes around Siege, I just think that I can't think of a civ that benefited more from the changes to Siege. Because those first mangonels, like, are so much more impactful now, with the nerfs to the way that Springals interact. And I think that no civ benefited as much as the Ottomans, because, of course, they naturally transition into that for free in Castle Age. I'd say Otto's are definitely top 3 civ right now. He learned from the best. Learned what not to do? Question mark? Kappa. Okay, that was a bit mean. So let's load that game up. Give me a sec. My game just crashed. Dude, I want to try streaming some Stormgate this week or next, but I'm really hesitant with how my PC just crashed. Actually, I totally forgot this morning I was meant to unplug all my PSU connectors and replug them just to be safe. But yeah, things are kind of rough on my PC. Mass Sipahi crossbows? I don't think even mass like crossbows, right? You want to be massing Sipahi and Jannies. Depends on the matchup. If it's a heavy like rage comp, then yes, you don't want to be doing Jannies. But late game, a lot of it is just literally Janissaries and Sipahi. Men at Arms are performing pretty well as well with Siege behind them. So let's try this again. Turns out I am crashed here now. Oh, I'm so sorry, Conqueror. I just saw the ad time. Guys, I'm going to redeem some ad time now. If you guys don't want to have to worry about ad time, subscribe. All right. Who still hears me? Who still sees me? We just hit an ad. Who still sees me? Y'all know. Dude, I don't know if anyone follows Halo at all. There was a Halo player for Optic. I think he's still on Optic. Who made a comment that it was just like, it was Giga Chad, thumbs up, 100% correct. Let me see if I can find it. Because like someone came into his stream and moaned about the ads. Let me see if I can find it. And his response was really good. It was so fair. Was it APG? I think it's APG. Yeah, guys. Here you go. Good response. You ready? All right, good response incoming.
To get my money, I have to pay bills. Very, very appreciated. Too many ads. I'm out. Well, sorry. I don't know what you want me to do.
I just realized it's not showing. Here you go.
Very, very appreciated. Too many ads. I'm out. Well, sorry. I don't know what you want me to do. You either can sub or you can get turbo, but I can't just decrease my ads because I have to get my money. I have to pay bills as well as you. So I'm sorry that you have ads, but you're going to go into any other stream and you're going to get ads as well. So I'm sorry.
I love the way throughout it, he's like, I'm sorry. He's just like, well, I'm sorry, but... Dude, it's so true, though. You actually don't mind ads. Well, the thing I highlight, like, I think a lot of these streamers, like, so for example, the reason I recommend streaming here is I need those ads on to buffer the money. In fact, like, Twitch is trying to, like, goad me to go up by another minute because they're offering a bigger share. And I might have to do that because I don't make enough as it is, but that closes the gap, right? And the reason, like, I recommend to people to sub, I hate doing it to a certain extent because, like, you're giving half of it to Twitch. But the reason I recommend it to people is, like, maximum for anyone is $5, right? And let's, like, in our case, we are doing, I'd say, over 120 hours a month. So 120 hours of entertainment for $5 is a pretty good deal. I know some streamers, like, I don't know if APG is doing that many hours, but I know, like, there's a lot of players that will do, well, like, I rep, so there's a content creator I rep, and he does over 300 hours a month. I'm like, no one should, like, blame him for running, like, ads. Yo, what is up, Polydromos? What's up, everyone? Hell yeah. See, there's my subbers. Whoop, whoop. That's another reason to sub. By the way, I need to talk to my emote artists sometime this week. I gave them a spec of new emotes I want to have made. Some really cool ones in there. So hopefully she'll have an update for me soon. It was quite the workload. I think I gave her, I want to say 19 emotes to do. It was something like 19 emotes. So we are going to have quite a few new emotes coming soon. Hell yeah. Look at the current ones. Start the game already? Nah, I think I'm just going to, like, sit here. I like sitting here. This is good. I think I'm just going to, like, because you know how it is. It's like, hey, caster, start the game already. You clearly are just doing this because you like your face on camera. I don't know if you heard about that. It was like a year or two ago. People really thought that casters were delaying game starts so that they could make it more about them. Alrighty, it's finally time. He's been begging me non-stop to cast his games. I am here to deliver. That's right, because in the blue, playing as the Oppermans, of course you're an OP Ottoman player. We've got Gully Deckle, prodigy 16-year-old on the rise. A lot of people believe he's got a promising future and might be one of the breakout stars of 2024. But here to crack his skull, it's the Crackmeister himself, Crackety here, in the teal, playing as the Japanese on Golden Pit. Crackety, no pushover, guy who puts in quite a few hours himself. Is it educational time for Gully, or is it time for the apprentice to become the master? Let's find out. We are going to be doing this on Golden Pit, so expect the mid-game to really be focused around those goals in the center. It's kind of interesting to think about this matchup. If this goes too late, I'd say typically the Ottomans look now unstoppable. They tend to play up against Mass Samurai and Mass Unabagisha with great bombards. But that requires getting scale, and that's not always easy to do. Wait, is Crackety now a top 5 caster? Who gave him that title? Who gave him that title? Crackety? Was there an award ceremony I'm not aware of? Who gives those titles out? What am I? Am I, like, I don't know what number I am. Drongo's top. You know what I like is when you set like a top 5 or top 10 and then you just don't give context, it's nice because it's like, hey, we're not saying that that person's better than you, right? So you just list all the casters and say, yeah, these are all top 10 casters. And then people ask for an order and you're like, I'm going to be diplomatic. I don't want to make enemies here. There you go, dude. I already knew people go with top 2. Gully Deckle, how are we looking on the scout hall in the other game? It could be better, Gully. It could be better. You took a punt. You kind of done this right. So one thing I've noticed, I don't know, maybe you've noticed this as well. On this map, the center, I just feel like it's not worth touching. The problem is, obviously, if you rotate around, you have to come back, and you're playing Ottomans. You can't go on, like, barriers or something like that. This is kind of a disadvantage for you, right? So your opening of your game is always going to be worse than the Japanese, because the Japanese can play on berries like this. And you can already see the result of this. Crackety just rotates, and he doesn't stop. For Gully, he has to go all the way to a corner and then come back. And now he has to run out and basically discover that all the sheep are gone. So yeah, kind of an awkward start there. It's why on a map like Golden Pit, I'm a very big fan of Japanese, Ayabids, Ottomans, any Civ that can play out into pocket ecos. HRE has actually looked really impressive here because of the close-by deer locations. One thing I might recommend for Ottoman openings here is actually if you go for a military school drop and get the spearman on the opening, you can push these deer in towards your TC. And then you don't have this awkward issue where you're always going to be behind on opening food. Madrissa is at least going to make up for it. It's a very powerful tool in the Ottoman arsenal, of course. But that deer gathering rate, much better than sheep, right? And right now, in this matchup, the moment that tech up completes, you know there's going to be Takazaki researched, at which point the Ottoman gathering speed is far inferior. Because A, sheep are just not that great. And B, even though the Madrissa has a juiced up speed, you deplete it very quickly if you try to rush it. Yeah, I wondered if you were going to try Trade Landmark. So if this was a fast imp build from you, the Trade Landmark makes a lot more sense. For those that don't know, the Trade Landmark for the Ottomans just got buffed quite a big bit, actually. It no longer just garrisons 6 traders, it garrisons up to 10. The gold per trader did go from 28 to 24, but overall, because you get so many more traders, the number's much higher. I think with trade bags, the comparison used to be you got 240 resources, and now it's up to like 360 or something per minute. And that's from having safe traders inside the building. Kurastras on the other side. Lovely from Crackety. Beautifully done. Oh, we won't talk about the Forge. The Forge, I'm going to question the Forge a little bit. I think that maybe kind of griefed you a bit here, actually, the placement. But other than that, everything else about this is nice, right? It's next to the tree line, which means he saves 50 wood on the lumber camp. The farms, for the most, are going to be nicely condensed in an area that's very easily defendable. And honestly, up against a civ like the Ottomans in this matchup, I'm not expecting them to field much feudal aggression. So you are relatively safe here. Gully, he's going for a TC, isn't he? Please put it here. I demand it go. You know why. There's deer on each side. Oh, thank goodness. I was a bit worried he's about to drop it in a 5 deer stack, which isn't that worth. He's waiting for the last little bit of wood to drop off now. Just making sure he hasn't got any idle time while he does. But then we should get a TC right here between the 2 food pack locations. Meanwhile, Crackety, probably not going to mirror that. I imagine we are looking at, yep, Daimyo builds. Are we getting the stables open up? We are. This is sick. We were actually just talking in the previous game with Crackety about this. The whole idea of the Daimyo opener being super effective just because of the exposure points, right? Things like gold, usually in Golden Pit, sometimes they spawn really far away, sometimes tight. But also, if your opponent's going multi-TC, the defense range is really low on the archer shots, and you can only garrison 7 people. So already at this point, Gully has too many villagers out here to protect. And can we talk about the TC placement, sir? Kind sir? I guess it protects the bag deer? I think Gully's thought here is that he needs to insulate himself against aggression. So by placing the TC forward like this, it means that the deer pack location with villagers has an early warning to get out. But I'd argue it's much better to place the TC here, push these deer in, do a short wall here and here. Oh, wait, you didn't see the second deer? Okay, we may need to take you to an optician's. I'm sorry. Okay, that's kind of rough then. Not noticing the deer there is kind of unfortunate. He's still going to get some value out of this, but I mean, the problem is on the other side of this, Crackety already has the Uma Bannerman out. And he's already in and started raiding. So one villager is going to go down. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think that's going to be on the minimap because the deer location is like right on the edge there. So I think you literally have about a millimeter of fog that is blocking the icon. It is unfortunate that didn't get noticed, though. Gathering the berries is also pretty rough here. Not a great gathering rate, right? Like, you're not Japanese. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Japanese themselves are moving out for more berries. Oh, my dick. Crackety? Does your dad work at Relic? Like, deer and berries on top of each other? Outrageous. This is awkward. This Uma Bannerman needs to be answered. Spearmen are on the way, but it's really slow. Has he actually got other gold access? I don't think he has. It's all on the backside. Meanwhile, already seeing Takazaiku come in, so gathering rate about to escalate. Crackety, he's going for a second TC as well. That's a lot of stone being gathered. This is second TC, right? It has to be. You've got 7 villages on wood. You've got 6 on stone. Probably looking at TC drop to the south side, which I like a lot because you secure not only the deer, but also the stone outcropping, which gives you enough stone then to go for Shogunate. Very important thing to have when you're getting around that 20-25 minute mark because of the way it buffs up your food eco. Horseman added in as well. This is very uncomfortable for Gully. I think he's being a little bit too greedy with his eco. Like, he has a little bit of surplus food and wood. This should be going into a few spears. Maybe Gully was worried about a play into Yuumi, but you are the Ottomans. I think this is one of the civs where the Japanese never want to have to go to Yuumi because it means that they're going to end up against Sipahi. Outpost up on this. This is looking more and more like a fast castle intent from Gully. I'm not sure if that works out beneficially here. It looks like the TC drop, instead being the south side, is actually going to be on the north from Crackety. So I guess that at least gives him a defense, right? So the whole logic is if there's a counter raid coming from Sipahi, he now has a blocker. He also has a way of pulling the boar in and safely gathering it in this area. Meanwhile, on the other side, that TC build hasn't really built the lead it was meant to. We're now at 4 villager losses. And I think it's going to be escalating further. These deer gatherers... Oh, for God's sake. You can't do this. I mean, survival techniques in itself are just worth it if you're going for these deer packs. But no wheelbarrow, only now coming in when the Uma Bannerman comes on through. Oh boy, that might be another one going down. Yeah, no, there's no garrison room. Oh, Gully, the Seek Shelter. Undermesh just making this Uma Bannerman so tanky as well. It's kind of crazy. Usually this guy gets thrown away pretty quickly, but Krakeny in this game has found insane value out of this unit. 5 worker kills so far. Ottomans still being greedy. Gully still wants that Castle Age. But at this pace, it's going to cost him dearly. You can already see Krakeny's got all the gold he could ever require. I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing a rush onto food now. I mean, the deer pack up here, deer, berries, plus the boar over here. Krakeny at this pace could actually crack Castle Age before Gully. That's problematic because Gully doesn't actually have Cav to control the mid-map. And it means that it's going to be a relic positive game for the Japanese. That feeling when your opponent only has 1 military, but it's still that one annoying Uma Bannerman that has been costing you everything. How does Gully make this work? Because if you're in a Castle Age race, I'd say they are fairly even on their progress now. Like Krakeny, the food numbers should be bumping up again soon. Actually, instead, he's going for more stone. He's rushing Shogunate. It's pretty creative, right? Like, it means his Castle Age timing should be worse than the Ottomans, but his food income at the beginning is going to be much, much better. It means those initial minutes of Castle Age aren't going to be that great for the Ottoman player. Uma Bannerman in the meantime, cutting off any reinforcements. And Ona Bagisha now coming out. Smart read here. So if you're up against Spears and Sipahi, you should 100% be going Ona Bagisha. It's kind of obvious from the Spears, but even from the Sipahi, if Gully was building 5, 6 Sipahi, I'd still recommend Ona Bagisha. They have attack range that makes them a comparative to Sipahi, but cost efficiency is on your side. Sipahi do not have any melee armor. And your attack speed is much quicker than the Sipahi, right? So like, if you think about the raw cost, I've talked about this for Horsemen before. And Sipahi in that matchup against Ona Bagisha are just more expensive horsemen. Going on the farms at least. It's going to be a little bit annoying for Krakeny, but Gully, honestly, this... I love how happy they are. Like, yeah, we bought an undefended farm. Who's your daddy? Still might be Krakeny, buddy. Look at the tech up times now. Another thing that has me worried is Krakeny, although he's overboomed on gold, it means he has plenty for upgrades the moment he arrives, right? So he'll be able to go immediately into things like Fudo Sashi, which is going to just escalate his food income even further, which he benefits from at this stage due to the fact he's still got berry patches to exhaust. Right in again. Oh my dear God! Oh no, 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 no! Well, that has defined this entire game, hasn't it? The double Uma Bannerman. Remember, Krakeny, he got the Daimyo upgrades. He actually could have 3 of them right now. Instead, 2 is more than enough. Gotta give Gully a fighting chance after all. Uma Bannerman basically dead. We'll just charge him once more. Tech up's underway, but Krakeny notably quicker here. This Uma Bannerman is once again gonna idle out the build force. I mean, this is absolutely huge for Krakeny right now. Eco-wise, they are neck and neck. But feeling balanced opportunities on the map, they are miles apart, right? Krakeny is spread wide. He's not being harassed at all in any meaningful way. On top of that, Gully is condensed on one location with limited resources and losses mounting. These farmhouse kills. So, little kind of tip. I actually think that this is the worst Civ in the game to try and kill houses off. Because the issue is, on average, a Japanese player will already have surplus housing out due to them being mills. So it kind of feels like a moot play. To be honest, Gully doesn't have many alternative choices right now. I mean, he could have tried to scout for the boar. But at the same time, I'd say it's more value to burn down farms than it is farmhouses. right? Farmhouses is actively costing your opponent something because farms rather is actively costing something because they're missing out on the wood tick from Kurosawa House. Whereas killing a farmhouse, like by the time you get rid of it, that extra wood tick allows him to build another farmhouse. Onagishi now chasing out, and this is looking bad. Gully Deco now with a switch into archers, but the scary part about Japanese at this point in the game is they're very baiting. You've just seen a rack spam unit come out. It's very easy for Crackety to prep the transition into Samurai from here. Might not even need to though, right? With this type of mobility, archers are going to struggle to slow him down. Also, the first crossbowman just slowing down the formation further. Crackety will back away. Behind this, a movement out towards relics does commence for the Shinto priests. And honestly, looking at the spawn here, very feasible for Crackety to get 4 relics in a game like this. So Gully needs to be quick with getting his own imams out. Onagishi, they have got the aura. I love the confidence into the immediate nope. It's like, yep, we can beat them. Look at them. It's just like a few people with long sticks and no... Oh, wait, they've got that guy juicing them up. Nope, we're getting out of here. No one wants to mess with the Katana Bannerman. Outside this, archery is now being added in. Interesting. Could this... I mean, this should just be Onimusha. Onimusha have more range than archers, and it also gives you mobility to raid. Like, having Onimusha, it's just basically a mobile crossbowman plus a horse archer in one. There's nothing to not like about these guys. Or gals, rather. Relics now being picked up on both sides. Nice play into the center by Gully. Does actually secure one of the more difficultly located relics. I don't think that was even a word. Difficultly. Not with the way I was using it, no. And not with the way Gully's using his army. This is also a no. Worst thing you can possibly do without a scout is walk into these tree lines. That is a death sentence, my friend. I mean, the one way you can get an edge here is if the Onagishi cannot gap close. Warlord comes out. Crackety quick to move away, though. It's so annoying dealing with Onagishi like this. The mobility factor is just so problematic. Looks like backstab comes in for the Knights, though. However, without the army to support, it's still a bad trade for Gully. Oh my god, Crackety doesn't know, right? No, you don't know? I can't believe that. Look at his vision. He's so close to seeing it. He mentioned in chat, I've noticed there's a lot of Golden Pit. It does have a tendency to do this, the edge spawns on the relics more than any other map. What a cheeky but cool play by Crackety, by the way. Look at this. Moves his woodline far, far away. Wait, is this fast imp? I mean, it kind of looks like fast imp. You can't, right? No, you're going to have to invest. There's way too big of an army coming your way. So the cool thing about Crackety putting his eco out here is it means that there's enough garrison spots at home for most of his economy, right? Like, you want to do this a lot where you can. If you can mask eco in areas, it means that those in risky circumstances like near the TC, near the Kura, there'll always be enough room for the majority to garrison. Raikim's in the right side though. Crackety, slow to pull away here. Not that there's any real pulling away that you can do. Army now reacting. Crackety feeling confident he can take this fight, but I'm not sure you can. Kind sir, this feels a bit premature. Meat grinder, I guess? I mean, Gully's kind of backing up, right? Which is a bit weird to see here. Militarily, he is ahead, but a decent chunk of that isn't in the fight. So Crackety will just have to back up. He got a better exchange than he probably should have, right? Because he had mass Onagishi there, and the archer count, I think it was around like 10 or 15 in that fight. So he's trading out well with the spears, the crossbows, the Sipahi. But now with a mass switch up into Onimusha, it's quite interesting. With that extra 0.5 tar range, you can actually just infinitely kite out these archers. Mango is still going to be a problem, though. Horseman now also being added in. Love to see that. This game really began with a stables play, and it might just be defined by it. Right now, after those spearmen got wiped out by the Onagishi, Gully doesn't actually have an answer to mass cavalry. Gully does need to hit that TC soon, though. I think he's a little bit hesitant. Like, at this stage, you kind of just need to get rid of this factor so you're scaling ahead of your opponent. Because right now, even though you're winning the military fights, you're not winning much else, right? Like, you traded kind of even on eco. You have got relics to your edge, but you know that with the amount of units you saw from the Daimyo, this is going to be a Shogunate booster, which means a lot more food for your opponent. A big shout out to Always Cursing coming through from the resub. Remember, guys, be subscribed to the Twitch side. Supports me, and also make sure you guys don't have to worry about ads. And that'll be all the ads that I will give for the time being. Onimusha, cutting down a few of these knights. Wait, what? Wait. Oh, for God's sake, Krakeny, we've been through this before. You need a rebind. I've noticed Krakeny do this before. It's because of the keybinds. It's very easy to just thumb on the Yuumi. The Yuumi have no purpose here because the aura got changed. Right? Onimusha get buffed by Uma Bannerman. They do not get buffed at all by Yuumi. A little bit expensive as well when you think about the cost of those losses, right? Yuumi aren't exactly cheap. 30 gold and 100 food. Yeah, why is Musha bound to R? They shouldn't be. Mine isn't. You got a weird key layout, my friend. I'm on W. I'm on the default. W-E, 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 W-E. What do you mean the Bannerman? Because you're adding in Bannerman Katana. It got lost in German translation. Really? I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, if it's not HRE, is it really German? There you go. Oh, raid coming in. Yo! What a big one here. Onimusha starts stepping away. Villagers getting baited. A good raid in. And Krakeny has built quite the cracking lead off the back of that. Okay, that was sick. Krakeny even just baiting the villagers to their death now. They just can't even think to run away at this stage. So a heavy loss here. Gully, like, dude, can you just... He's warded off, but why were the villagers chasing this entire time? I do not know. 4 archers actually will lose this fight, by the way. So you need to get a few more out here. Onimusha finally cornered. Will be taken down, but now with a 12 eco lead, Gully needs to be pushing in. Instead, he's just guarding the castle. Oh, man. Wait, Krakeny's even been maxing the last Onimushas. Okay, this is an absolute disaster for Gully. He brought back half of his army for this. Really? Really? So I'm pretty sure Gully's watching this game right now, and he's probably realizing that that's the moment where you should have gone in. That's the moment where you should have punished Krakeny, when militarily you should have been ahead, right? Because you've got passive reduction. Your eco was good before that fight. Instead, sending half the army back to deal with this means he's not in a position to dive. And it means Krakeny is now getting fully fleshed out on the farms. We are up to an insane count at this stage. 37 farms and going upwards. His food income is going to rocket to 4 times Gully's. Onimusha. Interesting. So I think I can explain why Gully thought that Krakeny was on free TC. It's because of the stone gathering. You've got to remember the Japanese, it's actually not always going into TCs. It's usually going into daimyos. And the kind of alarm bell ringing moment for you in this game, Gully, should have been when you saw that your opponent had double Uma Bannerman in your base. That should have been the giveaway that all the stone was being hoarded for TC upgrades, not just for the TC boon. Interestingly enough, actually, he is now upgrading to level 2 Daimyo on the extension TC. Yeah, he mined out the whole stone for the Shogunate. Shogunate costs quite a lot, remember. Shogunate Castle is going to cost you in total 2,100 stone. So that's almost 2 stone outcroppings you have to gather just to upgrade your primary TC to full. Before Shogunate. Got you. Even so, right, if he's on... I'd say, like, if your fortress is on free TC, that... If anything, that ramps up your need to go in. Either you go in or you go imp. But you have to do either fast. And the problem is, like, going imp fast when your food is kind of this pitiful isn't a great option. Also, I noticed a lot of players typically do this where they kind of overburden the wood, and I've done this as well, but you don't immediately start using it for a farm transition, right? There's no smooth shift over here. if you want to be optimal about this timing, it shouldn't be wait for 2,000 wood, then spam. It should be like, oh, I've got 800 wood, build another farm cluster. Oh, I've got 800 wood, another farm cluster. Instead, right now you're sitting on 2.5k wood. Farm count is not looking great, right? I think you're at 21 farms. Compare that to the other side. The better farms, Crackly is at 64. Oh my dear God. Well, there's going to be no one left to marry and have kids in this kingdom at this rate, because this seems to be a lot of Onna Bagisha and Samurai going to war. Mass Rams as well. Crackly, he wants that gold. He is about to run out himself, right? I think he's exhausted all gold here. In fact, actively trading with food just to try and get the army together. Gully, I don't know if his army's big enough to hold this. This is a lot of melee. Love that Onimusha is a supporting factor against the front line of men-at-arms. Not that you really need help with that, right? When you've got this many samurai, with the Odachi, they eviscerate men-at-arms. That keep may be a non-factor. Great Bombards, they don't unlock until Imperial Age. Crackety. Now fully popped. This is the moment to go, right? He's just prepping more racks just to make sure he's got the military churn non-stop. Istanbul Observatory on the way. Gully Deku. Wait, is Crackety waiting for the tech timer to make this push? That's pretty genius if so. Right, the logic is that Gully won't have reserves to keep pumping. I mean, funnily enough, if Gully optimized his eco, he'd have a lot of reserves to work with here. Observatory coming up. 7 Rams, and Gully does not know. He cannot see past the Stealth Forest. Wolves going up, but it's not going to matter. 7 Rams coming in at the worst possible time for Gully Deku. Upgrades won't be in. Army will not have an ability to reboom with a lack of food here. This is going to hit. Crackly marches forward. Rams are already in on the keep. Wolves will not be complete. Villagers now being massacred. Gully Deku trying to stand his ground. Finally goes to the garrison. Mangonels get some shots out, but the charge in by the Samurai, uncontested. Siege completely exposed. And Mango's all going down. Onimusha behind this, still absolutely fine. Onna Bagisha just mince-meeting their way through the front line. Castle is going to fall. Crackety low on military force, but should have enough to break the keep and keep breaking through. Great Bombard has been rushed out. Might be enough to recover this. Crackety needs more gold, though. Needs more army. The mass arch is standing their ground, but the Onimusha, the thing that scares me here, folks, there's nothing to actually answer them right now. Oh man, this is kind of awkward, right? Like, actually, usually in this type of position, you think that the Japanese players GG'd out, but all I'm seeing is mass samurai to cannon fodder and Onimusha that actually add a lot of damage in here that are completely uncounted. Great Bombard's now trying to answer it, but main army getting small. Great Bombard count getting big, but if you have nothing to defend that, it means the Samurai will clear up. Dude, and now they're targeting onto the Rams. Rams just getting rid of the Siege Workshops. This is going bad. Gully, he put everything into that. Mass wood and mass gold to try and mass up the Great Bombards, but the amassment was not high enough. Great Bombards with 350 HP will not last long enough here. A sick fight by Crackety to take control of the center. A big shout out to Silent Aki with a resub. So right now we're going to start to see Gully submit to the power of the Japanese, gathering gold on the edge. But folks, this is a dire point to give up the gold. He has 1,800 back at home. He has 4 relics, but he's about to lose control of the fat clusters. And in Imp Age, that is a bad position to find yourself in as the Ottomans. Rebooming Janissaries, rebooming Great Bombards becomes incredibly difficult. Nigh on impossible. And now more villagers dying. Gully now 30 eco behind. I mean, you've got the increased passive production of Imp Ottomans, but even that can only do so much here. And it looks like Crackety has done enough. Tanagashima Gunsmith now on the way. Such a sick move, right? I don't think it's easy often to punish people for their imp play, for their imp timing. It's more typical that you can actually kill someone off of a feudal to castle age transition than a castle to imp age transition. But the timing by Crackety in this game was pitch perfect. And now the overflow effect is going to be felt. Rams break down the walls. Funnily enough, he still breaks through the walls with the torches. Only time where Gully is going to be able to get a good trade right now is with Crackety in the middle of a tech up. Unfortunately, that may not hold true here. 3.4k food a minute, 2k gold. This push is going to be never ending. Janissaries are at least elited up, but they're about to get yeeted out. Remember, in this fight, it's not a good one for them. Deflective armor, absorb shots. Adachi means that they get hit for 19 damage. And they aren't as tanky as hand cannoneers, so although he will clear up the Master Samurais here, he still takes a hit for it. Behind this, all I can see is gold. All of it. And Crackney loves every bit of it. The feel of it, the touch of it, the smell of it. In fact, I don't know if you guys know, but Crackney even happened to have something painted gold in a smelting accident. It's kind of weird, right? Like, usually in a game like this, Ottomans are pretty favored at this point in the game, right? Like, you get 5 or 6 great bombards and you go, but I think we've seen a few Ottoman players struggle from this point onwards. If you lose the gold control in the center, you can't mass great bombards, not quick enough. And Japanese might need gold, sure, but they need it in smaller clumps, right? They need it per unit quite low for the Samurai, for the Onibagisha. And if they control the center, this flood's never going to stop. So the issue now for Gully Deco is if he loses this army, he has no ability to rush a rebuild. Crackney is just going to buy some time. The other scary thing, actually, about this matchup is if it's not just about the gold, it's now the fact that as things kind of slow down and nothing happens for a few minutes, what's Crackney doing? He's putting up these stockpile tickets that allows him to get into Azutsu, Great Bombards, or sorry, Bombards rather, whatever he wants for free. We're also now looking at Oda Tactics. Yeah, Oda Tactics really just kind of breaks the game open in my eyes time and time again. The unique detail for this Civ to have been given Elite Army Tactics with torch damage as well is actually quite the ball buster. And funnily enough, that comes from the people without the balls. The Onibagisha are the reason why I think this tech is so strong. The ability to just rush into someone's base and burn everything down is absurd with these units at this stage. And this doesn't bode well either. Mass Sipahi up against Mass Onibagisha. I'll never be able to favor them there. You've even got now Spearman being upgraded, so Nagayari in the way. Nagayari, of course, a perfect counter. Actually turns Japanese into like a top 4 spear civ with the extra range and extra damage they get versus Cav. Now, Janissary could still be the saving grace of Gully, but once again, have to highlight with the lack of long-term gold access, losing them doesn't become an option, right? They always have to live. Onibagisha flapping on in. Yeah, it just doesn't look fair, does it? I mean, like, actually, these armies were similar in cost if it was just Onibagisha. Of course, some samurais are absorbing as well. That means that Gully, like, you can't afford to lose split troops like that. It's all at once or never at all. What on earth is that gate? Luckily, the Onibagisha are not looking. But Gully, remember, he's still 30 eco behind. You've got all this passive reduction, but the problem as well is with Gully being at mass 200 pop, not fighting, it's really bad. Being at 200 pop might sound like a good thing, but it's actually a terrible thing for the Ottomans. It means that your passive production isn't doing anything. It's waiting, right? It's like you're 11 months into a birth. Like, why will this baby not come out? It's actually a really big deal. So Gully needs to start forcing some fights, but there's that Oda Tactics I talked about. Just look at the absurdity of how quickly they torch these down. No shot. No hopes of repairing. And funnily enough, Gully Deco going mass crossbows doesn't have the movement speed to chase this. This is like the fat security guard being like yelling at the kids, get back here. And then they just keep skateboarding off. It's so difficult to stop this once the gate's open. Onibagisha now starting to reach into that eco. Meanwhile, a big clump of the army massing it in the center, but keep in mind the amount of troops he's sent to deal with this is disproportionate. It means that Crackney should be able to fight with more in the center, but right now, a little bit over-ecoed, right? He's building up the reserves. Onibagisha once again reaching in and finding the gold line. Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. This is starting to feel the longest pregnancy. This is a 12-month baby now. I mean, Gully, like, he's finally able to buff them out, right? But it's not for good reason. Village is going down in this amount. Oh my god, Gully! With the reaction speed of a goldfish, it doesn't move them away at all. That's 20 plus villagers down! I mean, the ladies are going to die, but they high-five each other as they go to their grave. Goal achieved. Gully in trouble now. And Ozutsu have arrived. Oh my. Ozutsu here up against the clumped up Janissary, a perfect solution. Now, Crackety, this is the point where you're allowed to farm the Yuumi Bannerman. So, there we go. There we go. That's where the misclicks pay off. So Yuumi Bannerman, of course, do buff up the Ozutsu. They've also got Gunpowder Tech, so now they hit for a lofty 39 damage per strike. And watch what it does to this. Hello. Not as much as you think, right? 35 ranged armor. Remember, these shots are range damage, but instead, what they can do against the Janissary is big. Moving in here. A strike down to the front line. Janny count only 18. Great Bombards have now arrived to deal with the Bull Boys, but nice split off there. Crackety IDing which ones are being targeted. Gully holding for the moment. Janny count getting low, now down to just 10. And the wave is never ending here. You know, it looks like a bad fight due to the siege at the back, but the Ozutsu done what they needed to. He broke the Janny formation. Gully now down to just 10 of those. Although his military count looks big, it's mainly the crossbows, and with more Onibagisha, that is easily broken here. In fact, even Spears, right? Like, all this. Spears, like, the reason why I said that the Spears are Japanese, like a top 4 spear civ, Nagayari in the late game for the buff damage against Cav and the attack range, but also it's the Bannerman plus the fact they get an extra melee tech compared to any other civ in the game. It actually makes these a pretty decent choice this late in the game, hitting for 18 damage, especially against crossbows that just get no value here. It also means on a map where you're running out of gold access, Crackety is able to remain a little bit more optimal about his gold usage, right? He can stick it all into Onibagisha, and then Spears can make up the cannon fodder to kind of absorb so that the Onibagisha can clap everything in front of them. There's no reason Ottomans should still be in this game. Wait, have you not heard of the military schools? 3 units? Is it time to rant like you're a StarCraft player? It might be. I mean, it's actually the Great Bombards that are the bigger problem. I like that Crackety hasn't tried to answer this with Springalds. It just doesn't feel like it would work, right? Like, it just takes so long to get rid of them, even with Springalds. So instead, just trying to kind of like headbutt these fights, he has got 4k food income. You can afford to just kind of relentlessly send people in. In fact, Crackety, 2/3 of his economy are on food. 85 workers right now. Burn down the forge. Well played, Gully. Targeting out the Yorishiro forges here. That is going to be quite annoying. Remember, this stage of the game, Crackety has got the upgrade, so he's got 6 of these Yorishiros. That's actually why he's able to afford the gold. If we check a temple, you'll see. Yeah, he took the tech. So right now, he is getting, what was that end up being? It would be 450 gold a minute, passive, from Yorishiros. That's why he's still alive. So once again, Temple of Equality sucks. Floating Gate got buffed. I mean, it's already going to be hard enough to justify Temple of Equality, but those extra 2 Yorishiras now in him, it feels almost impossible. Long wall attempt by Gully. Needs to complete that soon. Military-wise, he's very far ahead. 113 to 76, but it's the reboom that scares me. And only right now has 2 Great Bombards, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, yeah, he's not blocking the additional one yet. Still 2 Great Bombards. Isn't that scary? Mass crossbows. Have to stand their ground. Spearman and Onibagisha charge on in. And what? He goes after the Ozutsu. I think that might be a mistake. I think these crossbows are going to struggle to clear this up quick enough. Ozutsu numbers are getting low. Great Bombards need to turn on the cluster. Gully Deku able to hold, though. Janissary's numbers just too high this time. Springalds are coming in now, though. Sipahi do backstabber. Gully looking good all of a sudden. Wow. I misread that. I did not expect that many Janissaries to be in that fight there. But credit to him. 20 Janissaries, the crossbows with that attack speed aura as well. Able to annihilate Crackety. Crackety right now, He might just have to donate all of his food to save the Children Foundation or something. I mean, he could feed the world. Right now, he can't sustain an army. 35 gold in reserve, 400 gold income. Gully, he's got the Sacred Sites. He should be able to hold them. I'm trying to find a way that Krakeny gets back in this now. I mean, that was really impressive. I didn't expect it to be that one-sided. The Onibagisha done nothing. This is a very cozy game now for Gully. The only way I can see this working out for Krakeny is if he sends Onibagisha to deal with the remaining eco that Gully has. Because gold isn't looking great, right? So if Gully does start losing great bombards, it's going to be a GG-type move. And actually, it's going to happen now. Springhold's styming him out. Gully, stop chasing! Shoot this! Shoot this! Oh my god. Great bombards get baited. And now Gully's own walls used against him. Sipahi tried to roam through, but that's Mass Onibagisha waiting to meet them. Sipahi, they need these anti-siege kills. They need them fast. Great bombards does stay alive. Army distracted on the left side here. Krakeny does peel him back. But Sipahi make their way in. And funnily enough, Krakeny has stopped pumping spears, so the Sipahi can get reasonable trades. The dive comes in. Renewed aggression. Only one great bombard. Second one comes in from range for the backup. Janissary count kept down to 20. Crossbows now down to 20 as well. But Krakeny being quadrupled in military right now. Oh my, oh my. Oh my god. Tell me you're out of gold without saying you're out of gold. 130 Nagayari Spearmen get queued up. Are you Japanese or are you a Bassid? In that case, you might be a bad Sid. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke. Last of the Sipahi being chased after. Eco-wise, he still has 85 farms to occupy. Sacred Site timer is still ticking, but it looks like it's going to be a decap attempt now coming on the right side. And wait, really? Bruh. So someone's saying market that food. He has been. The rate is really, really bad. If I can find his marketplace now, because I think he built another one. The rate went really low, right? Because he would have boomed as much gold from food as possible. Yeah, he'll get 12 gold per 100 food. It doesn't matter. The amount of time you'd have to spend selling food would be wasted APM elsewhere at this stage. It's that bad. And once again, Gully goes after the forges. Only this time, the Nagayari will clear him up. Sacred Site's still locked in, though. It's still 7 minutes away. It's very difficult. I think Gully, the issue I'm seeing in this game is he's actually dominating these fights, but the reason why I refuse to just call the GG is because he won't GG it. He's not securing the sites with stone walls. He's not pushing in, right? Instead, Krakeny has snuck out through the tree line. He's built proxy raxes. He keeps going for the decap, and Gully doesn't realize it. I'm sorry. He's raiding you with spearmen. This borderline feels like Japanese BM at this stage. I mean, it's working. Has sent archers back to deal with it. Surely Gully realizes he's up against mass spearmen now, right? I mean, when you see this many pokey sticks. Oh, what? Great bombards, they're gonna get pinched! Krakeny! He can get all three here. What a sick move! Can he finish it off? Two go down. And Gully Decker will count his lucky stripes. It wasn't free. Because it should have been. Oh my god. Gully, he's at least got gold to reboom, but rushing a reboom with these is expensive. 800 gold per. Cheeky boy. Krakeny refusing to give in. Has stockpiled some gold now, so it looks like he's researching into a different unit type, and we are now getting mangonels. Now, funny detail here, folks. These walls pose a problem for Gully. Great bombards can't shoot through walls. Mangos can shoot over them. So if Gully plays around these walls a little bit too leniently, those mangoes could destroy this army. Like, it's basically full range versus melee right now. But the mango detail by Krakeny could actually clutch the game up. Sapahi's still raiding. Crackly losing a little bit more eco, but that just gives him breathing room to push more military right now. I don't think he really needs more food at this stage. He has 20,000 food in reserve. Sacred Site. Wait, this might be the decap. Golly. TikTok goes the clock. This is going to be tight, actually. He needs to get right on top of that site. Crackety almost gets it. And in fact, it looks like he will. Sacred Site win condition removed. Oh, man, Golly. It feels like an outpost would tell you everything you need to know in this area. Instead, mistakes made. Decap successful, and now Crackety, he wipes the sweat from his brow and immediately uses the Tanegashima Gunsmith to spawn the Bombards. What? Look at the siege count. 5 mangoes, 4 Bombards. And Golly, he got baited. Only 5 Sapahi. This is looking bad. Bombards move in. Great Bombard down. Crackety, doubled up in military. Can he do this? There's no way, right? Surely no way. Mangoes move up, though, to make the way. And the smushing begins. Golly, this is even worse. All these damaged bars means he's not able to actively produce more, and they're starting to get crushed. Bombard's moving in as well, just to make sure there's no great Bombard counter. Sapahi try to wrap through, just a few of them to break this. Crackety stands his ground with the mangoes, though. The Bombards as well. Every piece of siege to hold the choke. Right now, this is starting to feel like a choke. Golly, all of a sudden, finding himself closer and closer to the military numbers of Crackety. Crackety actually with the military lead here. Bombards just breaking down units one by one, and the Sapahi flooding through one by one, just not quick enough. Azutsu behind this. Onobugisha as well. Nagayari Spears. Is it enough to break through? It's looking like it might. Golly, he's down to 130 population now. This is it. You want to know how the Ottomans stay in this. They stay in it off of good trades, but that is no longer the case. Great Bombards and Springolds should be able to target down the last of the Great Bombards. And that should be the last of Golly Dekel. No standing army to hold the choke point. No way to hold on to this area. And a critical point when he needed the breakout, Crackety finds the way. And now it's a flood through. Japanese quite often resemble the Zergs. And right now, Crackety is about to show you why. Mass Spearmen, mass Onobugisha to overwhelm the quality of Golly's army. Dude, what a sick read there. Golly, a bit too complacent in this game, and I think he's going to know it as well. Crackety, given the time he needed to get enough tickets for Bombard spam, as well as gold for Mangonels, he finds the one fight that matters when it matters most. Golly, without the food to keep up, without the wood to keep up, has no way of recovering this game anymore. And you can guarantee Crackety with almost 200 spearmen queued up in reserve will give him no opportunity. GG comes out. A drop of the ball by Golly, but a magnificent catch by Crackety. Yeah, who would have known the way to beat Ottoman Siege is to out-siege them. Oh, lordy. That was an ugly game in the end. What do I even call that one? It's got to be to do with the Spearman, right? It's bad when you're building Spearmen. Good lord. Let's be honest, he has 1 siege. What do you mean? I think like that, yeah, so to me, the issue in that game, after watching 45 minutes of that, is that the way Golly played that game it was as if he was on King of the Hill. That genuinely, like, the way you play that Golly is like you're playing King of the Hill, and you can't do that there. You need to push in. You got baited into thinking that, like, the no gold was going to be good enough, and it's only true if you keep trading. But if you just sit there and wait, like, you should never... So a little tip with the Ottomans, if you ever find yourself at pop, you need to do something. Your Civ is weak the moment it reaches population cap, because all of a sudden, the entire unique thing that makes your Civ good, minus the Great Bombards, of course. The passive reduction doesn't do anything. It doesn't stockpile extra insta spawns, right? So anytime you're at population cap, you need to be throwing units into a fight. Do you think the old civs are a little worse off than the new civs? Considering how dominant Mongols, Delhi, and Rus are, no, I don't think so. Or do you mean the variant civs? Because we can go through that quickly. I think that's also a mixed bag. I think Abbasids are kind of in a bad place right now. So they're not the best example of the Ibids match up. I think China is still decent compared to Juji, actually. French versus Jean is the most like glaring one. HRE and OOTD, they're different playstyles. So in some cases, sure, I can see where you come from with that thought process. But not every new civ is better than the old ones. I think Jean and French need to be changed more so that they have some unique twists. I think Juji versus Chinese, like China, if they get late game, is just a better Juji. There's no doubt about that. It's just the meta doesn't really revolve around late game as much as it does mid game right now, which is why the Juji, even with the nerfs, still look very good. Okay, should we find someone else to cast though? Let's see who we've got. So give me a sec. Pull up some games. So I think B, is he playing some games? He's playing some, it's actually quite funny. Him and Anasan are just chilling and playing some custom team games right now, actually. Is there a team tournament coming up? Lash and Sassy are doing custom games right now. Interesting. Devils is hosting a team tourney. Ooh. Could maybe watch some of those games. Guess that's a possibility. Some 2v2s could be cool. Yeah, I didn't know about this tournament. Let's see if Tips or Corvinus have some interesting games live right now. I said Tips or Corvinus, they're actually fighting each other. Do you guys want Tips versus Corvinus live? Or do you want some Beastie, Wham, those type of people games? You can do either, I don't mind. Looks like some people are practicing forts, right? So I'm thinking we could do... Who else is there? There's an account that I've... Like, is that this Baltin, right? Baltin's been playing some more. Has he had any interesting matchups? He had a game against Numidan like 6 days ago, but I think Balu's been... Oh, no, we might be able to watch that one. There's Numidan versus Baltin. Which was... Where is it? Wait, what? It doesn't show up in his data. That's weird. That's very weird. Ottoman versus Japanese. Oh, it does. It's just very far down there. That might be in. So let's have a look. Wham? Let me have a look at Wham's games. Is he invested in Stormgate? I don't think he's been streaming Stormgate at all, right? So I don't know if he's playing Stormgate at all. I wonder if people are interested in actually watching Stormgate be streamed by me. Maybe. So let me check Wham's accounts. Because I think he might be playing custom. Date is hidden, so if I can find a way in, it's fair game. That's my law. Funnily enough, people who actually leave their data open, I don't try to snoop in on their custom games. That's the way my ethicalness works. Those that do try to hide their data, though, I'm like jackpot when I find it. So I like AoE4 is Privative, which was Anatan, of course. Has he had any interesting games against some people? Let me have a look. They will just always be Pepega? Well, I've thought about this before, Faye. I don't mind the... Like, you say your games are going to be Pepega, but if they're entertaining, I don't mind. If you got some interesting games, let me know which ones and I'll check them out. There is Avali, actually. We could maybe catch some Avali. Avali had some games versus Faye. Avali had a lot of games versus Faye. There was Avali versus that Bubbles account in a Jeanne d'Arc versus English. What kind of game is that? I think we might try to catch the Balu, aka Numidan versus Baltoon game, actually. That'd be really cool. And then maybe we do some Faye afterwards. So let me see if I can find Balu. He usually leaves Balu open, doesn't he? If I can find it. Just give me a sec. There's a bunch of Balus now, all of a sudden. So that's one nice thing of AoE4 World that I love, is that if you can see view summary in AoE4 World, you know that they're not hidden, which is quite nice. So let's go ahead and put Numidan versus Baltoon as the title. Bal of the North, right? Scandinavians clashing. Top Swedes in the region. Which account was Balu's act? Which one was it? God damn it! This is annoying. There's too many Balus. Why is everyone being a Balu? You baboons, stop doing this to me. Just have to find them. It was caps, not lowercase, right? Yes, we're looking for a caps one. So, bear with me a sec. I just thought, actually, with Stormgate, does that mean that it's going to be Pig and Drongo casting together? I think it might be. That's interesting. Double Aussie. It's always interesting when you get people from the same country casting together. Like, I remember when that would happen when you get like double Brit and people were like, I don't understand. Like, if you weren't a Brit, I remember the comments were like, I don't know which one's which. Which one's speaking right now? Alright, I think I found Balu. Let's have a look. This is Balu. He had a game versus Core, actually. Eyebrows, eyebrows. Eyebrows. Maybe we do 2 Numidan games. Numidan versus Core, maybe? Could be cool. I don't think we've seen that one. And then we could do Numidan versus Baltoon. We'll do Baltoon versus Numidan first. If it shows, I need to scroll down for Dry Arabia. He also had a game versus Dumu. Interesting. We'll do the Japanese one first, though. Just in case Numidan suddenly comes online and plays a fresh game. Because then we'd be robbed. Oh, let me load the game, hide the data, and then we can get in on the fun. Alright then, lads. Alright, let's kick into it. Welcome back to For Action. I had to check in on these two, man. It's the Battle of the North. That's right, Scandinavia go crazy. We have got Baltoon versus Numidan. That's right, Numidan over here in the yellow playing as the Japanese on his Balu account. And then Baltoon pretending to be, I believe, Chinese here in the blue as the Ottomans. This is interesting, actually. This is the 2 top Swedes facing off, right? Like, I'm trying to think, like, who else have we got from Sweden? I think the other one that would come to mind would probably be Kazi Johan, but Kazi Johan, I think he'll admit, like, you know, he's decent, he's on the rise, but these two are definitely the favored from that country. You know, this kind of reminds me, I actually miss my boy Nevix. Shout out to Nevix, wherever he is, whatever he's doing right now. You guys might remember Nevix from the start of Age of Empires 4. Absolute mad chad with 3 accounts in the top 30, despite the fact he didn't even come from an RTS heritage, right? He was a FPS player in Overwatch. Just cool to see. Excited, actually, to see if we get some more faces returning to AoE4 in 2024. I love the fact that we've got Numidan back and forth though. So Japan opening looks like it's going to be a 1-on-1 scout. And funnily enough, we have got the military school drop immediately out of Baltoon. So looking to get some aggro work done. Interesting choice, actually, because we have seen alternatively a lot of the time the Ottoman players use that initial spearman to push in the nearby deer, but not this game. And Well, they're running into quite the trap because look at what Numadon is doing. He's building the Coca Township on land. Reminder, this game happened after the patch. The Coca Township just got nerfed. The first Shinobi isn't an insta-spawn. You have to wait 20 seconds. With that nerf, most players don't even dream of building this, especially on land. But Numadon, he's up to something special here. I'm not sure what the plan is. This is a very weird build against Ottomans specifically, as usually this is effective against loose production, and Ottomans don't tend to loosen their production until they've got a very big base. First spear does come out, though. We're on 2-turn speed just for the early game, so we can get into the action deep here. Tech up complete. Coming on the other side in just a few seconds as well. And the first Shinobi should be able to push this away. The Spearman already actually running off, happy with what he's done. Yeah, so this is where I'd like the second Spearman to just not come here and just deal with the deer. If you push these deer in, you have so much longevity safely underneath your base. And that means that you can go for more aggressive raids while your opponent has to defend. So we have got the Archer player coming. So the reason why I have seen people going for Coca Township is to force their opponent to do something. That's something being Archers, right? So if we see an immediate transition to stables, it makes a lot of sense. But I don't know, man. 4 people out on the gold. It could just be for the tech ups. I hope that this is a plan to stables. Otherwise, what Numadon's done here doesn't make much sense. Always a good sign when a scout is able to chase away 2 Spearmen, right? But that's the power of the Shinobi. If you turn around for a second, it's going to tear you a new one with the 20 damage. Not to mention the bonus damage they get up against melee units. Pretty bloody effective. Outpost is going to be the solution against that, though. And I mean, I imagine from this position, you really just look to go fast castle, right? With the Ottomans. You could trade it all in, but I think the issue with playing all in is your opponent might be baiting you into a secondary layer of the comp. That is a surprising choice, though. Numadon drops the racks, and he's going for Samurai. Now, he has forced the bait into Archers, but like Samurai up against Archers in small numbers doesn't really cut it. And you really need enough food to guarantee it works long-term. And the problem is that in this game, Numadon doesn't really have long-term food, right? The transition to farms is going to be difficult. In fact, this is a big part of why most players go Kura Storehouse. It gives you a little bit more wiggle room on your finite food count, as well as your transition away from that into permanent food on farms. Coca Township takes that away. Not to mention the fact that even if those farms are fleshed out, you get wood afterwards, which helps that farm transition further. These are all eco benefits that Numadon has sacrificed to the Shinobi play. And so far, I'm not sure I'm convinced that the Shinobi have gotten value. So Berry Gathering is going to be fastest. So if this is a fast castle race, it looks like Balu is going to be a little bit slower than what we're seeing out of Baltun. It doesn't just define the game there, though, right? Like, I think Castle Age beginning is much stronger for Japanese than it is for Ottomans. Instead, Numadon is going all in on feudal here. Second Rax gets added in. Samurai now on the way, but incredibly slow. The timing could add up if you have double Rax push here, that you maybe catch your opponent in the middle of a tech up, but it's very difficult. He has got a few archers. He has got static point defenses up against Shinobi. The Mount Samurai can only tank so much. They have at least got the undermesh to prep for that. What a curious game. I didn't really expect this to be the case when I got into this game. I thought maybe it'd be the other way around, where the Ottoman player tries to force an all-in and the Japanese player fast castles, but both of them have altered my expectations in this matchup. Samurai charging underneath the outpost now. Sabotage is going to come out, so that's a heavy amount of damage already instantly. Pretty cool idea there, but remember, you can't double down on this. You have to wait for the burn to now run out before you can sabo again. You did lose a Samurai for it, and funnily enough, it's actually going to be an outpost play. What? Surely this doesn't work. I mean, I'm saying that, but the last of the gold hasn't been gathered yet. This is a little bit problematic coming out from Baltun. I think he just needs to focus on getting that gold, even if it costs you a villager. Because the longer you get idled here, the more worthless your economy now becomes. Right now, at this stage of the game, Baltun is idling out with over 2,000 food. It's just sitting there unused. That's actually crazy. The dive continues now towards the primary. Samurai still getting reasonable trades here, forcing that idle time. Another burn comes through onto the outpost, and it's getting low. Shinobi looks like he's going to go down. No Shunshin away. In fact, the Shunshin comes in, so it looks like he's trying to snipe villagers now. Does sabotage the TC. That is sick. Numidon has just disabled the TC, which means that 1.5 villages less now exist for the Ottomans at this stage in the game. That outpost almost dead. In fact, Perma on fire now, that low. I actually can't believe this. He does at least get the gold with 9 to spare, but the tech up hasn't started yet. Okay, you don't want to know what's crazy about this right now? I feel like Baltoon ego-chowed this. At any stage, with that much wood, he could have walked 3 villages out to the backside, like that, and built a mining camp. He didn't do this. So instead now, Numidon gets value. Outpost comes out on the 4 gold. A follow-up outpost now shifting towards the wood line. That's at least going to be idled out, but this game is incredibly uncomfortable for Baltoon. I want to mention more Samurai coming. And also, he just doesn't have any active production, right? So no way of getting his hands on any crossbows quickly here. In fact, folks, this is about as raw and naked as it gets. Military school, a blacksmith, and a Mehmed Imperial Armory. He's trying to fix up the archery ranges, but that's going to be a slow process. And in the meantime, Numidon is going to block out the wood line. On both sides, right? Wrapping around to the backside of the gold now. Baltoon, are you kidding me? No way. Outpost does get scouted. Numidon slow to react there, though. And people asking, yes, blue is Baltoon here. The account comes from Sweden. Baltoon has had this type of name before. And then Imperial Armory is going to be rushed up. More Mount Samurai diving in, and that's going to be more idle time achieved. Tech up at least complete. But Numidon now able to force a hell of a lot of idle time at a critical point for blue. Man, this is so oppressive. Like, I can't actually believe he's making this game look this close. Good lord. More villagers being taken down. 3 kills so far in this game. Numidon now up to a 5 eco lead. Behind this, now switching over into Onibagisha. He's not slowing down, is he? Food gathering out on the flanks as well. Love that detail. Chef's kiss. Numidon right now has map control. He's forcing his opponent to go into crossbows, which means there's no threat of raids. So he should be using risky resources before he uses what's safe. And also another cool detail is because he's playing onto berries as well, gathering rate is superior. Berries, plus the fact he's also playing onto deer, that's survival techniques. This is all much better than the sheep at home. That being said, is this a slowdown point? I feel like Numidon has done good damage, but I'm not really sure how much more you can do here. He has at least got the TC being upgraded with the Daimyo mana, so there's a potential to play Bannerman and Onibagisha, and you have forced your opponent to go to crossbows, admittedly. This is just very crafty by Numidon, right? Like, he's basically exceeding his opponent's expectations each time, right? So his opponent plays into one thing, and then he's switching to the counter. So we started with the Ninja, which came from the Landmark. That forces archers. Then you go into Samurai. Then your opponent reacts by going into crossbows. All of a sudden, on the same type of production building, you have the counter of Onibagisha. Pretty crafty read. And now even actively gathering the stone on the front side. This could be... Is this going to be Castle Ace plus a second TC is what I'm now wondering. It feels a little bit greedy, but it could kind of make sense here, right? You go for a TC drop on the deer. That covers you. That delays the farm transition. And then when you come in for a farm transition, you actually have enough eco to get the wood required. Time being though, yo, you sick little gremlin. The soul read from Numidon, waiting for the Imam. And Nani? Is Numidon memeing? Temple of Equality. I mean, I've seen this win, folks, but I want to emphasize the game where we saw this win had nothing to do with this being built. So, what I'm curious now is whether Numidon, if he wins this game, if it's going to be based on that or in spite of that. Temple of Equality is not a good landmark. But Numidon apparently sees something in this game that has him feeling it could be desirable. I mean, in fairness, here's an interesting thought, actually. It affects bonus damage. So actually, these crossbows won't counter Samurai if you debuff them. On top of that, their base damage goes down to 6 against Onibagisha, which means they are just tickling. So in theory, there is some value here. It's not much, right? It's definitely grasping at straws, but apparently Numidon has something he wants to try out. I'm still a little bit flummoxed that it's getting built. I'm curious, actually. Like, let me know, people watching this. Has anyone actually found success with Temple of Equality because of Temple of Equality since the buff? Like, not have you won with it built. Has it mattered when you built it? One thing I am thinking could be that the reason behind this for Numidan is if he's going to stick on Samurai and Onobugisha and doesn't want to go Spears, then that means technically Ottomans can win with Lancers. But the funny thing about Lancers is they are slower to produce than the alternative units, and they have high base damage. So if you debuff them with these priests, with the Buddhist monks, it's very effective. It basically means that Onobugisha will win in an equal value fight up against knights. Can you guys... We are God! Fear us! I don't... don't stop moving them. I love the cancel animation. It's my favorite part about this game. Some people may not like it. I love the little bugged animations. It's a little bit of character to the game. Is Outpost down? Wait. That's a freebie. Baltoon. Baltoon! You need to repair. Oh, God. Yep, no, that is just dead. Mango. Please. No, with the crossbow! He just killed his own Mango. Oh, my God. That one crossbow with the grief. I mean, it does cost him almost 6 Onobugisha there, right? 5 went down in the end, but it's totally worth it to get rid of the first Mango. You can just keep massing more of these squishy ladies. More pre-spam coming out. I mean, it feels like a bit of a race now, right? Who can get the relics quicker? So far, Blue has been able to reclaim one, second one on the way home. He's shifting out for the third, but I don't know. Wait, where are you going here? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, he's trying to avoid the villagers. Unfortunately, that's going to be far too late. Funny detail behind this, Numidan is now queuing up the Zen, which gives you the gold generation on your monks every minute. It basically means these monks pay for themselves if they live for 4 minutes. It's kind of an interesting detail. I've highlighted before that if you have a comp that relies heavily on Confucian monks, it's actually really good. Like if you're up to 20 plus monks, then it's great. However, you're not often up to 20 plus monks. I think kind of another sore detail for me that I really don't like is that for some reason they decided that they wanted to put the increased healing rate on the Shinto, not on the Buddhists. I think that was a mistake from a balancing perspective, because the only way you're going to want to scale mass monks to a point where Zen's good is if you basically have half of them healing and half of them debuffing. And that only makes sense if they have a better healing rate. These ones don't. Temple of Equality is for when you match up against a much lower ranked player, so there can be more equality between the two sides. Wait, no. Then this is a Temple of Inequality, because Numidan is a lower rank than Baltoon. We solved it, guys. I mean, in fairness, like, men-at-arms and crossbows, that's a lot to debuff. Okay, I need to really go and double-check this in a private game at some point. I don't know if you can debuff Siege. If you can use Sohai Sutra on Siege, it's actually a really big deal here. So, like, you can't debuff Siege. Okay, thank you, Faye. I thought you could, I just want to double-check. So one thing that kind of, like, you know what, actually, you know what would be a sick way? Like, I think it might be borderline OP in the end, though. You know what would be a sick way of buffing Buddhist monks to make them good? Is if they could simultaneously heal and debuff a target. That would make them good. That might make them too good. That might have to be an imp tech, but they don't even have that as an imp tech. They just have things like 5 Mountain Ministries, which sounds OP until you realize it only casts Sohai Sutra on an enemy every 6 seconds while it's in range. Which is sad. I actually think if they made that so that it was an AoE aura that affected the entire enemy army while they're in range, you'd actually have some really cool builds involving proxy shrines. But as it stands, that's just not feasible. Numidan's still constricting the map. Not that much to play with behind this, right? Like, we're talking about small gold stack and secondary on the side. Has got the big rock. Food is maybe the more scary thing. Has got deer and berries for a little bit, but the rest is forward, right? Deer over here. In fairness, ball doesn't really affect you much. I'm just thinking from like a map control perspective. Numidan has got a lot more that he can freely access. These monks are gradually paying for themselves. A nice little gold trickle. Went out to 6. I love how aggressive these guys sound. I'm the only one who felt that like the Buddhist monk should have been a bit more peaceful sounding. They do sound a bit aggressive, don't they? I think they basically have the same voice actor as the samurai, or close to. What happens now? This game is very much slowed down. Numenor needs to start sorting farms soon, right? Yeah, they're now being added in. So once he's a sword, he has the option to try and go towards Imp. He has good map control, Sacred Site's locked in, gold trickle from all these Buddhist monks. It's kind of funny, actually, because at this pace, with the fact it's mainly men-at-arms, Buddhist monks are actually going to be very effective here. It's such a big difference in these fights, because the samurai, with their Adachi, were already going to win there. But now, Banner, Aura, Adachi, then the fact that you're going to be up against a 50% damage malice means these men-at-arms are nothing more than damage sponges. The crossbows behind them are not going to fare much better. Okay, I actually kind of love this. By casting it on the Lancer, you can't kill him quick enough. So that's why you build Buddhist monks, so they can save themselves. Ah, of course. Decap on the sights. That is not a fair fight. Is Baltune just trying... Yeah, he's greeting. He's going second TC. But look at what's happened behind this. Numenon's already there. So this eco lead that Numenon's built is going to be maintained. You have, of course, got passive reduction on one side, but now with what? Going up to 10 of these Buddhist monks, that's 250 passive gold a minute. In a game where Numenon also has 2 sacred sites and 3 relics. So he actually has quite a lot of gold income passively for himself. Then you add in the fact that the upgrade should be coming through, right? We're already on the level 2 Daimyo. The farms are just going to be performing a lot better than what the Ottomans have access to. I feel like Numenon needs to... not Numenon, sorry. Baltune needs to come out sooner rather than later. Because I could actually see this late game hurting him. I can't believe that I'm believing in the ways of the Buddhists, but I think it's just the gold access, really. We've seen so many games defined by your access to gold for Imperial Ottomans, right? Like, it's not very often just on its own you're able to get to a great Bombard GG with passive reduction. If you are, you've already won the game for another reason. But in this game, this feels like a neck-and-necker. Numenon already prepped for any CG encounters. 5 Springalds. Cheeky little move in. Poke at the forward military schools here. You know, this is funnily enough the position where having 2 or 3 Shinobi is worthwhile for the sabotages, just to disrupt the passive production. But why disrupt it when you can kill it? Moves in. Springles trade out. What on earth? He just tanked the mango shots there. I mean, you need to start using Sohai Sutra here. Hello? No, stop healing. Don't turn off the auto heal. Oh, God. Help. Turns around again. It's mass crossbows. Like, surely you just debuff the crossbows right now instead of looking for the heals. One Lancer's going to wrap around the backside of spread of the lines here. So many samurai up against mass crossbows. A terrible fight here for Numenon. Baltune is going to wipe him out. Even the OP Buddhist monk... Oh, sorry, I can't even... I can't even lie. Even the underpowered Buddhist monks are going to die. What a terrible fight from Numenon. I mean, leading with the monks like that was terrible. They absorbed a monk. They absorbed a monk shot. They absorbed a mangonel shot. That put them on heal mode. I think this is like a big beta. It reminds me of people with the Warrior Monk and Saint's Blessing, right? Fights that would be won because of Saint's Blessing, but instead, because they've got the auto heal toggled on, the moment anything gets touched, instead of attacking an enemy, they stand there waving their hands. It's the same with the Sohai Sutra. If you do not toggle off the heal, your unit is worthless for what it's intended for. It's unfortunate as well. I mean, it would have been a big damage mouse on those crossbows especially. Remember, Sohai Sutra does affect bonus damage, which means that these 21 damage hitting crossbows would have went down to 10. Instead, while the army of Numenon goes down, Baltune's going to head up. Observatory now on the way. Meantime, Shogunate Castle has now been built up, so it looks like the food gathering rate should be able to recover quickly for Numenon. He's also going to have to recover in age. An entire age behind. The only upside for him is right now, Baltoon doesn't want to push his luck here, backing up to protect his tech up as often you do. It might actually make it obvious to Numidan what's happening, but he needs to rebuild an army before he even considers an age up himself. And that's true. That's a fair point coming out from chat. I think that is probably the number one thing that you mentioned that would actually give Sohai Sutra a chance, is if it didn't cast its buff on the same enemy. Okay, hear me out. You're not going to like this, but I'm going to find a way to make this viable. Buddhist monks might be good if you have an APM over 300. You get what I'm getting at, right? If you click on each individual, click, 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 it could be good. But the problem with that idea is the level of micro to make it even remotely worthwhile is absurdly high, right? Like, typically, at the highest level in a lot of games, I think like Stormgate's trying to do this as well. I talked to one of the devs about this. They're trying to design a system where putting in a lot of extra micro gets you small advantages, but it doesn't get you an overwhelming advantage. The problem here is there's a clear argument as to whether that high, intense level of micro requirement gets you a big enough edge with these monks, and I'm not sure it does. Because you'd have to click through them quickly to give them targets, then you'd have to click through them again. It'd be consistent, because you couldn't even take time to queue up clicks, because it would take far too long to do individual Buddhists before moving on to the next. It's not ideal. Tanagashi with Gunsmith on the way. Buddhist monk count is actually escalating again. I think another thing I did recommend before is that actually to even remotely feel comparative to the Shinto, you should be able to produce Buddhist monks for free every 30 seconds or a minute. Something like that out of this landmark. Because that's another thing, right? Like, even at the beginning of Castle Age, you're just behind Floating Gate. Now with late game, with the extra 2 Yoroshiros, you're once again behind Floating Gate. So here's a thought, right? If you go Floating Gate and you have 6 Yoroshiros in Forges, that generates you 18 monks worth of gold passively. The difference is, although you can go past that number in Buddhist monk count, it's taking from another resource in your late game. It's taking from your population cap. So tech up complete. Baltoon, now I'm trying to move into Punish, but I mean, is Amir's army not really a GG end game type army? The Knights could be pretty impactful against Eco here, and there is a risk of that, which is why a gate is being made to move out of the way by Numidan. Well read there. But building Knights into Nagayari spear potential doesn't feel great here. It feels terrible. In fact, the spears are already in position for him, so these Knights immediately going to walk into their death. Elite upgrade just came in. So quick to move away at the critical time there. Baltoon was about to lose that fight quite convincingly. Mangoes now sieging into the Raxus. Numidan, how's the army looking? We've got a few Uzutsu to work with here. Not a great number of samurai. He's waiting for the Oda tactics, and it seems like he's waiting to see what he's up against before he makes a unit choice. Right? Like, at this stage, he has a lot of food and gold, but it's not being spent. Mangoes instead hit bloody hard, though. Baltoon not showing enough respect. He didn't bring in the anti-siege. Oh my dear god. And then what the formation shuffle? Mangoes, they might get another. Numidan. He jumped it a bit too soon there. That was a brilliant defense though. Baltoon did not prep the necessary anti-siege. Thought that Knights would be good enough, but great read there by Numidan to get spears ahead of time. Now, I didn't like that detail. I think sniping the siege was a mistake because Baltoon was in formation. You could have got close enough with the Mangoes. Instead, though, Baltoon does get away. Second wave is coming, and that is a lot of cavalry. But Numidan essentially playing China right now, right? You've just got siege, and then the thing that's meant to defend it. And a lot of that is spears. More to come. Nagayari upgrade also coming in soon. Trying to find the trickle of troops. Mangoes are going to be left a little bit exposed, but Numidan packs them up, moves them through. Brace just in time. The body blocks perfectly positioned. The Mangoes, they can target down those crossbows. Villagers also trying to build up a keep. And I don't think the Cav are going to break through quick enough here. Nagayari coming through in a few seconds. Baltoon not able to break Numidan fast enough. The price is going to be high. Cav is going to be eviscerated. And the mangoes are going to live. Crossbows aren't, though. Last of the range goes down. In fact, those mangoes, if they just target it here, it's going to be cancelled. Baltoon realizes it's turning against him. Rocks hailing from the sky. A breakthrough of spears. And what is it with Nagayari in my replays? There you go, guys. Sohai Sutra. OP. Stop those Janissary from winning the fight. I can't. Numenor, in spite of Temple of Equality, is winning this game. Sacred Sites should now be decapped. Baltoon set back hard here. He still has the eco lead, but military lead now heavily favoring Numenor. Oh my dear God. And if I'm not mistaken, was that... Yeah, that was a lack of any proper upgrades here, right? Did he have chem? I think he did. Did he have biology, though? No. No, that is the detail. Nagayari, really the difference maker when you compare to the fact that there's no biology on the other side. A big mistake made there by Baltoon. A guy who had over 20 cav did not have the tankiness to that cavalry. He pays the price. Numenor now in a very cushy position. 31 farms so far. Does need to add in a few more. Not the best income, but if your plan here is to play Siege plus Spears, it's good enough. Baltoon just carving up the map, trying to get walls in position. But unfortunately, the detail I'm seeing is kind of a problem here. There's no rush towards more Great Bombards, right? His lack of gold access right now is stinging him. He could try to access some over here, but admittedly, where he's placed these walls, I wouldn't exactly call it safe. In fact, this outpost with a Spearman emplacement is a smart read by Numenor. Numenor also now just prepping the chem. Kobusa Gitai on the way as well. Makes a lot of sense to these spears, right? Bannerman Aura also in there. These units are hitting so hard. Keep at least scaring away. Got him. So one thing that is missing right now for Numenor is a quick way of sieging through. He's scaling into a Zutsu, but he's not actively adding them in. He's just using the tickets. You could either go for Bombards or actively produce a Zutsu from the Tanegashima Gunsmith, but I think you should be doing one or the other here. Just so you have a quick way of breaking base, I would probably recommend Bombards. It's kind of awkward with Great Bombard defenses, but you're going to fare a lot better than the Zutsu, who just tend to stack in range of that defense and get obliterated. It's funny, right? Like, I think the two hardest civs to dive the keeps of for a Zutsu are, in order, it would be Japanese, and then it would be Ottomans. Breakthrough, though. Oda Tactics needs to be respected here. Holy crap. Nice buildings, bro. Do you mind if I just, like, you know, take him out? Oh, and also leading with the cav. Not good here. Turns around with the spears just in time. I mean, this is a terrible fight to be taking. Like, even the Janissaries behind it, the amount of cavalry Baltoon just lost. This is the thing, right? If he took it a bit slower and used the Janissaries, it's a really bad fight for Numenor. It's a bad trade. But instead, he got his value out of this. So many cav units down. Sure, Janissary survive, but there's no rush out. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a dive in here. Great Bombards get found. Just a few Samurai and a few under Bagisha, enough to take it down. Dude, what a great read by Numenor. Multiple locations at once here. More Spearmen coming out, just enough to tear away the remaining cavalry. And that's the difference maker, right? If Baltoon still had that cav alive, instead of diving it into a spear line, he'd have it right now to take out all these mangoes. This is bad. Numenor starting to look like he's in the driving seat here. I mean, Baltoon at this point, he's just putting out fires. He's not really actively making his own moves. Behind this as well, more farms are being added in, now up to 35. More daimyo upgrades should be on the way soon as well. Numenor actually has enough for a keep drop if he chooses. So, little question coming about the landmark, the Age 4 landmark. Just to answer that, you do not need buildings near the Istanbul Observatory to benefit from it. If you read it, you can see it says very clearly, it improves the influence provided by University and Blacksmith to 100%. So you build the landmark, and it buffs up all of those types of buildings like Blacksmith. So this Blacksmith over here is buffing up the Memo and Imperial Armory. So don't worry about the placement of it. It doesn't matter. Keeps going up, man. These are not cheap as well, remember. The Japanese castles cost 1,200 resources, 900 stone, as well as the 300 wood. But for good reason. They basically come with a rocket launcher. Apparently they stole it from the soldier in Team Fortress. It's strong. Keep has to be cancelled. There are only 6 villagers out here. Time to spring an assault, but man goes, if they turn for a shot here, these Janus, they could just insta-die. Numidan backing up to a choke point, hides behind the gold line and engages with the Nagayane again! And Baltoon about to get wiped out. Has to stand his ground, does find the backstab. Looks like he went around the backside, but the Izutsu numbers are what now scares me. Baltoon able to get rid of the siege, but the Izutsu count high enough to clear out the last of the Jannies. Especially this close to the base. So once again, Baltoon gets baited into a trade that looks good at first, but ends up ugly in the end. I mean, this is scary, right? Like, the Jannies are just getting counted out by the Izutsu because of the natural clump that they enter into. And what makes this really rough is that Janissaries, although they seem very strong, they are essentially glass cannons. If you think about population as a limit in the late game, you'd rather have hand cannoneers from a raw HP perspective, right? Attack speed better, damage lower. Trench gun kind of makes it a little bit better overall, especially with the attack speed aura. But the downside is that you have 105 health compared to 130, right? And it sounds like that's not a big difference, but that's one less shot for an Izutsu to take you out. These Izutsu already hit for a lofty 39 damage with that Bannerman aura. Oh no, Numidan didn't cancel in time. That caught him off guard. Good lord. So this is just like mine's bigger flex, isn't it? I have Janissary guns. Oh, you have a gun? That's nice. Have you seen my Izutsu? Oh, you have a hand cannon. Oh, that's nice. Have you seen my actual cannon? Now, unless there's anywhere on the map where we can build water units and get demo ships, I don't think there's going to be something to top Great Bombards. However, those Great Bombards need to be defended. They need to be fought around. And right now, the damage on those Janissary. Samurai now marching forward, and I feel like Numidan's been baited here. He doesn't have an answer to this. I mean, the Janissaries just aren't killing Samurai quick enough. Izutsu chase on in. Samurai leak on top of the Great Bombards. And there's Izutsu just pushing it all back. The retreat order comes in, and Baltoon is going to lose a lot in that process. Jannies being chased down. Samurai rushing past on top of the Great Bombards. At least 2 sieges going to fall here. And I don't know if Baltoon has an ability to get it back up again, right? Like, gold is going to drop fast on this map. Oh, man. Oh, Izutsu. We'll just gap close, make sure they trade out the Jannies. Last of the Samurai. We'll head in to try and finish off those Great Bombards, but it looks like Baltoon will barely keep them alive here. 33 HP and 60 respectively. So it will be a pushback, but I'm just looking at overall map control and thinking about gold here, right? Big gold vein in the center that Numidan has access to. Has got a lot of stones, so small gold around here as well. And remember, because it's Japanese, that stone also converts into gold. 20% in fact. So he gets that as a bonus on top of this all. And the worry is, like, long-term, if you keep trading out, losing Great Bombards like this, who runs out faster on the gold? It's clearly going to be the Ottomans. Ottomans only having about 6k left over. And then we have to start thinking about relics, right? Also, if this gets hyper late game, although it takes population space, using a few of these Buddhist monks as gold farmers for you isn't the worst of ideas when there's no gold left at all. For the time being, though, Baltoon has a strong timing ahead of him. If he can get up to 6 Great Bombards, he can start to tear these fights apart, but can be a difficult tall order. Especially when you need enough troops to defend it. Villagers on the front side. Numidan needs to think about pulling away there. Forge being destroyed is actually going to do him a favor. The castle is up on the left side here. That castle range isn't good enough though, right? 9 tower range compared to the lofty 11. I do not know why Great Bombards have 11 tower range. I'll never understand it. I'm going to guess that someone has Ottoman heritage on the dev team. That's my guess. Chinese standing their ground. Izutsu moving in for that splash attack right now and an overflow. Just a few Samurai is all it takes here. Janissary is trying to clear them up fast. It looks like one Great Bombard is going to go down though. Izutsu looking to clear up the Jannies to stand their ground, and this is looking bad right now. An overextension from Baltoon means he's going to lose the siege. He's going to lose it fast as well. Villagers even get their shivs out, and it's a retreat. A retreat that's going to cost him everything here. no way to get out of this quickly for Baltoon. In fact, it looks like a pinch attempt. Sick rush there, Numidon. That peel back just to get the mass on his side and the push through. It's kind of crazy, actually, in this game, how the Ottomans are constantly outmassed. In fact, I'm kind of a little bit shocked by Baltoon's approach to this, right? It feels like a little bit too much eco, not enough military influence. For me, this matchup is defined by quality versus quantity. If you're ever letting the Japanese player have more troops, you're failing to do your situation justice, right? Now, I know I said that the quality is on the side of Ottos, but you know, that only gets you even trades, right? If it's quality versus quantity. If you outright want to win these fights, you need to maintain the military lead. And he's doing anything but that now. Azutsu and Samurai are in. Ay. Pushback continues. It's a triple up military advantage now. Numidon is starting to reach the base, so things slow down a bit here. No great bombards. Does mean the Azutsu can snipe out these keeps, though. Another kind of scary thing about Samurai in this matchup, and it's why Numidon keeps doing it. One, it's a more tanky version compared to the Onibigisha. Absorbs more fire. But also, if it reaches the Janissary, they do have the Adachi tech, right? So they hit a lot harder against infantry. Looks like Baltoon will be able to reset. Numidon will have to back up. Does leave a few of the Azutsu in the process, but we're now up to 18 Azutsu. We're reaching the point where if he just touches this base for a second, Baltoon is going to start losing building after building. So I think we're kind of at the end of the rope here. If Baltoon fails to take a good fight here, Numidon is going to just overflow. The knock-on effect is going to be a loss of passive production. So very important that he holds. Someone highlighting the Imam tech. The issue with the Imam tech is you have to remember at this stage in the game, you've probably invested all your Vizier points elsewhere. It seems like a nice thing to have this late in the game, but difficult to justify unless you go for the Imperial Palace. And nobody goes for the Istanbul Palace, right? No one is looking to go into that alternative tier 3 landmark. Because you can't give up great bombards being passively produced. Zutsu once again sniping out this Janis. It's just awkward because the thing that I'm seeing right now is that nothing is targeting these Azutsu. They're the key to success right now. The Samurai are merely the cannon fodder. Great bombards are going to tug onto the keep. That is not an ideal way to repair, sirs. So it's going to be going down. We're now up to 17 Azutsu. This is getting a bit scary. The Azutsu can never be the answer to great bombards, but with good micro, which Numidon's capable of, they can quickly dispatch the Janis. And we already saw what happens when you leave the Samurai to deal with Sipahi. It's not even remotely close. Five great bombards, though. So this is the key for me. Baltoon needs to prove that he's the better microer. Your first shot from the Great Bombards needs to hit the Samurai as they charge in clustered. Your second shot needs to go into Azutsu, different Azutsu. You can't target the same place. If two Great Bombards are hitting the same Azutsu, you're already losing the fight. Now the Gold Rush. You can see the desperation here by both sides wanting this. This Gold Vein is going to define this game. They both need it. Income's getting low, right? Great Bombards creeping in. Samurai wrapping around the back. This could turn into an envelop. Villagers get access, 41 of them in fact, and instead it looks like Baltoon is going to have to go back to deal with this. Numidon is going to burn through the walls and look for the food instead. In fact, he's already burning elsewhere, right? In onto the military schools. This actually hurts quite a lot right now. Baltoon doesn't have stone, so losing these military schools is very difficult to replace. Remember, the Oda Tactics makes this very quick, very efficient to do. Numidon now sneaking into the farms. He goes on the flanks. And that's going to draw all the attention. And meanwhile, the backstab comes in. Azutsu! Move through! Villagers trying to rush up the wall. They're going to be fast about this. Azutsu not quick to gap close, but the Samurai are in. And the double switch works out. A bait and switch maneuver from Numidon forces Baltoon's hand. And now Azutsu over the tree line. A perfect target here if they go for it. Shots come through. Has to back away. Great bombard. Oh, that hit! Well, that was a bit too close of a shave, even for Azutsu themselves. a heavy hit, but heavy damage done both ways, right? Like, the loss of the military schools does add up. The idle time, the fact that the villagers can't access the gold. Right now, despite the fact that Baltoon just took a good fight, he's the one struggling for gold here. Numenor will have to take some time to reboom, but already back up to 18 Azutsu. Samurai numbers surging. And Baltoon, this gold means the world to him. He has no other source on the map. 8 Great Bombards soon. This is the game-breaking point. Usually when people are above 6 Great Bombards, it's impossible to win. How does Numenor think he can do this with just Samurai? Because it looks like that's what he's going for, right? I mean, he could go for a landmark snipe, right? Like, 50 Samurai with Oda tactics burns down landmarks pretty fast. And he does know where they all are, right? Istanbul Observatory's all been observed to the side, and the other 3 are on one screen in the center of the TC. So the argument becomes, who's quicker? Great Bombards or Samurai? And I think, considering where that final landmark is, the Samurai could be quicker. He has to go, though. Has to go soon. I think Baltoon is expecting another attack here, so he's taking too long on this. Oi, oi, oi. I get why Baltoon's doing this. He doesn't know what's on the flank. I mean, he scoured it, right? He saw troops hugging this wall, so you'd think he'd be moving with more urgency, but instead, Outpost Gruul, Great Bombards to siege it all down. He doesn't want to risk anything being thrown away here. Numenor. I mean, this is do or die, buddy. Just go. No hesitation. No risk, no glory. And here he goes. Numenor. He's all in. The villager pool. The army heading to the base. This is it. Immediately a pullback occurs. Baltoon has to react, but now the Great Bombards are completely out of position. Folks, they take up 4 pop each. That's insane. That's 32 pop into a unit that can't do anything. And Numenor, into the base he goes. Villagers are burned through the wall. They send them over towards the Istanbul Observatory. The rest of the army dives towards the remaining 3 landmarks. This is it. Numenor, can he do it? Samurai hold back the Sipahi. Azutsu blitzing down the TC. Imperial Army already down to half HP. Istanbul Observatory being repaired. A Great Bombard defense! No way! Numenor! He clusters too much! This has to be GG, right? This has to be it. There's no way Numenor can come back from this. Minaret Madrissa down. TC down. Imperial Armory down. But the raid force are down. No way! Numenor not able to close this out. The Azutsu trying to finish it off, but there's just simply not enough firepower. Numenor, with the sneaky play, will not be able to end the game. And now with 18 eco left over, that is it. GG comes out. So close. That Great Bombard shot defining the game, not from a cannon itself, but from a keep to guarantee that Baltoon can turn it about. And Ottomans will prove once again their OP. And thanks to Numenor, we also have another game to show to Relic to tell them why Temple of Equality sucks. I can't believe he made it look that close with that landmark, though. Props to Numenor. I mean, it shows his power as a player, but Baltoon, the absolute shine on the Ottomans, looking unstoppable. Oh my god. Dude, that was a sick end, actually. That delivered. Most definitely delivered. Oh my god. Please, no more Ottoman casts. Tell these new players to stop picking it. God. Oh, I want to be top 10 so badly. Picks Ottomans. Oh my god, dude. Like, that Great Bombard killed, what was that, 30 villagers plus? Holy crap. Playing on hard mode with Shinobis and Equality. Yeah, dude, I think that's the name. Yeah, ninjas and Buddhists. Why? Why? I think that's generally what I'm just going to call it. Ninjas and Buddhists. ... Why? Why do you have Bastion from Hom 3 as your background? Is it your favorite game, or do you just like the art? I like the art, and it's also one of my favorite games. Like, I don't know. I find a lot of people actually have stories to tell of Hom within the Age of Empires communities. They seem to like it. It's a nice little, I guess like a nice little icebreaker for a lot of new people, right? I rate Heroes of Might and Magic 3 as a top 3 all-time strategy game. It's that good to this day. All right, who do we cast now after that? Didn't we say we had another... Was it another Numedan game against... Yeah, this one's against Core. Do you guys want to see Core playing Roos? Dirty Roos Beckers. So we got Roos versus Order of the Dented. Okay. Q's Ottoman... Like, yeah, dude. Like, he wants... Like, what I heard there is he needs more Ottoman mirrors. See, because the problem right now is that what I just heard from Always Cursing is he needs to see the Ottomans lose. So we have to keep casting Ottoman games so that they can lose, right? It makes sense. Come on. You guys know I'm right on this. He knows I'm right. He doesn't want to admit it. But I'm right. We need to keep going until we see them lose. I'm so cruel. Oh god, I just realized we have to find the right Baloo again. This is such a pain in the ass every time. There's too many goddamn Baloos. Where is it? Why is so many people named Baloo? Why is it a popular name? I mean, Crackney beat Ottomans multiple times. Did you see the core one? Subathon Marathon when? I don't know, we might do one day. I don't think there's that many people that would be interested in me doing a subathon currently. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe if it was literally just like a non-stop casting, people would be mind blown. Because they'd be like, we're going to kill your voice. 24 hours later, still casting fine. Wait, that was Balooza. Did he private his data suddenly now? Why? No. It's down here, isn't it? I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to find Baloo's games right now, the correct Baloo. There's just so bloody many, and I can't remember which one we clicked before. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. I can quickly check, actually. If I go to his AoE4 world, and I refresh his page. No, his data still shows. We just have to find the right one. It's a pain in the ass, because there's quite a few. Doesn't want me leaking his Ninja Buddhist strats. I know, right? Ninja Buddhist does sound pretty OP, right? Like, if you didn't know how the units function in the game, you just heard someone say Ninja Buddhist, you'd be like, whoa, that sounds cool. All right. I've got one. I've got the game. New Mudan versus Core. Ooh. Actually, bear with me one sec, guys. I'm quickly going to grab a snack. Don't worry. We'll start this cast in 2 minutes. I'll put on our music. I just need to go because I just realized I ate all the remaining biscuits I had out here last night. So I'm going to go pick them up, eat 1 or 2 while I come here, and then we should be ready to cast. So, perfect time for you to subscribe if you haven't already. What I'll do is I'll hit... Actually, no, I think the ads just went recently, so I don't need to go again. But I'll be back in like 2 minutes max. It should be. Be right back. darlings. I'm back. You miss me? Alright, just gonna eat this biscuit, and then we'll get into this cast. Plan might be to, like, cast for 2 to 3 more hours, and then maybe call it, we'll see. Just because I want to do some Stormgate tonight. I think Lidicore wanted to do some casts or whatever. So, we'll see. We'll see how I feel. If we have time. But, bare minimum, we're getting like 6 hours. Stormgate? Yeah. I don't know if people will be interested in watching Stormgate. I actually don't know if there's someone knows. Is there a way to actually cast Stormgate games? Other than being in the lobby? Because I can't see one. You know who might know? Is Cal. So I think you have to either be in lobby or have them added, right? Stormgate, it's a free game. It's open access at the moment for the next week and a half. So if you go on Steam, you can actually check it out. It's open access as part of Steamfest. It's basically been coined to be the replacement for StarCraft, essentially. It's pretty cool. It's really good fun. Very unique, different unit designs. So, like, compared to this game, more asymmetrically balanced. But obviously less civs. All right, should we get ready to go, guys? All right, let's get ready. All right, one and all, welcome back there for action. It's time for some more Corpium gameplay. He's coming out of his corporeal form. He's back to life, this time as the Roos, but in his way, a difficult opponent. That's right. It is again Baloo, aka Numedan, on Order of the Dragon. I think this is the last game that Numedan played in the last several days, rather. I think Numedan is currently playing Stormgate. He might be prepping for that. For those who don't know, Numedan originated from StarCraft. Beastie recognized him from the StarCraft days when he first came in the Road to Rebel Wallow. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's giving that one a punt while Stormgate is accessible to the public. But we have got an Order of the Dragon Roos matchup. This is an interesting one, actually. I feel like Roos are pretty favored here, right? Kremlin makes it hard to go for an early rush play. You tend to get your second TC Castle Age play quite safely. This spawn is also pretty desirable. High Trade House here will get you a pretty lofty amount of gold. And we already have the free scout opener. Meanwhile, on the other side, Numedan has only gone for a single solitary scout. The crazy part, already 10 sheep. 10 sheep and denying the gold away. That's impressive. Looks like the gold was gathered on this side by Core, so he done a good job of beelining there. So probably going to end up being, I'd say, 3 deer stacks going the way of Core. So overall, he should have enough gold to get Wheelbarrow plus his tech up. In fact, a little bit surprised he wasn't ready for the Wheelbarrow yet. Huh. I'm trying to remember Roos openings. This feels a little bit different to me. Typically, you go Straggler Tree and you start Wheelbarrow before dropping a Lumber Camp, right? But Core's done it the other way around here. That's peculiar. That kind of feels a bit suboptimal, right? Like, the interesting thing is if you chop off this Straggler Tree, by the time you have Wheelbarrow, you're walking over to the main anyway, so you don't really lose any efficiency compared to walking there straight away. Interesting choice. I wonder what Core's thought process is there. Maybe this is Golden Gate. That'd be kind of funky, right? Roos used to open Cabin House Camp. Yeah, but I think it's more common to delay the camp and go Straggler Tree now, right? Especially when one of the trees is on the way to the main line, so that you can get Wheelbarrow a bit quicker. But Core, I guess he just likes the old cozy way. Wheelbarrow has been pumped. Interesting, actually. He waited a little bit longer than necessary there until he had enough gold guaranteed. That's not something you often see. I think actually by the time you have 170 gold, you can easily afford to start pumping Wheelbarrow because the passive gold on the Hunted Cabin will get you there alone anyway. But this looked like a good start. in terms of hunting, gathering for core. Maybe not the most optimal approach to getting feudal, but we'll see if that actually comes to bite him in the butt a little bit later. Numidan, meanwhile, already moving out the stone, so this could be one of two things. This is either a protection on the gold for fast castle or double TC. When you see free villages like this, remember it's not free villages. If this was any other Civ, you'd assume this is like maybe 2 outposts being fortified. But with free villages, Order the Dragon, it's more like you've sent out 4.5. So just keep that in mind. It could be that this is still a TC play instead. Crown the drop on the gold and the stone. It's pretty nice. I would say that usually it's a bigger value to have it on the other side of the gold, just mainly because it blocks the short route to your base. But I think the thought process for core here is it protects the deer stack as well as the stone and gold. So he's kind of forfeiting a way into his base here, but in return, he's getting a lot of safe eco. Looks like Numidan is going to be able to scout all that out. How did he do in the end? So it ended up being 10 sheep versus 16. Yeah, you expect Core to do a lot better with 3 scouts versus the 1 opener. Curious to see if there's going to be a move to the north side or east side for Numidan. I actually think it makes a lot of sense to try and play deer here, especially with an easy walling opportunity around this area. And that's important because when you're playing as Order the Dragon, one of the big edges this Civ has over the HRE is their ability to play pocket economies. It's a bit difficult against Civs like Rus, Jeanne d'Arc, French, anything that has feudal age knights. But with the tankiness of your villages and usually the static defenses you employ, you're quite safe. And one of those static emplacements is going to be a TC. We can already see the wood and stone being finished off to gather for it. Tech up, complete on both sides. Now, stable drop is going to be first priority for core, but already gathering on the stone as well. So we know we're going to be getting a second TC. Likely going to be dropped over here near the gold and the stone. Boom, there we go. TC placed in the deer. So this is really nice, actually. It kind of joins the base up in a very beneficial way, prevents any wraparound. And on top of that, if you go for a short wall, it denies any quick stabbing by knights. Scouts are actually surprisingly annoying, folks. They managed to take away 20% of the HP as he's building up, but it is Order of the Dragon, right? So just a pump of a button and E-repairs on the way. Cool. Almost ready for his own TC, but that does mean he's now falling behind already. Spearman also now being added in by Numidan. He did see the night opening, right? Usually anticipate it as well. Cool thing about going for a Rax drop first as this Civ is you can always switch up into Men-at-Arms if you see your opponent is running Archer instead. TC. Wow, that is... This is free TC. I mean, it has to be. There's no other reason you drop it on the stone, right? Free TC feels a little bit greedy here. You don't have resources secured yet, and your opponent can easily switch into aggro now. We're already seeing spears come out, but once you get up to like 4 of these, they're not just for defending anymore. They can be for attacking. Nice, keep trying for the bait charge in. Is he trying to just tank with the scout? So this is interesting from Core. Like, if he actually baits the spearman to come out, and then the spear attacks the scout instead, the knight can get a free charge. But it depends on Numidan paying 0 attention. Right now, he's just got stand ground, so this actually could work. It's all about charging in with the scout first, though, because although it hurts a lot, it takes 3 hits to kill a scout. And also, that opening hit stuns both targets. It doesn't just stun the cav unit, it stuns the spear as well. I see what Core's trying to do. Oh my god, dude. You're getting too cute here. He's trying to bait the spearman out of brace. Unfortunately, Numidan has discovered the V button. Very important tool here if you don't want to get baited. Stand ground means that actually these charges aren't doing anything. Little tip for people in that situation, actually, because if it wasn't for stand ground, after he got close and the brace came out, Numidan's spear would have walked off and there would have been no brace. So just a little tip for people if you want to maximize the value out of these spears early on, especially with Order of the Dragon. Though, unfortunately, most of the deer are located behind the TC, so although it's a little bit annoying, it doesn't really stop Numidan from gathering off this TC. And the highlight about it being bad to bait out a Gilded Spear, I disagree. If your opponent's not looking, the whole idea is you bait him out of position and the scout takes the hit. And a scout can take 3 hits. So your knight gets his lance charge for free at that point. Then he gets another wallop afterwards. At that stage, you've already actually got a better trade on health. It's not easy, but it's what Core's trying to be delicious on his execution of. Unfortunately, everything is looking pretty bad for him right now. He has got free TC, yes. He has started to wall off relics. That's good. But in terms of denying equity, although he's going to find 1 villager here, he hasn't really slowed Numidan down from his real objective. Regnitz is complete. Stables immediately queues up the Gilded Knights. Love that we're seeing this wall play, actually. I think this matchup is meant to heavily favor Roos. I'd say about 75, 80%. Because of the same reason why Roos is desirable against HRE. Your villagers are very efficient at walling off the with palisades. Your 4-5 palisades are more tanky than standard. And what makes it really rough is Order of the Dragon kind of shares this mentality with HRE of tending to open with knights if they don't build much military and feudal. That means they have less torch damage per resource investment. It's already bad enough to try and break through a normal palisade. God forgive you face these things with an extra 1000 HP on them. That's Relic already on the way home. Should be a safe one as well. Knights, or Knight, should I say, are still raiding through. Tech Up is almost ready for Core. Now, I'm wondering what he's going to target towards here. You could try to go to Spears. It does seem kind of a logical fit. I want to say Horse Archers works quite well here as well. Probably just going to be Crossbows, like a pretty standard choice. We don't really see many Horse Archers anymore, but the idea of kind of raiding in and out is pretty effective here, especially considering that Numidan has completely forsaken Wheelbarrow still 11 minutes into the game. Gilded Knight moves in, though. So this is the downside of going free TC here. I mean, you have a decent number of garrison points, but you're quickly escalating to too many villages, right? This dive is a little bit costly by Numidan. He tanks a lot of it, but remember, you are up against Castle Turrets Kremlin, so it hurts pretty badly to dive this. Can at least go home and heal, but that does require extra prelates. And right now, those prelates have other targets, right? They're looking for the relics. Come on, dude. The timing on this from Core as well. Numidan had an opportunity to get out here sooner, but Core just quick enough to wall this one off. High Trade House about to complete. Guys, get your numbers in for this. Oh, God. I'd rather you don't put numbers in. You guys didn't look, right? You didn't see. It's not great. It's all right. It's not great. I mean, that's kind of the issue on this map, right? Like, unless you concave your wood line and then delete the lumber camps, you're not going to get a great high trade house on this map. And that's kind of the case on a lot. A lot of people in Gorge actually concave their wood line for that reason, and then they delete the lumber camps to make way. But Core didn't do that in this game. He got the small little trees over here, a few stragglers, and then half of what really should have been there. Went for on the wall, though. Villager trying to repair. It's just going to be a sacrifice here. I don't feel like Core has a very big eco lead. It looks big, right? Like, it looks decent. But remember, you know, although it's a 12 eco lead, you have to add 25% onto the number for Order of the Dragon because they produce their villages slower, right? At that stage, it's not much of a gap at all. In fact, it's a, you know, kind of a non-existent gap, actually. They're neck and neck. But then the relics are the difference maker here. And we're looking at a game where Numidan guaranteed is getting his hands on 3 relics. Core doesn't have the army mass to contest this. He can at least get the other 2, but it doesn't feel great, right? When you make this type of play as the Roos, it's meant to allow you to get the majority of relics, bare minimum. The reason why Core failed in that duty is because Numidan went for a double TC into fast castle build, while Core chose to go free. If he went 2 TC, he would have been quick enough to get his Warrior Monks out and get 3, if not 4 relics here, but because of that choice to get a 3rd TC, although it puts them ahead in raw eco, it means if we reach maximum economy on both sides, right? If we get like 120 eco on both sides, all of a sudden, what you've done is you've essentially sacrificed your ceiling in this game to ramp up to it sooner as Core. Problem with that play, it's kind of less efficient against Order of the Dragon and HRE due to Regnitz giving double efficiency on those relics, right? So now with 3 relics, your opponent actually has 6. You have 2. And that high trade house in the end, 127 gold. So not making up for that huge deficit, right? It's giving you 1.5 relics. Burn down now on the Winter Fortress. The wall's not quick enough here. Gilded Knights did get in. We'll have to back away though as the crossbows do arrive. Still, you can just try and chase around here. It's only 1 knight, so it's very difficult for them to snipe you out. I love the fact that he peels the injured ones, sends them back, sends 1 Gilded Knight in deeper. Spearman also just proving a nuisance. These walls just not really going up. Warrior Monk's trying to move out for the Sacred Site, but that's a bad idea! Oh my god. They hit so hard. Remember, these guys hit for over 60 damage per strike. That was a 190 health unit that almost died in 3 hits. And sick micro there. Numidan takes out the low HP Knight and just keeps on running by. Walls have been broken as well, so move through now for the Prelate to take Sacred Science instead. More gold for Numidan, who's targeting that Imperial Age timing. And it has to be said that Core doesn't really have an army that scares here. Going mass crossbows feels terrible if you have to dive the enemy base. Especially considering that this Civ, just like its brother the HRE, can easily go into static defenses that destroy you. Or has at least been killed, so Roos getting higher on the bounty tier, or close to at least, but my scary point for this game is just, what does Core really have as an answer to Imp right now? I mean, Numidan's eco should be good enough that he could tech up, and while he's teching up, he could build a Siege Workshop here. One Mango destroys everything Core's doing. I think Siege is a very big part of Cliffside in the mid game because of the choke points. That short route just kind of forces you to contest it, and if you don't have anti-siege, or you don't have a long wraparound happening, you don't actually have an answer to Mangoes. Mangoes which were one of the biggest benefits from the recent change to Siege. It's Palace of Swabi complete. And this is where Core will know for sure it's Palace of Swabi. Like, it has to be Palace of Swabi, which means that whole idea of the sacrificing relics to get an eco lead now falls apart. Because all of a sudden it's 4 TC versus 3. And every villager coming out of those 4 TC's worth of production is better than the ones coming out of yours. This is a bad position for Core. And he probably only has one option, and that's to try and go Imp now as well. In fairness, this Civ plays pretty well into like Imp on Imp engagements with Order of the Dragon, right? Because as long as the fights become stationary, Streltsy can over time beat down Gilded Hand Cannoneers, even with the Inspired Warrior buff. The problem with that idea is it's not often the case that the Gilded Hand Cannoneers stay still. And no, it's not 5 TC, remember. Palace of Swabia is 300% TC. Oh, sorry, you're right, 5 TC. I'm an idiot. Thank you. Actually, you are correct, Neri. Sorry, I thought we were getting mixed up the HRE. You are correct. Shout out to Neri, keeping me honest. I forgot about this. It's kind of just a weird TC placement now, isn't it? No farms around it, nothing else. So 5 TC, yeah, it's even worse. I mean, Core's going to lose his eco lead in like the next 4 minutes? And once again, that economy is more efficient. Its base rate gathering is 25% higher. Oh, this is ugly. I mean, Core doesn't even have the type of economy that breaks him into Imperial quickly, right? Like, he's still playing on pocket resources. He doesn't have a farm transition. He probably feels his only option is to actually go all in on Castle Age, but I'm having questions. I'm having doubts about whether you can break this quick enough. First Hand Cannoneer already now being queued up, and cannon emplacement at the choke point. This is why HRE love their relics so much. It's not just about the double gold, it's this as well. The extra range he's getting on this cannon has 11.4 tower range against mass crossbows. Good luck ever diving that. Yeah, I actually really like the OOTD pick on this map for this type of reason. With the way it spawns, we talked about this to the Kremlin early on, but this comes back in favor of Order Dragon HRE for these cannon emplacements. It just holds down the choke. There's no quick route to your base. It's very difficult to breach this, and I mean, Core could try to play Trebs, but Trebs are going to be too slow. If you go for a Treb approach against E-Repairs, by the time you break this, you're going to have about 20 pop into Trebs, which is already terrible. And on top of that, your opponent could easily be looking at 5 to 10 Hand Cannoneers as well as a front line to defend it. Cool. Trying to prove that Rams are still OP. I don't know, bud. This feels like it could easily be a swing and a miss. It just feels like it's later than Gandalf and Two Towers, right? Like, this type of Ram play shows you the desperation. He is all in on this fight. If this doesn't work, immediate wave of the white flag. He's using every little bit of food he's got left before being forced onto farms to get an army together. But the problem is now, like, you definitely don't have an ability to subtly go into farms at all, right? These rams cost 200 wood each. He spent 1,400 wood on rams instead of farms. That's almost 10... sorry, that's not 10. That's almost 20 farms instead. Oh boy, now on the move. Culverin also coming out. Oh boy. Hand Cannoneers, by the way, that damage isn't high enough to really do anything here, right? Like, not through a Ram's defenses is what I'm highlighting. With Chem plus Inspired Warriors, I think it's close, but it's still too short. But it doesn't matter about those. The Spears will deal with that easily. Each of these guys buffed up. They do 22 damage. Then remember the vulnerability increases at further. So they actually do 26 damage per strike on a 340 health unit. And this doesn't feel great. E-Repair should be triggered. Numidan actually holding onto it right now. Spears do go in. Body blocking out the Ram Rush. That cannon emplacement, if it hits the crossbows, it's going to be problematic. Spread of the lines here. Nice turnaround to deal with the siege. And the Rams, I mean, what? Okay, that's not going to work. Core, he's lost too much. Numidan will not bow, he will not break. One cannon to rule them all. That's all he needs. Corvin on the side, Mango now to make it even worse. Limited men-at-arms left to actually charge in here. And they're attacking the wrong target. Core gonna lose the one way of dealing with the siege. Pushed entirely back. Now behind this, Core has by some miracle started to get the food he would need to catch up. But the price is high. Military advantage has now been lost. Numidan, I think he lost maybe one of the hand cannoneers. The rest survived that. And now he has Mango's Culver in control in these choke points. Dude, it's always the same curse detail, right? That TC, I love how Numidan doesn't even care about it, by the way. He could have E-repaired this at any stage, but nope. Still blazing. Now with 3k surplus gold, I mean, it feels all but inevitable because seeing a lot of spears, a lot of hand cannoneers here, no slowdown. Still needs to get elite army tactics, still needs to get chem, so a lot more ceiling to this. Meanwhile, other side, it is going to be a play in the high armory. Now, keep in mind that in some ways, the Roost benefited a lot from the change of the siege. In other ways, they kind of got hurt. The Shutter Triggers plus the Banded Arms does make their Springles still best. But because Springles feel a little bit worse against things like Mangoes now, it means actually you kind of don't dictate the fight as well as you used to based on that detail. I think Culverins is also can kind of hold you back a bit better at the beginning here. Especially with the type of economy that Numidan has to work with. This Inspired Warrior tech is just the game breaker, right? I've highlighted this before a million times over, and I'll keep saying it. Order the Dragon is like they are fixated around the Inspired Warriors tech. If you play without it, you play to lose. And Numidan, the funny thing as well is like, you know, it's only 2 prelates, but keep in mind how big his army is. You don't need many prelates here. That's the efficiency factor of the Inspired Warriors tech. Not only does each of those buffs give an overall bigger number per unit, but you need less prelates to maintain the buff on your entire army. Look at the effect it has. An extra +6 damage for free. Decap coming in. Less gold for Core to work with. Has got plenty on the north side to play into, but right now, kind of an awkward phase, right? Like Numidan, he's just waiting for all the techs. He's pretty much got everything he needs. Eco, military, all looking good. Elite Army Tactics also coming in soon. This is big. Watch this number. So he's at 23 damage on this Spearman. He's at 23 damage, 260 HP, and he's about to get 20% more. Oh boy, Core, that doesn't feel great. Militia point pulled. 52 extra damage. He now hits for 28. He just got +5. And you know what's crazy? He only has the melee attack level 2. Flash comes in. Choke point hold. I mean, Langstex would make this so much simpler, but who cares? Numidan doesn't need it. It's just the raw tankiness. Mango shots to the backside. A heavy wall up there. And the Culverins instant in with the snipe. I mean, Banded Arms just isn't making enough of a difference here. Finally gets a sniper in return, but the Mango's able to reign supreme the whole while. Main army's not going to be able to hold, and Core, he's lost now. I mean, that was some sick plays. Numidan just showing you the raw power of a single cannon multiple times here. The Culverins keep the Springles at bay. Before that, the one outpost to rule them all. The complete downfall of Core. Cool. It won't give up just yet, but I mean, it's pretty much done, folks. The keep drop is just the confirmation at this stage. There's no way you can stop this. I mean, it's Textiles Gilded Villages. They have a 98 health. They can tank Springles. This dive should actually get rid of them. 8 Springles, but not well guarded here. Only a handful of troops. They're going to go down. The hand cannoneers dive in. Only 10 ranged armor on those Springles. Means they die too quickly. 3 already dead. Rest to follow. And rest in peace for Core. A second, wait, was that TC? I thought it was a second keep for a second. It's a TC coming on the front side. Numenon will be denied no longer. Sick play, sick utilization of those choke points to deny Core's win condition. A little bit greedy from the Roost in this game, I think. I'd be curious to know what people's feelings are. Definitely comment down below on what you would have done different here compared to Core. But Numenon, just a clean execution on a map where he has historically got, I believe, a 90% win rate on Cliffside. It shows you exactly why. Dude, I mean, Numenon is just unstoppable on that map. He's an absolute brute. Clean in that game. Okay. OTD guns are long poles. I think they're just like, they look more like giant clubbing sticks to me. Just want to thump someone around the ear with them, right? So, who can we cast now? Louis has, like I said, Louis hasn't been playing. A lot of our players are on Stormgate right now. I'm trying to check with Cal if there's any way to cast games other than having people added, but I don't think so. Let me check with Adico. I'm going to ask Adico and Farman. They might know. It would be nice to cast some. I'd love to do some Stormgate casts. Sash and Lash are playing customs. It would probably be okay to cast them. Because they are streaming, right? Both of them are streaming, I think. So we got a few people online, actually. Kiljardi's also online. Let's see who he's queuing into. Oh, we got the highlight. Oh, he's up against... Yeah, we're going to watch this. All right, we've got 2 minutes. We can chat. And I can eat. So I'll eat some more biscuits. And then we'll get into Jeanne d'Arc versus Japanese. I like seeing this matchup. I think there's some interesting mutations that can dominate because of Onimusha. We'll see if they come out here. It is going to be a water hybrid map, Mongolian Heights. Oh, I need to start bumping people. Just take a sec to quickly send some messages out. Yo, what is up, Psych Red? That's sick. Dude, 10 subs? You're amazing. Absolute Chad. Appreciate the support, man. Welcome to the Swarm. One and all. What an absolute mad lad. You're a legend. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Made my day. Let me quickly type this message out. We're gonna... All right, give me a second. I'm going to pause this for a second. I just need to finish this message, then we can go. All right. There we go. So let me send that out. Sorry, guys. We'll start the game in literally a sec. Once again, though, Psycho, you're an absolute legend. I appreciate it. It's just I just got bumped about an important message. I didn't realize until end of day they were doing this thing. So I just need a moment to send these messages out to a bunch of people. And then we should be good to go. I should have done it this morning. I totally blanked. Oof. Almost done. Sorry. I think that's all of them. Okay, Fandappy Dozy. Was that all the laughs? We let all the laughs play out. I like AoE4 play Corvinus early in one, I think. He's good. I like AoE4 as Anatan. I think it's Anatan anyway. It's a Belarusian account. Which, yeah, so most likely Anatan. Or it's someone could be proxying, right? But it looks like it's Anno. And they mainly play Byzantines, which also fits for Anatan. Should we get ready to get underway, folks? Hit the 2 times so we can catch up a bit. All right, we are live from the ladders for this one. Welcome one and all to Age of Empires 4 action. This right here, of course, the man, the myth, the legend of aggro. It is Killjadi himself, and the yellows are Japanese. And across the way, people already have been highlighting that I like AoE4 seems to be pretty good at Age of Empires 4. This is Anatan. The account shows up as from Belarus, and I know only one Belarusian that plays at this level of play. They are going to be in the blue playing as Jeanne d'Arc. We are, of course, going to be on Mongolian Heights, which means one thing. Got to get yourself some sushi. Killjadi already moving out to the river. No similar... Wait. I was about to say no similar move out of Jeanne yet, but that's changing. That's an outpost rush. Let's go. Get me that wood. Get me that tower. And get him out of the river. Wait, he actually went Spearman. Yo, this is sick. I love this. I've been waiting to see this because we never really see Jeanne d'Arc on the water hybrid maps, but this is exactly how you can play it. Especially on a map where you're joined mid-map on where you want to play. He now starts to build up walls, which, by the way, is going to give XP over to Jeanne. In fact, we can check live, and you can see the effect it's going to have, because this is a live game. I love doing live games for that reason. Look at this already. The XP farm up you're getting, right? You get the passive tick, you're getting the active from the build. After this, we might be seeing an outpost as well. Spearmen might be good enough on their own, actually. And if we see a dock drop afterwards, the extra XP starts to boom from there. In fact, he's stopping Killjadi from leaving. Okay, that's sick. Yo, while we've got time, let's switch back across to castle mode, and let's set up a live prediction because we can. So who will win? Is it going to be Killjadi, or is it going to be Anatan? Get your predictions in now. I'm only giving you guys 30 seconds. I imagine some people are already getting hyped for what they're seeing here. Looks like the ships are going to try to break out of the encampment. This still sucks for Killjadi though, right? Like, this is not like when the Bastards have this happen, they build another cheap dock. The docks are the expensive thing for the Japanese. The fishing boats are the cheap thing. So this still hurts their economy. They get blocked out like this. So 4 Spearmen should be good enough to take this dock down. The wall-in is complete. And I imagine we're going to be looking at a dock drop afterwards to the south side to kind of contest this. It's a lot of wood investment, though. So, like, if you do choose to go for that, you're going to be stuck an age behind. I think an outpost down the river might work a lot better here for Anachad. You've had so many players wall delete fish against you on this map. So I'm sorry to hear that that's happening to you, Arcangelo, but it's not going to happen here because for these players, that is illegal. Intentionally deleting fish is actually a bannable offense in tournaments. So if it happens just because that's where the war was going to go. These players will tend to go out of their way to avoid doing that. I would recommend people don't do that, though. Like, it's a POS type thing. Technically, it's allowed, but I'm all for gameplay exploitation. Let's just say it's a cringe form of gameplay exploitation. So Doc's going to go down. Coca Township's on the way, though. This is interesting because right now, Jean isn't anywhere near tech up, right? In both her level and her age. Like, right? Both are looking pretty bad. And also, because you built Spears, this is a perfect read by Killjadi. He's about to have the counter to this. Oh my god, that UI is funky when it reloads. I mean, Coca Township works perfectly against Spears, right? You get the bonus damage versus melee, you heal after you break away from fights. You can break away from fights because you have more movement speed as well as the Shunshin. And also, it guarantees there's no sort of play where Jean can go water as well. Spearman are just going to keep guaranteeing there's no quick Doc rush back up. And the tech up is at least quicker for Killjadi. However, because of all this building that Anatan has done, you can now invest about 4 villages, that includes Jean, into the tech up. And it works pretty well. Interesting. He goes for only 2. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. 6 now coming out. I was about to say, you need a fast tech up now. You can't afford to be behind. If you race this up, it's super effective in this matchup. This is why I actually kind of like Jean d'Arc versus Japanese on water hybrid maps, at least. The Coca Township gets discounted by Knights. If Knights charge in, Shinobi just die. It's very difficult to scale to a counter Shinobi that makes sense, especially with the way this game opened, because to reach that counter Shinobi, you need fish. Right now, Killjadi has no way of getting it. Love that detail there. Do you see what Anatan just done? He pulls the boar away to remove the icon from the map, so that when he goes to get that with Jean, Killjadi has no way of knowing. The reason that's important is actually Jean d'Arc herself is very susceptible to death from Shinobi. If you go for melee form, Jean, she dies very fast, right? Her actual armor is offset by the bonus damage. If you go for range, Jean, she also struggles because of the mobility of these units. Speaking of which, that mobility has gone quickly in. 1 villager down. I know. Not having a great start here. I mean, well, the start was good, but the start of Feudal Age is not looking pretty for him. Nice arrow flurry does come out, almost kills your Shinobi, but the problem with this is if you never kill him, you're already seeing that health is ticking up again. I think Killjadi's mostly given up on fishing now. The good news is these are still scouting elements, right? So you can see what his opponent is up to, but outside that, they're not going to do much else for a minute. That's about to change. Shinobi arrive, and that is a terrible fight for Spears. Dude, this is actually sick. Killjadi, even without the fishing, he's able to afford this in a decent amount, right? And the reason is because... Oh, I love that. To bait the charge off, he toggles into the villager form, right? Because that actually detaches auto aggro. Well played, dude. That's so sick by Killjadi here. This game, we're only 7 minutes in, and this is incredibly entertaining from both players. Shinobi also now able to protect the Doc going back up, so Fish is online. Anatan's in a pretty bad spot here, folks. I mean, he's got Woman at Arms, and I just hate Woman at Arms here against the Shinobi. I don't think Archer does any better, but the funny part is with Mass Shinobi, your opponent just kind of claps you. You need a lot of archers, and you need it quick. And let's say that this is read correctly by Killjadi, and he just adds in, say, his own Horseman. You have all the answers, right? When Knights charge in, you body block with the Horseman, and then the Shinobi come in and Shunshin behind. And then if it's the archers that are a problem, you've now got Mass Horsemen. Like, look at this damage. Oh my god! I mean, it's a Shunshin stab. Sick micro by Killjadi. You know why he's Sven? Because he wants to finish this fast. What? I can't believe it. It just looks so vicious, though. Honestly, I genuinely believe that on water maps, the meta in long feudal is going to be to go Shinobi Horseman. Because the whole idea is the Horseman is hammer and anvil logic, just with a little bit of Shinobi-ishness to it. You allow the Horseman, funnily enough in this metaphor, to not be the hammer, they're the anvil. And then the Shinobi can Shunshin past the enemy and be the hammer. And it's beautiful because it just clears up Knights easily. It clears up Spears quite well because then you pull back the Horseman and the Shinobi just stop a retreat. And even up against like archers, if there's archers, like we just said, you just go around the back. Horseman slap. It's so kind of surgical but simple here. Sick read, and now Killjadi, despite the fact he's added all of these Shinobi in, look at what he's doing. Castlage is on the way. Dude, this is so cool. Now the spy, he doesn't even reveal himself here. Finally, they realize what's going on, but they realize it a bit too late. Not enough archers. There's still more spies. Oh my god, this game. What an amazing game this is. I love the fact that Anatan got creative and he forced Killjadi to do the same. But we're seeing, even with the nerfs to Shinobi, given the right set of circumstances, they are a force to be reckoned with here. The villager's going to get pinched. Shunshin on cooldown still, but not for long. Need to also be careful with Jean. That cleave could get a kill on Shinobi, but could also get you killed. Floodgate's coming. So Killjadi doesn't want to fight, right? Like, for him, he just wants to delay, delay, delay. Outpost is going to stop a dive, and yikes, this is grim. So someone's highlighting like you go for Onimusha. You don't even need Onimusha to obliterate Jean. You actually just need Mounted Samurai. This will be stables. Yep, already being built. Mounted Samurai absolutely eviscerates her, and these Spearmen are irrelevant because when they brace, the first shot is going to be absorbed by Deflect Armor. So you do no damage, you just die. And although he's adding in more spears, he still has to contest these Shinobi, 6 of which are about to get their stats inflated. Remember, Shinobi don't require any sort of veterancy, they just get it for free. Speaking of which, I wonder where they went. Dude, okay, so I have minimap vision and I didn't even see where they went. That one bugged out. I don't know why he hung around. So it looks like a little bit of XP will go in the pocket of Jean. But overall, this is rough, man. With this tech up timing, I mean, Anatan doesn't have a clear, clean answer, right? They're both doing fishing, but his was, of course, heavily delayed. And also, Killjadi's is cheaper to inflate. Savings, savings, savings. What do you do now if you're Anno? You can't rush a tech up. I think you have to lean on Knights and pray. That works up until a point, by the way. If Killjadi gets the Daimyo and gets Uma Bannerman, the Uma Bannerman aura, we've seen how this works before. It actually offsets the power of French Knights, even if they were Castle Age here. Right? Like, combine that with the deflective armor, and actually Samurai, Mount Samurai, the difference in health is so much bigger than it appears. When a charge comes out on each side, you're going to negate 30 damage on that first strike. That's a 30 health difference each way, right? Like, it's 30 health you now lose the charge the other way. 30 health you don't remove from a Mounted Samurai. When you think about that number, that's essentially a 60 health gap. And Royal Bloodlines on Castle Age Knights makes up for 80 extra health. Kind of bonkers when you put the numbers into comparison like that, right? And you'd have to go Royal Institute to get that buff. So where are our Shinobi boys? They're still hanging around. So 24 base damage, 5 extra on the melee. I mean, Jean just insta-dies if she gets touched now. Dude, that was a sick bait. Killjadi got them immediately out of brace. Strikes come in, heavy damage in. Dude, sick tank, Killjadi! The last second turn to tank the Knight charge on the Mounted Samurai. Shinobi start to go down. Round 1 will at least be a hold on for Anatan, but it's not clean by any stretch of the imagination. Mount Samurai are going to reset, look to go again. But Knight count, now down to 1. Some decent XP in the pocket of Anno, but still trailing by an entire age. And there's only so much that level 3 Jean can do here up against Castle Age Japanese. Relics also now just being grabbed, right? First one's going to be banged. 2 more over here, easily grabbable. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a sneak attempt. He's making that sneak attempt for the Relic on his opponent's side. I know. What do you do from here? I mean, you have got double docks, so you can fish a lot more. It's just difficult to guard everywhere now. Like, if you don't wall these up, Mount Samurai do this kind of stuff, right? You can even go after the fishing pretty much for free. Ooh, just about gets it. And now you can wrap around, right? Onto the gold, onto the deer stack. You know your opponent's not going farms, right? Yes, he's got fish, but it's probably not enough on its own. You have to remember these are shoreline fish. It's not a great gathering rate. It's actually terrible compared to what villagers can gather on food. Have we got the switch up yet? We saw the Raxus being dropped. No actual Urashira going in there, though. Interesting, because he should have had a second Urashira by now, right? We definitely did. He put it in the farmhouse. Yeah, more and more players are doing this, and I quite like it. A quick wall. Not quick enough. Really not quick enough. Oh, no. No, don't wall your army out. Oh, my God. Quick little raid. Quick little in and out. 4 villagers ahead now for Killjadi. I just love how uncomfortable he makes these games. Anatan and Killjadi feels like the perfect matchup for a lot of entertainment, right? Both these players not afraid to play all-in aggression. Just feels very difficult for Anatan to get in a position to have that aggression now. We're seeing a switch up, right? More spears being built, which means has to be a counter. That counter is going to be Mass Onabagishun. Unfortunately for Anatan, he only has 2 Royal Knights to his name. Don't mistake these archers for being the counter, folks. With Undermesh there, with the extra melee tech upgrades, let's say you get a Bannerman as well, it's not even close. Now, does he show on the walls? The question. This is kind of a delicate detail. It's something I've seen many players slip with. It's very easy to forget these walls C. So you have to be very careful. You want to go here and then round. He reveals it, though. Okay, info has been given over. And Sand immediately queues up more knights. Looks like he's going for a recovery TC as well. Bagisha looking to march into the base. That was a small but critical mistake by Killjadi. Revealing on that wall could be the difference here. More archers being added in. Trying to snipe out as best they can, but a quick gap close comes in from the Mount Samurai and a reveal of Spearman. Backstab comes in from Jean. Here we go. Big cleave opportunities. Anatan gets in for the XP farm. And he's got to be getting close by now. He must almost be at level 3. Stands his ground up against the ladies. Archers will clear up the rest. A sick hold by Anatan. Killjadi jumps the gun, reveals the strat, and gives level 3 over to Anno. We could be seeing the correct step on the route to recovery here. That was a big one, actually. Anatan only needs one more fight like that to find his way into Castle Age. Killjadi. Mistakes made here, right? Like, I think one thing that kind of baffles me is, like, if you want to go Onabagisha, you have to go Eco. I thought that was the goal of this, but instead, going after the main base, surely Samurai could have done a lot more. Yes, it's slower, but it's almost impossible for Jean to hold that back. Instead, Killjadi, before he really had scale, choosing this Onabagisha spam shows you why a lot of players actually opt to go towards the Samurai. Sure, it's almost double the food, but they last double the time in a fight. So if your goal was to actually dive the base or dive the enemy forces, Samurai always tend to do you better. At least at this stage. Later on, I understand the choice to go Onabagisha even for fighting, but we are not there yet. Relic count is at least going to be... Oh my dear God, he's... What? What? Nani? Well, he's finally going to be seen, but I think Killjadi's happy with the progress. He's on his way to a 5-relic game. Remember, Anno still hasn't aged up. He cannot contest this. Knights are moving out with the backup Shinto, so should be a grab this time. Does reveal himself on the site. Jean is circling. Well, you're not going to get the insta-kill in these villages. There is also an outpost, so maybe you get 1 kill, but the rest should be safe. In fact, Killjadi, quick on the fingers, doesn't get caught out at all. And the Relic, he'll get in a sec. Just stopping off the Shinto to grab the Sacred Site. Even more gold for him, right? Makes sense. He's got a lot of gold income passively already, especially with that Sacred Site now locked in. It allows him to put more of those Urashiras into food via the farmhouses. Now we're getting Samurai. So I think although this is late by Killjadi, this can still work out. Anatan still hasn't aged up. He's now also got a comp that is about 85% counted by Mass Samurai. Even these Jean's champions suck up against Samurai. You can already see that Killjadi has prioritized the Odachi tech. That gives you +4 versus infantry. That means spears, archers, and Jean's champions alike all taking more damage. Whoops. Maybe stopping off for the cap was a mistake here. Want a big E shot. Oh, oh no. Well, he got rid of the Shinto, but it did come at a cost. Jean goes down. That was a little bit of a blunder. Luckily for him, Killjoy isn't ready with the main Force of Samurai yet. If he was, then there'd be no Divine Restoration, no cleave for these big defenses. That being said, Killjoy maybe looking to go earlier than he's ready on the count. Still hasn't upgraded the Samurai just yet. In fact, this is kind of dicey that he's not doing it yet. Remember, he hasn't done a Yoshiro drop in Iraq, so this is going to be a slow process to get that upgrade. It's crazy as well, because it's only 125 gold. Meanwhile, some of the Prince Gold, Guildhall on the way now for Anatan. He found a way, folks. It took a while, but he's getting there. Killjoy, maybe in a pickle. John back out. Archer's able to get the upgrade soon. I mean, the Undermesh has not been prioritized at level 2, right? So these Samurai, although fairly tanky up against Archers, could fare pretty well for Jean. On top of that, you have actually got some consecrations in archery ranges. So now a switch up into Arbitrier, just a little bit more efficient. Man, I think the mistake in this game for me from Killjoy may be not targeting the fishing sooner. I mean, he's kind of just let it be, right? And if we're looking at what that makes up for Killjoy, for Anatan rather, he has 19 fishing boats. It feels like a complete whiff to just kind of keep going for the main fight. I think what happened here is Killjoy built a big lead and then misread the game state, as if he could just end it. Killjoy now going in for those upgraded Samurai. He did realize this is important actually before the fight occurs. Otherwise, you're going to be up against Arbitrier, and that's just death. So marches in, backstab comes in from the Mountain Samurai villagers. What are you doing? What? Pathing. Now you see, the people back in those days, the good old commoners didn't really have many brain cells, did they? No. Barely would survive the winter. Half the time we mistook eating more fiber for meaning to eat wood. Just didn't work out. I don't know why I don't know why Pathing does this. That's my point. It does though. Peasants be peasants. It does cost him dearly. Now 16 worker kill losses across this game. And that fishing has to be running out soon, despite how much it served him well. It's a decent number left. I think about 2,000 food, but with 19 fishing boats, that's not going to last long. Actually, it might be more than 2,000. Like 3,000? So there's probably about, I want to say, yeah, he's probably got about 1,000-ish there. And then he's got, by the looks of it, about 2,000 up here. So about 3,000 food left over. But then he's out. Then it's just 19 eco is gone from this number. So Anatan needs a win soon. Guildhall is going to need longer than I think what you're going to have here to get the food together for a tech up. Especially when you have to spend it all on a new army. Killjoy looking for a fight. Charge into the choke point. Knights have to brace on this. Cleaves come out, but Jean gets stuck. Divine Restoration just in time. But it's not going to be enough here. The Adachi Samurai and the backup Cleaves from the Bugisha just too good. Killjoy also teching behind this. This is GG. I mean, there's no way back. I know. Props to him for trying to find a way to thread the needle, but this game was harsh. He was definitely mad against him this entire time. And Killjoy definitely gave him some hopes of reprieve here, right? Some suboptimal fights, I'd say, coming out from the Finn on occasion, but when it matters most, he strikes through and he gets the win. Nonetheless, though, a fun matchup. I hope we see more of Jean versus Japanese on water hybrid maps, because I think Anno may have found some tricky tricks that are worth investing more time into. Whew. How was your game? Well, golly, you didn't even hang around to see me coach you? Bruh, that's just rude. Ooh, Krakeni's got a fun one for us, folks. Apparently it's versus Diakusi. So all I'm reading from Krakeni is that he got sick of his total English style. That's enough reason to watch. Ezra wanting to practice? What rank is Ezra now? I've cast Ezra before, right? Have I? Oh god, yeah, he's having a rough time. I swear I've cast Ezra once or twice before. Was he in one of our pub games? Not pub games, sorry, community games. I mean, Ezra's another grinder riser, by the way. Ezra, they are ranked in the top 600 in the world. They were gold in Season 1, plat in Season 2. We got ourselves another Myriad. Okay, should we do the Crackety versus Diacusi game? Oof. He's the official German AoE 4 champion. Interesting. He's the only one in an org. Oh yeah, because Zert. What are you on about? Zerton's still in an org. Zerton's still with Mind Sanity, right? I think him and Mister are the only players remaining with Mind Sanity. Oh my god! I just realized dude Restream is not working. Apologies to YouTube. I do see you guys. I've hyped Gully so much that you believe he's going to win every FFA I cast now. And that's why it's important. So that when we get in those games, all the players in those free-for-alls target him. I still remember Gully dying in 4 minutes to a gold level player. I'm sorry, Garlic. I'm sorry, Gully. I'm sorry. Oh, dear. So, Diacusi versus Crackety. Okay. You have intrigued me, sir. That was the best part. Like, after I said to Nomad, I'm sorry, I only had conks, he sent me the conk, like a picture of him getting conked too. And my response was, sorry, are you the guy that almost died quicker than the silver in our last free-for-all? Ew. Rank's just a number, guys. Okay. Just saying a message quickly and then we'll get to this one. We know Cami Noodle. Yes, we've cast a few Cami Noodles. We admittedly cast them getting stomped a fair bit. Sorry, Cami. We haven't had a chance to see many of them winning. All right, should we get ready to go with this one? I've sent my message. We're ready to rock and roll. So. Okay, I was given a simple statement on this one. The player in it messaged me and they said, I got sick of his turtling. Welcome one and all back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Crackety is sick and tired of these turtle gamers. He's playing Order of the Dragon. I think we know what comes next. Is this about to be part 3 of the proxy racks? It might be. Well, Scout's already moving out straight away. Diacusi on the other side is going to be playing as English. If you're not familiar with Diacusi, they are a Japanese player. Infamous for, as Crackety's highlighted, the turtling English. It's all they ever love to do. I've seen plenty of Diacusi games. They always play out the same. He's got some impressive wins against some absolute top players. I think he's even taken a few games from Dumu before. But it always comes with the exact same playstyle. And I think maybe Mr. Crackety has something to say about that. Oh my god, he's doing it again. He's doing it again. It's happening again. Crackety, can you just do this on every game on one of your accounts, please? I actually love this strategy for Order of the Dragon. I love how aggro-focused it is. Crackety with no chill. He's going for the Rackstrop behind the base. Are you kidding me? Versus the English. Dude, this is sick. There's no Stealth Forest here, right? If he was going to Stealth Forest, it would have been here, but the gold's on the backside. And that's his focus point right now. He wants to block out the safe gold to stop any counterplay. Because if this turns into mass Men-at-Arms, maybe the Diacusi response would be to get Men-at-Arms himself. You can't do that without gold. And here we go, right against the edge of the map. Now, Diakusi might eventually scout this, considering where his scout is running, but it might be too late by then. So typically what Crackety does is he starts with like racks and then follows up quickly with an outpost. I wonder if you can be quick about that here because it's a bit dangerous up against the English because they have short bows. So instead, his approach is going to be to go a little bit wider on the very edge of vision. Actually, Crackety, come on, buddy. You know vision numbers. You know, a little bit deeper. Go smoothly shunt on in a bit. Oh, no. No. The gist is up. The goose is cooked. The timing's been figured out. That is not going to work. Wait, what? Just kill him. Just... Noob! Crackety. Wait, who's the real noob here, though? Spearman. It's a trap! Gets him! Alright, so 2 villagers are out for 1 villager. That's not a bad start for Crackety as long as he never loses this guy. Wait, if he gets the timing right, is this quick enough? 7 seconds. Could he body block? I think he could trap it. And yeah, Diakusi knows. Dude, he doesn't want to run through there. That would have been a death sentence. So turns around now. Scout is going to look to chase this down, but surprise, mother ducker. Off he goes. Immediately 50 health munched off will convince him he can not finish that villager off. And now with 2 spears, I believe Crackety started some sort of building project a few years ago that he needs to go back and finish. This really is turning into it, isn't it? Proxy racks Mark III. You know, funnily enough, Crackety's the only player I've seen pull this off so far. We've actually watched, I think, Killjadi the other day completely failed to try and do it up against Dimmu. Crackety, I mean, maybe we're calling it too soon because these spearmen are struggling against the villagers, especially with the attack speed aura. Diakusi will get another shot out. I mean, Crackety, you need another spearman, bud. We have problems. We have very big problems right now. Council Hall is about to complete. Crackety is queuing another spear here. The outpost is 2/3 complete. And look at his food and gold. Crackety is nowhere near ready for his own tech up. I'm getting a little bit concerned here. Can he pull this off? Because this is... I mean, this is a very dangerous game you're playing, right? You're like potentially 2 minutes away from GGing out with the way this is going. Spearman, at least going to push the scout away again. There's not much health left on some of these. We'll have to back away. And this might be the detail. Crackety, I think he's got enough time here. Remember that the Order of the Dragon villagers do build quicker. Scout goes down, so now he doesn't know if the villager is back here. That's it. He's done it. Crackety gets the outpost up. Lombo not able to kill him off. And he will successfully garrison. So LB has to back away. Gold should be fine, right? This is just out of range. But once tier 2 comes out, once the age up comes out, the arrow slits are now going to block out that gold. But my God, was this an expensive investment for Crackety. See if it pays off. Follow-up play should probably be men-at-arms here, right? Like, you're now up against Lombos. It can be a little bit annoying. But outside that, there's no gold access. There's no upgrades into things like Steeled Arrow. And you are going Mindwork Palace, folks, which means you do get the discount, right? Undermesh, 40% cheaper, 40% faster. So it's likely your opponent's going to have to take a risk. And, oh my God, Diakusi, come on. Okay, so I was about to say that, like, Diakusi has to risk the gold and then he's in a good position. But instead, he sees a slight lead, and instead of looking for a way to end the game, which, by the way, you should try to end the game now. Like, you are ahead. After that investment and what Crackety really got out of it, I'd say you're ahead. Instead, he's trying to play for his patented Turtle English style gameplay. He's going for the free TC build, isn't he? And guess who already scouted it? Crackety knows. Villager... Oh, sorry, Spearman is already going to be on the way, but I imagine we're going to have a men-at-arms follow-up coming out of that racks at the back. Oh my goodness. I can't believe he's being this greedy. it's like, I kind of get it, right? Like, for a lot of players, the idea is when you build a lead, you use it to, like, stay ahead. But I think just a group of longbows here could have been pretty effective. You could even send them towards the enemy base, because with this proxy men-at-arms racks, it means your opponent doesn't have anything to defend with. Also, you know, just the idea of playing a few longbows and scaling that up with Steeled Arrow, like, rushing the gold for that access makes a lot of sense. Steeled Arrow at that stage, like, basically half your damage plus is going to be going through onto these guys. Now instead, your one longbow has to defend against this. Crackety, you already know what he's up to. Who likes outposts? Do you like outposts? Crackety does. Men-at-arms now marching north side. Villagers. No way. No way. No, 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 no. Wait. Actually, yes, 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 yes! The one men-at-arms to rule them all. No TC for you. Diakusi was scouted on that stone a long time ago. Crackety never saw a move out to the boar and the deer. He knew exactly where Diakusi was going with that. Instead, it has to be more defensively oriented TC. However, that is still not protected by the primary. Moving in with the men-at-arms again. Villagers need to pull away from this. That's more idle time achieved. More men-at-arms coming. He's not going to stop here. He wants blood. 3 men-at-arms coming in. This is a disaster for Diakusi. Now, Golden Cuirass is activated. Golden Cuirass is about to spank your ass right here. Diakusi, just build the TC. Oh my dear God. More villagers are going to die because of this. I think this is a critical mistake here by Diakusi. Crackety starts to target the low HP ones. Finally, it is going to complete, but the price has been high here. A T-pose to show the dab coming out from Crackety. As Diakusi right now has all but 6 of his villagers idle. No, 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 no. Correction, all but 2 of his villagers are idle. Oh my God. Crackety behind this has to have a creeping smile on his face, doesn't he? Outpost is now up on the wood line. He could creep around for another. He's not stopping there. Oh, I love this. I mean, I shouldn't love outpost rushes this much, but when someone wants to be a turtle, it's time to eat them like they're a Galapagos turtle. Is that, wait, was that the correct name of the place? The delicious turtles. They couldn't even get back to England because they ate them too quickly. And it's only 1 or 2 men-at-arms at a time, but essentially at this stage, the TC feels worthless. It's not doing much. He has a small wood line, but literally nothing else that he can access. Food, gold, stone, all of it blocked out here. All by the play from Crackety. This one villager. The villager we doubted, folks. The villager with 13 HP, we're like, he cannot do it. There's no way he can finish it. And yet, here he is, doing God's work. Lumber camp was gathering some wood, triple outpost, house is being built. This guy's doing it all. What an insane game. Crackety behind this. It's just more stone for more arrow slits, isn't it? I mean, I agree that Tower Rush is great when it's against greedy players. Like, you know, if a Tower Rush is just OP, even when someone tries to counter it, it feels bad. But, like, to me, this wasn't, oh my God, Tower Rush is OP. This is Diakusi not countering a Tower Rush at all. He didn't do anything about it. He literally saw the Tower Rush, he pulled villagers, that failed, and he's like, I'm gonna build a TC. Wait, no. No way. No way! Are you kidding me? There are 23 villagers here, and none of them see this. I mean, if just one saw it, the short bows would end it. But Crackety, oh my God. Oh my God. No way. I can't believe this is working. I actually can't believe this is working right now. And there it is. It's revealed. He sees it. Crackety. He has to run into the tree line, but that baits out the villagers, and the men-at-arms are now on the way. Oh my God. The timing on this. Crackety pushes back. Villager has to retreat, and now the outpost continues. This game is borderline unplayable for Diakusi. Arrow far from the TC is at least going to make quick work of these men-at-arms, but the space has been created, folks. Another outpost up. Another one dropped. Arrow slits is going to be coming in. And Diakusi now feeling a little bit claustrophobic here on Cliffsides. I mean, the irony is that, like, this is... I keep saying that like English is S tier on Cliffside because of the aggression they field, but you see what happens when they don't, when they go the other way. People are saying that Kraken's fallen to the dark side. I think he's just trying to bring balance to the Force. Diakusi fell there a long time ago when he chose to be a Turtle English player. Krakeny is just trying to bring balance to the attack-defense idea. And dear God. I mean, if you don't... I feel like it's a mistake to not rush this outpost right now with these villagers. He's probably scared there's more men-at-arms on the way, but it's worse not to. The fortifications are going to be coming in on both of these. Oh my God. I mean, he just has no answer. That's now 16 worker kills. Diakusi is only 2 villagers ahead of the OOTD. And only 1 wood line left, folks. Guess what Krakeny is going to be targeting next? Oh, he is circling like a shark. Dude, this is a pack of wolves right now. Look at the map vision. Oh my, the only area he needs to cover now is the east side here. And then it's a full surround. Right now, Diakusi feels like a prisoner of war in a camp. Nowhere to run, nowhere to go. And another outpost comes in. This one's a little bit safer, but for good reason. The mining camp would reveal it. In fact, how does he not see that? The outpost! Are you kidding me? Krakeny, like, are you a Jedi? How does he keep finding the very edge of vision here? Every time. Siege Engineering's also been prepped. Krakeny, he's had enough waiting around. Plays out into the ball in the meat. What on earth are you... That's a lot of villages. We'll move some over to the deer now. Oh my goodness. So Diakusi's got his farms now, guys. He doesn't have much room for them. If you thought that England had like an issue with enough room to build houses, this is a metaphor for exactly that. Usually it wasn't because Germany was oppressing our borders. It was usually water. So it seems fitting that Krakeny's playing as teal. And no gold for you, sir. Oh dear. Guess what's on the way, guys? Fortify first this time. No gold access. Diakusi gets the bad news. Goes even deeper. There's Raxus at home, right? No, this is... There we go. I was about to say, this must be one at home. So this is... Oh my God, this is going to cut him off. No way. I can't believe how many moments in this game have been defined by perfect timing from Krakeny. But once again, it works out perfectly. More villages being pulled. Wait, really? You want... Really? Okay. We can do that. I wouldn't advise it, but we can. Golden Cuirass activates. More men-at-arms in! No. That... I mean, that is it. Like, that was literally the last move he had. Somehow, by some miracle, he has got Steeled Arrow, but the men-at-arms count is getting bigger, folks. Behind this, Rams are now boogalooing in, and I think this is the end of the road for Diakusi. Villagers cannot even get the outpost up. How long has this guy had 2 TC? It's been a while, you wouldn't know it. Krakeny, everything aligned perfectly in this one. Rams in on the TC, Diakusi is done. This is how you slay the turtle. I think he's got to rename himself to Diakusi. Oh my God. I mean, I'm kind of like of the mind good. No offense, but it's just like, let's be totally real. Diakusi has crushed a lot of people with that same don't come out type build on the English. I personally like seeing that build lose because I hate inactivity getting rewarded. So well played to Krakeny there. Big props. Can we get some thumbs up for Krakeny in chat? He's just doing his community service right now. Towerdy. Yeah, is that even about the proxy racks as much as it is about the Towerdy here? I don't know what to call. Like, do I just call that one proxy racks part 3? I feel like it's becoming a series with you. Let me just put a name for that for YouTube. Oh my goodness. When they turtle, we tower. You know what? I actually like. No. I like that more than Towerdy here. I think. I think that's my favorite. When they turtle, we tower. That's actually a good one. Well played, sir. I don't think you even meant that as like a thumbnail title, but that's actually like a YouTube title. But that's actually perfect. Oh, dude, that's so good. So, who do we cast now? Let's have a look. So I can check their recent games, but I can't check. Oh wait, is Lash public? Lash is public. So my thought on this is like casting their games here. I know it's scrims, but I think the difference for me. Oh, whoops! I just realized I'm on the wrong screen. The difference for me is like they are scrimming and streaming, right? Which I think makes it kind of okay, in my eyes, anyway. Like I said, you know my rules, right? Like you guys heard my rules earlier. If someone is like trying to hide all their data, but then like there's a whoopsie because they left it open or whatever, we might take a peek. Often we don't. We respect it. Funnily enough, if someone is willing to leave their data open, I don't cast their games. I don't cast the scrim games, rather. Because my nod is like, if you're willing to let me see your pub games, which is fair game, my feeling, then I will respect the privacy of your holy scrims. Okay, HRE versus Mongols could be interesting. Oh, Anno's in game as well. Who's Anno up against? You guys want to see some... Ooh. You guys want to see Anatan versus... He's up against... So it'd be Anatan versus Kaiser Johan. Do you guys want Anatan versus Kaiser Johan, or do you want Lash versus Sassy? Choices, right? Oh, how I spoil you all. Just need to send a message across to someone. Yo, what up? My silver server's back. There it is, guys. Nomad, our resident, almost loses a silver guy. No, I'm kidding. How's it going, buddy? So, you know what? I'll put up a poll. I'll actually put up a poll. We'll put up a minute-long poll, so it's not too long. What to cast? Do we cast this one, which is Anatan versus Kaiser Johan? Or we have a bunch of games from Sassy and Lash to choose from. So I'll give a minute. Very short poll, just to see what people feel like. I'm a man of the people, what could I say? Don't know what that laugh is. Don't know what that laugh is about. I'm gonna keep doing it. It's like some sort of instinctual reaction. It's getting weirder. Hurry up and vote so I can get away from it. You guys want Anno versus Kaiser Johan? I'm not surprised. HRE versus Iobids. Don't feel like we've seen this matchup much. Did you find out who ML was practicing with the other day? I don't know. What was the name of the account? Because he streamed it, right? Or these replays that we're watching, this game's happening live right now. So we're about to dive into this one. Just I mean, how did they play? I'd have to watch it. I know Recon has been practicing with him a lot. I think Recon and Anatan are probably Marinelord's most practice partners. I don't know actually about Anno, but Recon definitely is. Recon and Marinelord practice together a lot. in before it's Serral playing from wait, Serral, we'll get into a sec. Serral, just to finish off, Serral's in I'm pretty sure Serral has got mandatory military duty, right? Which is why he's like stepping away from competitive temporarily. Could you imagine if it's just secretly Serral? Somehow he's just playing on like satellite from the melee base. If only. Miss that guy. The one-trick Russo. Who won between Kiljardi and Anatan earlier? That's right. Let me get the prediction done. Earlier on, it was Kiljardi who won in the end. Let's set up a new prediction for you guys. So who will win? I'll set this prediction up and then I'll unpause. So Kaiser Johan is HRE. And then Anatan is Ibeds. So I'll put the Civ so you guys see the names, you're not confused by it. All right, so let's get ready to go. Forgot to hit the record. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action. We've got a fun one here, actually. I haven't checked in on them in a while. Roger Scrotton, a very high-ranking account here in the Greens HRE. This is none other than Kaiser Johan, and they are going to be up against Anatan of 3D Clan, playing on their I Like AoE 4 account. I feel like, honestly, I just need like a voice line. I like trains. But instead, it's like, I like AoE 4. And then all of a sudden, an entire load of Camel Lancers just run you over. Because he's going to be playing as the Ibeds. I thought that would make this quite an interesting matchup, actually. With the nerfs to Ibeds and their fast castle timing, I'm curious to see who's better at it now. Remember, the Ibeds actually got quite the crippling hit to them, right? They went for a 40% faster tech timing to a 20% faster. They now get a discount of 100 resources less for that Castle Age timing. It means actually HRE might be on top to hit Castle Age quicker again. And that is going to be a very big difference because when both of those civs tech up, they have the same goal in mind. Opening of Cav typically, or some heavily armored unit at least, into Relic hoovering. Let's see how this one plays out. We're going to hit the fast forward a little bit so we can get as live as possible. We are watching this game live, someone asked. In fact, you can tell when we're watching live because anytime there are predictions up, we are watching a live game. People are going pretty hard on Anatan, but honestly, I wouldn't just discredit the ability of Roger Scrotton, aka Kaiser Johan. He's a very capable player. Like, if I check his rankings on the leaderboard right now, Roger Scrotton account is sitting at 61st. Kaiser Johan is sitting 102nd. So you've got two accounts basically the top 100 plus. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've seen the Roger Scrotton account up as high as like 20 or 30. Before, I actually thought it was Wham for that reason, because Wham has had a similar name to that before. I think he had a name Roger something. He also had the Buster McScruggs account. But this is indeed one of the Swedes. And looking pretty sweet on the whole. 12 sheep on this side, 11 on the other. And of course, remember, it's the HRE. So at 3 minutes in, when you check a sheep count, for the HRE, they've gathered through their initial sheep 40% faster, right? That's always something to be conscious of here. Already on the straggler trees, so Roger could be prepping for maybe a stables opening to poke a little bit at his opponent. On the other side of this, I'm expecting Growth Wing. Okay, no, we're going to go military wing reinforcement. I guess it makes sense. Like, you are up against a Civ that doesn't build ranged units. The only negative I see about this build is that if your opponent builds an outpost, like so, your camels do nothing. And you're against the HRE. There's a good chance they're going to build an outpost or two, right? Typically, it's very good for them because, especially if there's a gold on the forward, which isn't the case here, but when it is, it's very beneficial to build that outpost and drop a relic in it because it becomes an unbreachable defense. Tech up complete. And no, this I'm gonna break the illusion here. This Roger Scrotton is 100% Kaiser Johan. I know this. I know this because I've been sent a game by him on this account before. Nice try, baiting us to think it's Dimu. Dimu, who right now would have to be playing from Wi-Fi on a plane. Cheeky chat. Tech up complete. And it is definitely going to be a fast castle build. I mean, it's not really too surprising, is it? Other side of this, Timing not looking great right now, but Arcan is finally online, and this is where things could accelerate very quickly. Before this, it was only a few villages being amped up. Now it's the entire economy. Over double what it was previously is now being buffed up. It means that despite this start, it's very easy now for the HRE to catch up. The one detail that might prove annoying, and I think it's actually why Anatan still went for the Desert Raider, is because this Desert Raider can block out a relic grab from the Prelates. Has to be careful not to lose him doing this, though. This is a bit dicey. Anno. Careful, sir. Anno. This is pretty good, actually. It's a dangerous game he's playing, but it has a large value here. If it idles out the gold and delays the tech timing, it means that you have this bigger window to take relics away. And also block any sort of rush out of prelates when green reaches up. Does have to keep getting a little bit closer. I think you need to wait for that villager's spread here. You can see he kind of gets a bit too close each time. So Desert Raider on Death's Door. I love that. It looks like a desperation final move there. And funnily enough, green does fall for it again. Shots coming out once more. This is a fun little game that actually they're playing. This has to be so tilting for Kazuyohan because he knows he just needs the optimal timing. Love that detail though. Scout comes back and that will be enough to keep the Desert Raider out permanently. And now it's just going to move him over to the relic, right? You just sit him here, easy peasy. Funny thing is with 6 health left over, even a Scout can potentially kill you. It's a bit close because of the damage you put out in return. But if the Scout just tickles you down and pulls away, this guy can be dead before the tech up's complete. We should have another Desert Raider coming through soon though. Yep, second one pops out. So this is why he goes for Overgrowth Wing. It just gives him the ability to block out 2 relics close to Roger Scruton's base. And tech up now triggered. So it is going to be, dude, let's freaking go. I'm sick and tired of Advancement Wing. Like, honestly, I think it's so overrated now. The nerfs genuinely took it out back and shot it in the face. This is so much better what we're seeing out of Anatan here. Culture Wing advancement gets you there 24 seconds quicker, sure, and a bit cheaper. But the Culture Wing logistics gets you 3 dervishes instantly. Think about the difference there. When you tech up, you'd have to actually start building this mosque, which takes 25 seconds. You need 200 wood to do that as well, which also stretches your eco even thinner. This way, you don't have to worry about that. You can start building the mosque when it returns. It's similar to the logic behind why Floating Gate works very well, why the Imam pull point for Ottomans is so good for a fast castle build. And look at these crazy timings as well. He's a minute away. It's only 8 villages. Funnily enough, actually, Anatan can reach age 3 before Roger Scruton does. And once again, a new Desert Raider has arrived to harass this eco line. Oh, this is so annoying. So, funny detail here is actually Roger Scruton kind of done this to himself. Kazuyohan done an overly defensive outpost, and I'm still not sure why. It should have been here. Sure, this spot can still be poked a bit, but funnily enough, it's like much harder for Anno to poke in. It's much easier for him to get caught, especially when you're playing like this side. If you think about it, from this position to rally into the outpost, you have to go kind of diagonally, whereas some of your villages will instantly garrison if the outpost is placed here. It's just a little bit closer. It seems nitpicky, but I think it would have led to a little bit less idle time and probably would have been the difference between him winning the race. Instead, he techs up first, but only 15 seconds ahead. Prelate is at least moving out, but unfortunately for him, Anatan sees all. So he knows about this greedy play, and make no mistake about it, this is a mixture of greed and safety, right? Like, he knew he could have this relic first. Instead, he gets a bit too ambitious, and that means the camel is going to punish him for this. Dervishes immediately break out. He needs to be fast, right? This Desert Raider, he can hold it for a little bit. He only has 6 health. And units are now being built actively by Roger Scruton. Terrible fight for him. Horseman will not win against the Desert Raider here. Oh, come. No! Are you... Wait, what? Okay, he shouldn't have won, but the Horseman got the charge just in time, and I actually cannot believe what I just saw there. You guys saw that, right? The Dervish started healing a dead unit. Oh, I may jinx that. I think if he pulled back just a little bit, that could have worked quite well. And yes, Faye is right. The Desert Raiders do have the range tag, but I think if you just pull back a little bit, your damage is high enough that you should win that fight. Especially with the Dervish coming in. Unfortunately, he does flop down. Dervish is now racing here. Well, doesn't work that well against the Prelate, but will at least keep the Horseman away. Unfortunately for him, that's a long walk home now. kind of funny, right? I can't help but feel that there probably could have been a stables and 2 to 4 horsemen for the Ivids. And I think that would have been the difference between 2 relics and 4. And wait, Anno? Why do you hate camels? That's not good. 1 relic's already on the way home. wait, there was a yoink. There was actually a yoink. He got out in time. Lancers on the north side make it worthwhile. So that's why Anatan wasn't reacting. He was distracted by the fight on the north. So although 1 relic is going to be given over here, and 2 are on the way home, it's still looking like a 3-2 relic split is quite easily doable. In fact, it might even be worse than that for Roger Scruton. He's far, far away, folks. Lancers are hunting as well. They want to block that relic. Good trades here. Spearman just outnumbered. A terrible fight now for Green. I mean, he's spreading himself too thin, right? Like, actually, 2 relics should be your goal. Instead, now you have to hide in the corner. All right, I hope you had no intent of returning this because someone knows. And it's worse than that still. He's even got the scout here, so he should sniff this out fast. In fact, if he just follows this corner click, which I think he is, right? He's moving over here now. It's going to be farewell, princess. Yep, no way. He's going to die to the throat. Oh, come on. That wolf aggro range, I actually feel quite bad for Kazi Johan right now. So Rillet gets denied. That wolf was like a dog with a bone, funnily enough, and he was not going to let go. Sadly for the poor prelate, that bone was still attached to the middle-aged monk's body. Lancers. Oh, they actually get a free charge there, so nicely played. In fact, it should go back in. Yeah, the spearman count's too low here, right? Great micro. Anatan peels away the injured one. Wolo on the other side. That's going to push the horseman back, and that is indeed going to be another relic heading back towards Anatan's base. He's yet to build the mosque. It's finally on the way. He now realizes this is about to be a 4 relic game for him. A terrible spot for the HRE. Yeah, not good, right? Like, what is your play now? You've got mass farms, but you lack long-term gold access. On top of that, you now don't have at least 2 relics to drop an outpost on each of your flanks. You only have a single relic outpost defense. So it means a lot of the base is not going to be protected here for Roger Scruton. I don't know, just continue to min-max this, right? A lot of injured camels, but notice he's never really giving any over. I can't believe this. I actually can't believe Roger went from what looked like a very easy 3 relic game to now just 1 and none. I mean, that relic rotation, like, I feel like that shouldn't have been allowed in the first place, right? It was interesting that he didn't contest this earlier than he did. He went too greedy. I think the only relic, funnily enough, that Roger Scruton got was this one. It was the one furthest away. The safe ones, obviously being guarded to a certain extent, but I think the northern side ones, if he just focused his forces there, it was better than the split that he done. If he wanted this relic, it should have been immediately. Instead, he split his troops between north and south and gave Anatan the way of doing this. Now, Anno, looking to get even more greedy. I don't blame him with a lead like this. He goes for a second TC. 4th relic now on the way home, and yeah, this is now officially a problem. Mass spears are being built up, but funnily enough, crossbows coming out. Not the best counter, but it just ensures that green can't do anything but spears. Outpost also being built up on the ford. It's going to be a little bit late, and Anno instead is going to rush it to try and get up in time to save the villagers. Somehow gets them in just in the nick of time. Lancers. There's just so many of them. You have to be careful, because if these spearmen got caught doing the torches, they're not going to be able to brace in time. In fact, that's exactly why Anno's doing this. Baiting him in. Dervish is also here to heal. Good peel back. Just saving the life of the outpost, which is actually killing off these spearmen. Dervish is going to go down, but right now, this spearman count, I don't feel like it's that scary. Crossbow's also now arriving. Clash comes in. Villagers able to repair just in the nick of time, and that is going to be a loss of the forces. Behind this, Green is trying to go towards Imperial Age, but all of a sudden, all of that food needs to go into troops. I'm not sure how I feel about this either. The solution to their problems, in their eyes, seems to be mass men-at-arms. And the problem with that is, A, your opponent has already started building crossbows, so why? And B, if you had to choose between spearmen or men-at-arms to deal with lancers, you choose spearmen every day of the week. Lancers won't have their charge disrupted, which means they can initiate a charge at long range. They can get that initial hit onto men-at-arms and then peel away before the bonus damage starts to matter from the heavy maces. So yeah, not ideal. And this doesn't feel great either. Pass the Swabi on the way. Manjanique also being built up. Nice little thing about doing the reinforcement wing right is even the camels can assist you building these. And it should be a march towards the base. Keep in mind there's already a lot of farms. I actually love Manjaniques up against the HRE because they build too many farms too quickly. And it just means that you can actually get maximum value with incendiary shots around the Archon. Now, it would be a bit of a dive to get there, but it's not out of the realm of possibility with the layout of this base. Especially with the lack of defenses. So Anno's actually just vibing. I don't like that he's waiting like this. He might think there's a second wave, but I mean, if there was, I feel like you would have seen something of it by now. So Green is going to get the tech up, and unfortunately, because Anna's hand's a bit too defensively oriented, he's not going to be close enough to punish it immediately. He is, however, getting a lot of gold off the map. Funnily enough, the one sacred site he's taken is probably the easiest one for him to get. Tech up complete, but I mean, you are in Imperial Age, you have one relic, so it means you have one strong defense. Cannon emplacements are at least on the way, so that's going to be a good detail here, but with this many lances and the fact they're not fortified yet, there is a risk to this, especially with Manjanique's now on the way. Army's been seen. Green knew this was coming, he had to have. Like, there's no way you get a tech up like this for free, right? What would the Ibids be doing otherwise? Manjanique. Almost in range. Problem with this is the cannon emplacement can actually hit the Mango. It's something I absolutely hate about this. In fact, the Spring is also in range. Just goes off the farms instead. Okay, this is what I call believing a bit too much in farm kills. And a third TC now. Oh my. Oh, this is quite greedy. I mean, it kind of makes sense though, right? If he doesn't feel like he can kill the base, you might as well try to shrink the eco gap that's about to build here. Doesn't mean that you missed the opportunity to now go in, but I think that was always going to be the case. The issue in this game for me is Anatan was way too defensive. He took a great fight, a great win, and then he just kind of sat on it. It's almost like he forgot that he's up against the Civ that loves Imperial Age probably more than any other Civ in the game. Well, no, that's not fair. I would say HRE Imperial is kind of like, you know that person who goes on one date and says, I'm in love? That's them, because all they can think about is getting there early. I'm going to speed up the game a bit, because we are reaching a bit of a lull, right? Like, Army's going to build up for Roger Scruton, so we're getting a chance to fight this out, to stay in this. More Manjaniques are being built on the other side. Funnily enough, Mango's coming in from Roger Scruton. So no Springles, no Culverins here. And that's interesting considering they already saw that they're up against Manjaniques. That feels I'd say a little bit risky, but I actually think that seems a big bit risky here, right? I know. Now just moving out to guarantee no gold access. Smart play here. Remember, this is a one relic HRE. He basically has 1,800 gold and then nothing to scratch his ass with. That's a problem considering he wants to go meta arms, he wants to go siege, he's got all these elite upgrades he needs to get. Let's not forget about the university tech. That costs a pretty penny each. Lance is now riding in. Villagers are going to look to garrison, but the body blocks are perfect there. A great raid. Camel Lancers just able to do a lot of damage at this stage. Especially considering there's no textiles from Roger Scruton. And Arms giving chase, but they're just never quick enough to stick on top of this, right? So Camel just keep riding through. More villagers going down, and no eco lead building here. 3 sacred sites also now locked in. Now, it might look a little bit throwy, like why is he throwing away the Camel Lancers like this? Because it's not about them anymore. He sees the spears, he sees the men at arms. His goal now is to get into a full range comp. Gold also going to be scouted. So that's another charge opportunity if he just goes for it. Boop. Yeah, the men at arms, even with marching drills, are not going to be quick enough here. Are you kidding me? Look, it's just jackpot after jackpot. He doesn't hang around for another charge, surprisingly enough. But decent damage done there. Manjanique's behind this. Now just blissing into the base. I don't think that the Incendiary is that great against Outposts. I'd have to do some thorough tests, but I feel like it's a little bit better just to stick on rocks because the spread tends to be a bit RNG, right? Sometimes you're a bit too wide to hit. I might be wrong about that, though. It's just, yeah, look at shots like that. That one's not too bad, but that first shot was abysmal. Culverin. Now in. Back up hit. I kind of just don't like the approach the Manjaniques there. Like, trying to dent the base is so slow. It's kind of rough, right? It almost feels like he was expecting this game to just be over in Castle Age. Like, I legit think that Anatan has been trying to pivot from an earlier point, which is quite fitting because he actually used to call himself Pivotan, where he misread the castle imp play. He thought it was actually going to be an all-in castle play. So now he's just adjusting his micro, adjusting his macro rather, playing for later phase in the game. Clash is going to come out on the side here. This is actually a really good one. A lot of crossbows behind this. Manjanique is going to be taken out. But now a ride through. Lancers made their way towards those mangoes. Not able to hang around, though. It's going to be a back away. A heavy hit there as well. Anatan does have the military lead. But most of it is just range format, and that is countered by the siege. Remember, that's also a fight that he can't win, right? Unless he goes mass lancers. Oh, no. Be very careful, sir. So unless he goes mass lancers, he has no way of dealing with siege now because the Culverin, right? Until you tech up, you have no answer. And as you can see by the income, by the investment in army, until Anatan reaches military pop, he doesn't have a way of just rushing it. Towers are so annoying. I mean, they're incredibly annoying, right? Like, it's... So, funnily enough, this outpost is 9.5, but if he had the relic in it, it goes up to, I think it's like 11.2 or something like that. It's just absurd how strong they are. I think that was kind of the awkward point. We've seen many players lose to HRE because of that detail, actually, if you think about it. So many times I've watched players try to dent one outpost and lose the game. We literally watched it earlier today. Now he might lose it. I mean, he needs cav. Golems aren't going to reach this. In fact, Golems are like the worst thing you can build right here when men-at-arms are being massed. You need an answer to the siege, and right now, Anno doesn't have it. He also has way too much gold. Funnily enough, he's actively gathering as well. I think you just need to get on the wood. Like, not the gold, wood, go farms. If you can get the farm cluster set up, you can recover this. But right now, you're like 1 foot in, right? 21 farms isn't a late-game economy. Look at the other side of this. It's 33, but those are much better, right? They've got the 40% gathering speed buff. Well, I'm wondering how many people regret their bets on Anno now. Because I noticed quite a heavy skew towards Anatan to win this, and there was a time where it just seemed like a shoo-in, but we're past that. An interesting thing about walling across the map, it might be Anno's signature move, but I think there's like 2 types of games on Gorge. Those where you wall everything and those where you wall nothing. And Anno, he's now trying that to his credit, but I think it's too late. It's a hard defense here. Mango's still completely uncounted. Burnings on the buildings now. Men-at-arms just also securing the flank, so it looks like gold is going to be under the purview of the HRE. I actually can't believe this, man. Like, he literally has 1 relic against 4. This should not be happening right now. Mangoes still unanswered, and oh my god, the wallop! Men-at-arms back up a little bit here. Surprised he's giving that over. Golems did sneak in somewhat. So good fight, follow up now from Anatan, but a heavy hit at the beginning of this, and there's Culverin and now still alive. Backstab comes in from the Golems. Siege is their target, and it looks like he might be able to find it here. Anatan, a heavy loss though. Look at the bodies scattered. Mass men-at-arms with elite army tactics is all that Roger Scrutt needs now. This is over. Dude, What a sick hostage situation from Green, forcing Anatan into a fight that he never wanted to be a part of. At a critical point in the game, when Anno was most weak, farm transition was underway amidst this. And maybe Anno survives this, but this is getting grim. Second wave is building up. A heavy hit for him. Anatan just about able to hold together off the back of crossbows, but look at the men-at-arms numbers. I think the only thing missing here from Roger Scruton is flanks. Go flanks. The only way you lose this game now is if you don't split up. He's trying to force a GG end down the center, but if you just send small groups of men-at-arms on these flanks, you're going to see a huge hemorrhage of eco for blue. And here we go. Kazi Johan nods his head. He says, I agree, sir. Salutes and says, sir, yes, sir. Off we go. We've got how many villagers over here? 22, actually about 25, 26. Great read by Anatan to set up the keeps, though. That is going to make it much harder, but there is a wrap opportunity here, especially on the left side, to still get into that soft, squishy farmland. I mean, I'm just going to dive past this. Bombard's now on the way, so he's taking a slightly slower approach. We have to remember Anatan still has not started the tech up, so that's a deceptive thing, right? You might wonder, why am I saying this is basically over? It's because Anno needs to win some miracle fights here. The castles are stabilizing him, but a tech up is still difficult, and you have to remember, these aren't just any men-at-arms. These are HRE men-at-arms, not those Giga Chad gilded ones you've been seeing. They might not be as tanky, but what they are is much faster. Castle will eventually whittle them down, but the other time is ticking the box required here, right? Just keeping Anno further and further away from attack. Mangonel count is also going up to 3 again, so the whole goal here is Roger Scruton's buying time to get the siege up while keeping the food count down for Anno. And if the food count is down, then Cav cannot be a good answer for the Ibids. Kill him raids. Pretty effective little move there by Anno, though. Just trying to shrink the eco on the other side a bit. He's forcing quite a big reaction. Johan, I think we might be seeing a switch into Horseman, right? It's a lot easier to dive past those keeps. Sacred Sites are locked in, though. Some of them actually very well guarded. We've got keeps on 2 of 3. Wolves going up on the north side. I get the feeling that he needs to slow down, but I am a little bit worried he's about to give Anatan the break to go imp here. And that doesn't just have me worried because that means I miscalled the game. The game essentially looked like it should have been over, but Roger Scruton, instead of keeping these raids up and going after all the farms now, he's allowed Anatan to get back in. Sacred Sites can't be decapped that easily. It is going to be uncomfortable. It's not going to be easy, but I think Anatan, he's not going to stare a gift horse in the mouth, right? He's been given an opportunity that probably shouldn't have been here. Biology also coming in. No undermesh level 2 is a bit surprising considering all these keep defenses. This kind of feels like the worst thing you'd be doing. I think maybe what Roger Scruton's doing wrong is he's misreading how good his eco is. I mean, it's great, right? It's Ark and Chapel, after all. But look at the food difference. There's a clear priority here. And there's the raids. So this is what we needed. Tech up has begun for Anatan, right? It's underway. It's going to be Growth Wing, and that's scary, by the way. And a permanent 10% gathering rate buff on every eco unit. Right now, Roger Scruton's only getting his 40% buff on about 30 to 40 of his units. So, funnily enough, when you compare these ecos now, relics aside, but actually we should include them, Ibids ahead. That's wild. Also, we're reaching a pretty stacked point. Golden Age 4 means that now the siege is like having a high armory. So with a play now into mass Springolds, it's much cheaper to maintain for the Ibids than it is for the HRE. I can't believe this, dude. This is incredible. Anochad might be flipping this one on to Kazi Johan. Bombard's trying to get through the keep, but defense is kept up long enough that the tech ups are going to complete. And after that, decent amount of food and gold in reserve. Defenses are at least being set up around the sacred sites. So Kazi Johan still has a target for a win condition. Mangoes and Horseman moving in, though. He wants this castle gone. Body blocks. Kind of awkward, like Horseman. I think they're looking for those farms. Castle's still not falling to this, though. I mean, it's getting low, right? But it's never being finished off. Bombard needs one more shot. The tech up's complete. I actually think the Castle done what it needed to. It's gonna fall, yes. But now Anatan has an ability to fight. Upgrades immediately get queued up. And remember, he's playing as the Iabids. Golden Age 2 gives you a 50% increase to your research speed. We're only 40 seconds away from them almost being neck and neck in quality. University techs are going to be missing, sure, but the rest is going to be made up for. We're just trying to fix what went wrong last time. This time, a keep coming in. Kaiser Johan, 4 mangoes to hold these choke points against mass crossbows. No Springwoods coming out yet from the Iabids. Just more horsemen. I mean, that's going to be his answer, right? Just try to wrap around. There's not many spears here. Makes a lot of sense. This castle's taking a long time to kick up. Mango shots in. Oh, no. I've seen this before. It didn't look pretty. Last time, it almost cost him this game. This time, it might cost him it indefinitely. Gold is not great, folks, right now. Iabid's not gathering off of gold actively, and right now, he needs it for more upgrades. Jump comes in, though. Horsemen find the siege. All of it down. Crossbow spears. Spring the trap. Keep now in the way, though. Can he get this up? Green looking to rush it through. Relics are on the ground, but no dervishes nearby. No way of picking up those relics. It's just a clash. Horsemen now coming in with the backstab. Villagers going to be targeted, but the textiles should allow them to get this up. Kaiser Johan wants to take a slab of the Ivar's base. The main fight is going phenomenally well, right? Mass men at arms versus horsemen. It doesn't work as well as you think here. He got rid of the siege, but it came at a cost. Castle is up. And now Green says, I'm here to stay. Needs some full production, though. This is a good start, but I think the issue that's really hurt Green here is the map crossing here. Mass men at arms do not show up quickly. Blue needs to move out for those sacred sites soon as well, right? That's another key sticking point here. We're 6 minutes away from a sacred site victory. A high price has been paid, though. Bombards now coming out on both sides, but is the siege going to be quick enough? Horsemen, they peel and they go. Not good enough guard. Spearmen try to trap them from going on through, but the mango is going to be reached. Can it be finished? It's taken down. And that means the hand cannoneers can now tear this down. Castle still stands for the moment. The siege continues. Bombard on the backside is unanswered for Blue. I don't know, man. I think this is going to be close, but the way that Green can win this has to be sacred sites. This push is actually doing a good job of distracting away from that. But he hasn't got the best defenses, right? A wooden wall here and some cannon emplacements, great. But you send over a group of horsemen and that's just GG. TC now on the way, though. They're just trying to rush this up. This is going to be critical. If he cannot get this up, the E-repairs isn't going to be there. That castle's going to be removed. Horsemen do ride in onto the mangoes, though. One goes down. Body blocks to protect the other two. Mangoes to shoot back against the range formation. Castle now on fire. Bombard needs to be quick about this. Needs 2 more shots. This is going to be tight, but I think it's going to be just enough. Anatan will get rid of the castle. And this might be the final pushback moment, right? Anno bleed himself dry in the food, but the castle was a big detail in that. Roger Scrutton now breaks through horsemen in onto the bombards, but they need to be in onto the food. And Bombard is not dying quickly. Finally goes down, but I think the detail I now want to see, that the checkmate moment, Roger Scrutton needs to go for the eco. He needs to march on those farms because that is the one reason why these horsemen keep on coming. Another keep drop. Kaiser Johan, he's relentless right now. I mean, Bombard's gone, right? And in fact, there's a Culverin coming next. Body blocks to prevent the eco being reached, but it looks like the hand cannoneers will be able to snipe them down one by one. And that's the thing, right? The hand cannoneer number is building, but still, all I'm seeing is a sacred site win condition here. But it's getting closer and closer. Now, 4 minutes away. Mango keeps pushing back against the cannoneers. Breakthrough again. I can't believe he's making this work. The meat machine is non-stop from the HRE. Also, keep in mind, there's no relics anymore, right? They're all on the ground, so getting these hand cannoneers is pricey. Gold is running out fast. We've got 2k left over here. It's exhausted on the north side. If Anatan cannot break out right now, this is over. Castle just 5 to get it up. A Bombard being queued up, but that's going to take a while to arrive. So another keep going up, this time one with E-Repairs. I've noticed some people calling it, saying this is it, this is over, but no. Kaiser Johan refuses. 3 minutes to go. Eastern Sacred Site safe. Northern one has some cannon emplacements, and already that's not enough, Cav! Oh my god, he can't get the decap in time, right? I mean, it's one cannon emplacement, maybe. It looks like it's only the one, but I don't think there's enough units here to do this. Maybe if you split them all up across the Sacred Site. But it also relies on your opponent not coming to body block you. And, well, Roger Scruton is on the way. Kaiser Johan. He needs to peel off the Cav. The problem I see right now is it's going to be too slow if you keep the men-at-arms walking with them. Push continues in, though. One Bombard out again. A massacre as they try to dive in these choke points up against the hand cannoneers. But E-Repairs coming in. Villagers as well. No stone. Relic's now picked up. There we go. That's what we needed. More armor, more defenses, more firepower. Body blocks on the Sacred Site. He can't get the decap. The one hope for Anno, the one way, and it has been denied. And this cheeky git is making off with the goodies. It took him 36 minutes to be more than a one relic boy. But finally, Kaiser Johan begins to look like a real HRE. Oh my dear god, this game is insane. Stone running out. Just trying to repair. There's none left though, so Keep is going to go down. What really matters are these Sacred Sites though. Kolf now arriving. A-Click's a little bit awkward. And villagers have been gathering stone out here. Roger Scruton is greedy for it all. Horsemen get breakthrough. 2 minutes left to a Sacred Site victory. Now, this is critical. The walls have to be go up rather than they have to be maintained. If this turns into a choke point fight, the men-at-arms can block the move by the Horsemen. But now, Horses finding what they need. Cole's being sniped out. One is going to survive behind this. Men-at-arms able to hold back the cavalry. TC is going to go down, but we are now 1.5 minutes away from a win for green. Sneak through begins. Only one Horseman, though. Against a cannon emplacement, that shouldn't work. It is at least going to pause the timer, though. That's what you need here. Keep with the Relic in it. It's got the range to push you back. This hand cannon is just not very tanky, right? Very effective when they get kills due to the Mamluk's bravery, but they don't have the extra health of something like an Anabeg play. Instead, they're going to start getting massacred by this. It has to be Northside, right? That's where the final fight is going to be. The moment to define it, whether the Iabids can bite back again. Whether Kaiser Johan can turn this into a win, it comes to the north. Johan marches up. Men-at-arms count not looking great. Hand cannoneers, 15 of them here. Only a single cannon emplacement. And no relic. That is going to be a massacre. That is going to be a decap. He finally done it. Anatan leaves it until the last minute. But the game goes on. And now he's going to split through, right? He says, okay, Horsemen are through. Sacred Site is a tick. It's time to find more. Villagers are about to be massacred. And this is the critical point that Green was trying to avoid. 1 minute away, Anatan will take control. Oh, this is going to start to flood, right? Like, it's cheap relic, sure, but overall, you have to remember that this is Growth Tech Imperial, which means the Iabid villagers are just better off. Look at the eco numbers. It kind of tells the entire tale here, right? 10% more effective by default due to the Golden Age, and another 10% due to the Growth Wing. Meanwhile, over here, only farmers are 40% better, and they aren't going to last long. Horsemen in on the eco. Cannon emplacements will eventually clear them up, but it's the flow of the fights that matters here, right? Drawing Green back towards his base so that Anatan can start to reclaim the map. Now, gold is going to be an issue on both sides, folks. Don't get me wrong. There's no denying it. But that's why trade was created. Anatan understands that this game is not ending anytime soon. Horseman Raids going in again. Man, this is getting ugly. In a game where he can't afford many gold units, this is the perfect way to play this, right? Mass Horseman in on the flank. Roger Scruton, of course, does have the textiles, but the other time, the losses, I mean, he doesn't need more wood here, but it's still eco losses. It's still map control loss. The Rams are going to make it more permanent. Anasan with his signature walls on the flanks, just making sure he's safe on the east here. Roger Scruton once again marches down the center, though. An ambitious idea here. I mean, he has got 4 mangonels, actually. If that finds the hand cannoneers, it's going to be a wipe. Roger. Johan wants it, but quick reaction to pull away. Anno needs to be careful right now. He's got about, I'd say, 20 to 30 military invested in the flanks, so not able to defend that. Villagers now get caught by the men-at-arms. Uh-oh. Is he about to get scouted on the trade setup? No. No, at a moment like this, it can't happen. Villagers are going to pull it away. Whew, that was close. Roger Scruton. Does he know? I mean, the trade hasn't begun yet, right? So it's a little bit too early to scout, but he might sniff it out. You see a marketplace, but I think that one's been there the entire time, so that's not a dead giveaway. However, if they hang around a little bit longer, there's the info. He knows. He knows it's traders. All right, Johan. What do you do now? Mangoes. Oh, no, 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 no! Overextension. Too many horsemen. No holding it back. I mean, they should leak in. Surely. There's no way. No way. What? How? In the everlasting hell is every single siege still alive? Oh my god. I mean, it's not going to survive the second wave, but it's a miracle it survived the first. So eventually it's going to get cleared up here, and then we're talking about a game where only one player is setting up trade. The other's trying to join in, though. Your HRE, stop trading, says the wolf. I don't think I've ever seen... I've never once seen Gaia so against the idea of someone trading. Like, he hasn't even noticed yet. And the worst part is he's got them in an auto queue, but the wolves are blocking the next marketplace here. So when he finally looks over to set up trade, he's only going to have 1 when he's meant to have 4. Oh no. Oh no. Please. Please. That gold may matter. Traders, although they've begun, they're struggling, right? They're on the front line, and this is not your armor road traders. It's not your spice roads. It's not all those juicy things you get as the bastards here. This is just vanilla trade. Doesn't feel great. The amount of horsemen in this game right now. It's absurd because, like, Roger Scruton doesn't need to be spending this gold on this many men-at-arms. Spearman achieves the same. I think the only thing that's missing is, like, take your 9k wood, build proxy Raxes here, and spam spears. It's the reason why he's struggling with this, right? Because you have to remember, he's still producing from across map this entire time, right? It's all the way back at home that this is running from. It just feels unnecessarily difficult, right? Especially against a Civ that has an increased production rate. Horseman. Right on out. They're looking for that siege. Free access on the call from the Mangonels, so they're going to go down. That means the hand cannoneers can join in on the party. And this is why I just don't like the men-at-arms choice over spears here, right? Like, you go for spears, they're going to die to hand cannoneers at a similar pacing, but they're going to get better trades in up against the horsemen. Instead, what you end up with is a situation where the Ibids have a very strong front line of horsemen, and the back line is what makes the difference. Ay, ay, ay. Did he... Okay, he killed the wolf in the end. This game is not going to end, is it? Every time it looks like it's going to be over, it just keeps on trucking. Big shout out to Teach J coming through the sub. Welcome to Swarm. You guys should be joining the Swarm right now. This game is almost an hour long, which means that you would miss out due to ads that Twitch enforces on the channel. Don't fall for that, because I just don't know what's going to happen next in this game. I mean, I've called it about 3 times. It looked like it should have been over each time, but each time along the way, a player's either surprised or dropped the ball, and the other has picked it up. I mean, it's horsemen men-at-arms versus horsemen hand cannoneers. I just don't... I don't like it for Roger. I mean, he is escalating Rams, right? So there is a risk he goes in for the landmark snipe. I think that might be his win condition here. right? Just mass rams down the center. It could actually work quite well. Torches from the men-at-arms and horsemen as well. Incredibly effective here. However, you are going to be doing that into almost 30 hand cannoneers now. It's not exactly a light force to contest with. Sacred Sight's once again locked in, by the way. We've returned to this win condition. I actually feel like Horsemen are the worst you can go into. And like, there's a fair point coming in from chat, right? The camel debuff. If it ever gets in these fights, you just lose. I think Infantry is probably a better call. This clash is terrible right now, by the way. Trade is booming up, and there's nothing he can do about it. He needs to actually attack the flanks. Still not rushing to do that. 13 traders so far. Other side of this, it's going to be 5. And yeah, I've tried to ignore it, hoping he'd catch up, but the fact that actually Kaiser Johan is now 46 minutes into a game without extra blacksmith upgrades, like, he's missing quite a few, right? I mean, you can forgive Steel Arrow, but like the melee techs with a full melee army kind of feels more important here. Also, Military Academy. I think the jaw dropper for me is no Military Academy. That is mind-boggling here. No wonder he can't break the base. It's Military Academy as well as Golden Age here. So look at the trail, right? Like, you're missing out on a buff of 33%. But it's bigger than that. The difference between you right now is 53% on production. I can't believe this. I mean, I've been racking my brain. Something felt off game sense-wise about why this didn't end at multiple points for Roger Scruton, and now we know. It's not just the fact he's producing cross-map, it's the fact he completely blanked Military Academy. I don't think he's going to win this unless he notices that deck. I'm genuinely, like, I'm just going to say, it's a loss if you forget about Military Academy here. It's just impossible to do that in this matchup. It's a meat grinder, right? And you're never really winning that meat grinder. Hand Cannoneers will look to finish off those roaming cav units. Rams through on the east side, though. Looks like the trade is going to start to get shut down a bit, but Horsemen there to match it, so marketplaces will resume. I like what Roger Scruton's doing, but I feel like this was the move you would have made several minutes ago, right? Like, in fairness, Iobid still aren't building up a food reserve, and it has made them a bit weaker in the center, but I feel like you need siege workshops and rams down here. Like, you've got 10k wood. Imagine if he just went for a landmark snipe here. It's not easy to just do in one hit, but even progress, let's say you remove 10,000 HP here. That's a lot of repair that the Iobids have to do. A lot of extra idle time for their villagers. Widespread. I mean, Anatan, he's trying to put out all the fires, but every once in a while, one is breaking through, right? So we've got some more men-at-arms over here. Most of the marketplaces are now gone. More being set up in the corner, so Anatan, aware of what's about to happen there, has prepped for it. And it means he can afford to keep getting more hand cannoneers. Now up to 37, but the one issue is he needs to find a direct fight. And I think that's why we're seeing Kaiser Johan not go down the center still. He doesn't want that direct fight, right? He understands that this army is just growing and he has no solution to it. No for one now, though. Trip Mangonel has been queued up. How many traders are we at now? 14. 14, but on the other side of it, it's down to 15. God, this... the walls in this game are getting so messy. Oh, this is just never ending, isn't it? More trade being found out here. The wall is not going to protect that. I just love the amount of messy walls we've got everywhere in this game. Sacred Site win condition has still been ticking this entire time, folks. So that's kind of a concern, is that Anatan hasn't found time to go there. Might have been Horseman. I'm going to shut all this down over here finally, but that means the center is weak. Hand cannoneers get found out. A few of them are going to drop here. Trade is also going to be susceptible to raids. And The Rams, oh my God, he's gone all the way north. There's 16 Rams in this game right now. Castle down to 1500 HP. That's going to fall. Wait, has Anatan lost track of the site? This is dangerous what you're doing right now. Allowing this to go down within 4 minutes. I mean, you have to rush out blind, right? If Mangoes are waiting behind the tree line when you rush in with hand cannoneers, that's GG. I don't like how close Anatan is leaving this. Keeps down. What are you doing? Can you guys stop humping and get back to work? We don't need mini Rams around here. We need buildings going down. So the demolition squad begins. More Rams on the east side. This is so annoying. This is actually so infuriating if you're Anatan right now. It took a while for Kazi Johan to find his flow, but now it's just a Benny Hills maneuver for Anatan. And on top of that, he has to worry about the sacred sites. He's going to have to position troops for that soon, which means less defending against this. Rams in on the keeps. I mean, the villagers aren't quick enough here, folks. Siege works, 410 health. Has lightweight beams as well, right? So additional Rams should be able to finish this off. Meanwhile, north side, the farms are also being deleted, so food income is now plummeting for Anatan. Army down the center, though. Horseman, he just says, screw it, he goes. Into cannon emplacements. That's very dangerous. Bombards arrive a little bit late here. Does break back just in time. Are you kidding me? He's not decapping. He's not decapping it still. Wrap around for the Horseman. Keep. Has the E repairs. Rams are moving through, though. This has to be it, right? There's no way he cannot get this decap. You say that. Hand cannoneers. Bombards on the back. Able to hold on. The hand cannoneers body block. The Horseman with the focus fire. And the Bombards remain intact. Okay, this is breakthrough point. These Rams are still on the flank, though, folks. And they're causing issues, right? Farms going down. Trade posts being found. It's going to start shrinking the eco, so the Irobids need to break through and do some significant damage, and that's difficult when you consider the Horseman pump stops you from ever building a reserve. Still, Bombards getting rid of all these cannon placements. Trade has been uninterrupted for Roger Scruton, now to 17. And funnily enough, with where the target is right now for Irobids, they're kind of playing into the hardest position on the map, considering it's close to the production. Looks like he has found the trade now, so he knows about this. I honestly, like, you need mangoes. You need a lot of them. I'm just seeing issues because this hand cannon count up at 40 plus is non-stop. It's weird because it just means you don't actually need much gold to maintain it. You can almost maintain it on relic gold unless you throw away the entire army. These mangoes, they need to be unleashed. I need to see 4 mangoes right now to break this. Dude, how is this game so close still? Three mangoes. This should be it. This is the break point. Just needs to hit them. Hello? Finally, shot comes out. But unfortunately, Anatan a bit quick on the reaction here. Oh, come on. Not like this. Not like this. Mangoes. All but one is going to go down. Culverin's also now being taken out. I mean, it just feels like Anatan is so far ahead when it comes to the way that he looks for the siege each time. I mean, imagine if... So here's the thought. Imagine if there was some small walls earlier on this game before the Bombards came out in force for the Irobids, right? The difference that could have made for the siege creep. Instead, every time it feels like we're just watching Kazi Johan get caught out in the midfield with exposed siege. And every time, these horsemen find it. That being said, with 1,600 gold income, to a certain degree, he can afford those losses, right? The gold is a problem on the other side. Trade count down to 17, and the Rams have found it. Okay. This is... I actually feel for Anatan because this feels like the type of game you just shouldn't be losing because of the way that Kazi Johan has played it. Like, the production is not ideal. The location on everything, every single piece of production has been coming from back in his base. Yet, every time, at a moment where it should be swinging in favor of Anatan, somehow Kazi Johan finds a way of cutting off eco. Absurd. absolutely absurd. And now 6 mangoes riding in. I mean, it's enough horsemen to kill it, right? Like, I genuinely think, once again, Kazi Johan's making this game 10 times harder on himself without any control over choke points. And I don't know how. Thank you for that, Faye. We have genuinely time traveled here. Anatan once again has 4 relics. Oh, for God's sake, just defend them! Kaiser Johan. Is he trying to get mangoes buffed? I've seen so many die in this game that if a dev looked at the stat sheet, he'd actually put in an order for a buff to this unit. I cannot believe it. Again. The cheeky little raider came out of the woods and found what he needed. Marketplace is now back up, and once again, those men-at-arms are in. Can you guys just lose the game or win the game? Just don't choose one, please. I'm not sure if they're both trying to win the game or lose the game at this stage. It's impossible to tell. It feels like, honestly, Kaiser Johan's doing stress tests to see how much the HRE can do without losing. This is absurd. I don't even know why I'm bothering to point it out. Sacred sites have been locked in again. This game has had over 220,000 destroyed value across the hour. And also, keep in mind that destroyed value doesn't track every stat correctly at the moment, so it's more than that. Oh my dear God. What is this? That's 400 plus worker kills in this game. Oh my God. We're adding a few more to it. Fight has shifted right side, and this is kind of scary, actually. I think this is the one position you don't want to fight in if you're green. Playing the flanks has given him the win, but this might give him the loss. 43 hand cannoneers. No mangoes here. Mass men-at-arms into their death, and I don't see it play on the left flank here. No proxy base, no stab into the trade. This was the fight that Anatan needed. Oh, for God's sake, of course. There's horsemen in again, though. He just needs to push through. He just needs to gain some ground now. A bombard would go a long way as well, because he has got some defenses to get through. Roger Scruton, 5 more mangoes. And already all I can think is, how is he going to lose them? Horseman, I just... This game... It's one of, if not the most messy Gorge game I've ever seen. Has he got Military Academy? Why are you doing this to me? He still doesn't have it! Kaiser actually enjoys these sort of late games. I mean, I don't think you should shame him for that, Crackedy. You enjoy playing China. That's true. You don't enjoy late M, but you do enjoy China. Kaiser Johan. Oh my dear God. Trade has been shut down again. Horsemen are doing the same on the other side, though. Kaiser Johan finally getting a taste of his own medicine. Okay, guys, here we go. 7 mangoes. How does he lose these? I see 55 horsemen. I know exactly how he's going to lose these. Oh, dear God. Oh, he says, you kill my trade, I flatline yours. Roger Scruton, Kaiser Johan, he sneaks in with the wall in. Villagers are going to try to burn through, but it's going to take a little too long. He even tried to block the wall in. Well played, sir. Now, people are asking why Green refused to build spears. Come on, guys. You're HRE. You have to build men-at-arms. It's literally written in the rulebook. It might be a rulebook that I made out of crayons, but it counts. Mango! Wait, really? Really? The Gunners. Okay, now they need to move. They were not moving at first. Heavy hit. I can't believe this. These walls are cursed. Backstab coming in. Rams with the body blocks. The Mangoes are still alive. Kaiser Johan. It's the Zohan right now. I spread out the line. Spears and men at arms to hold, and the hand cannoneers have been crushed. It took an hour. It took more mangoes than anyone should ever consume. But finally, he has done it. He has broken the Iamids. GG comes out. I'm going to take a break from Kaiser Johan games. Oh my dear God, that game is cursed. God damn it. What was that game? What do I even call that? What do I even call that game? I don't even know how to summarize that for a YouTube video. Part of me was originally going to be like one relic HRE Omega lol sort of thing, right? But I don't know now what to call that. Kaiser Slohan? Jesus. The problem is not that many people know KJ compared to like a Dim or a Beastie. So as cute as that is. Oh, GG to Mr. Johan there though. Gets the rubber dub dub. What was that game really defined by? I mean, I feel like if you say never count out the HRE, I don't know. Military Academy. Oh, yeah. No. Actually, that's quite a good one. Who needs Military Academy? And then the thumbnail is just going to be like 50+%, 50% plus production difference. No proxy. Something like that, maybe. I can't, but dude, that game. Oh, that game done things to my brain. I've... Oh, that game was cursed. I need someone to help me. Thank you, Johnny. I need the subs. I need the subs after that game. That game done things to my brain. Like, look at the stats on this. This is just... I just... How? I don't... How do you beat Iamids an hour into the game with a 50% production disadvantage? That is absurd. You want to check the summary on AoE4 World? You know, that's a good shout, actually. Let's do that. Let's have a look. Roger Scruton. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, wait, they don't have summary, do they? Yeah, we can't because they're both privated. That's unfortunate. I don't even know where to begin with how many mangoes died in that. That was absurd. So many died. That's crazy. You sub cam in. Oh, thank you, buddy. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it too. So for those that don't know, I am going to be casting Stormgate. I'll actually be casting on Saturday. And then I will be doing the hosting for the main event next weekend. So I should be doing all the hosting there. So pretty cool. Actually excited for that. Nice to see we were able to actually get a host because obviously, you know, the RTS budgets are a little bit low. So it's a little bit difficult to justify often on a remote event. But I think we'll be able to add a lot to the show. Get to work with basically all the different casters, which is pretty cool. So, guys, because I want to do some, I know that Lidcore wanted to do some casts, want to do some prep. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call it now so I can go eat. And then me and him are going to like watch some games and chat and whatever. I'll be casting with Lidcore on Saturday. I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities to cast with a bunch of the StarCraft people in the future from Stormgate. There was originally a plan for me and Beowulf to maybe do something together, but obviously Stormgate EGC is going to take priority. So definitely looking forward to the intermingling of Age of Empires and StarCraft people. I think Drongo and Pig are going to be casting together. I haven't seen the casting schedule, but thinking about time zones, thinking about matchups there and who Pig would work with, I'm like, I could see that being Drongo and Pig. So double Aussie cast might be quite intriguing. Keep one foot in the AoE community? Of course. Of course. And maybe next week we'll look to do some Stormgate. That might be cool. I might try to add a bunch of the players after the weekend that play, and then we'll go back and cast some games that like didn't get cast. Maybe people will be interested in that for Stormgate. That might be fun. I like the idea of doing both. Honestly, I think it keeps it fresh as well. Like right now, I'm doing well over 30 hours of Age of Empires for a week. And it allows me to like take breaks and come back and be surprised by baffling new meta developments, which I think is always nice and fresh. It's a big part of why like we do so many community games. Apologies there weren't community games today. I'll try to do some community games tomorrow if we have time. It just depends, because obviously I want to do some prep. For those who don't know, what I say is basically I didn't have as much time to prep for Stormgate in the last week or two as I would have liked. Basically to play Stormgate, because there were some real life issues. A family member in hospital. They are now coming home, but it was really touch and go for a bit there. So I've been trying to balance that as well as what I do behind the scenes. Some things have fallen through the gaps. Like I really need to do a lot more reach out and casting work. But you know, we've got a lot of streams in still, which is really cool. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna find someone to raid. And then I'm going to go eat. And then I'm going to go do some stuff with Lidicor. I won't stream those ones because I don't know what we're going to cast or how we're going to cast it yet. But probably next week, I think I'm going to try to stream some Stormgate. If you don't know, Stormgate's free to play right now on Steam. It's open access until next week, I believe. So I will probably look to do maybe some casts midweek, which would be really cool and prep for the finals of the games that get played on the weekend. So I'll look to add a bunch of people who were in the tournament there. But looking through, seeing who we can raid here. Let's see. I'm zinking. While I'm doing a subathon? That's true. Although usually it's, I don't know, like it's kind of weird when you raid someone who's got like a higher viewer count than you is what I'm thinking. At least I don't know. Is that like a thing? I feel like that's a meta or a weird thing or whatever. Maybe I just raid Warman. I don't know why, but like I get kind of why, because like I think the reason a lot of people don't raid people who are bigger than them with their viewers is because it almost feels like you're just advertising in a different form that you're a streamer, if that makes sense. So I think that's why a lot of people just kind of avoid that, if that makes sense. But you know what? Screw it. Let's go ahead and we'll raid Warman. So keep an eye out, guys, for a notification if I come live. I'll come live around the same time as I usually do. But go and enjoy Warman's subathon. Although make sure you drop your Prime subs here, because tomorrow, if we are live, we'll be live for probably about another 6 hours or so. More casts to come. And next week, like I said, guaranteed next week, we'll look to do a mixture of Age of Empires 4 as well as Stormgate. So a lot of you I've noticed have been asking what is Stormgate, what does it look like? We'll be able to check in on that. But for now, let me go ahead and I will raid Varman. Oh, I cannot raid Warman. Wait, did she ban me? Motherfucker banned me. She's not getting raided. She literally set to ban me as one sub. One fucking sub. Hold on a sec, guys. Let me show you my ban request. Actually, no. I can do better than this. I literally just started spamming Tookie, but this sucks. Guys. Here's my ban request. That's a sucky ban request. We do this right. One fucking ban? One fucking sub? I only get one ban on one soup with 3 scouts? Alright, there we go. That'll do. Alright, she ain't getting raided. Screw it. Someone else gets the raid. The raid will, in fact, be going to... Who do you want to raid, guys? GUA? Is it GUA time? Is it NA Glory? I think it's NA Glory. Just hope it's NA Glory and it's not an NA Glory hole. That would be rough. Let's see if he can actually clap down Anatan. They're actually playing. I think they're doing maybe some scrims. Let's give a raid to GUA. We done Killjadi recently. We'll give one to Give You Anxiety. Go give some love to NA's Pride. Make sure you spam those pigeons in chat to hype him up. Let's see if he can slay Anno. Or if Anno Chad is just going to be unstoppable. You enjoy that stream, and I'll catch you all very soon. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll hopefully see you tuning into EGC for the first Stormgate tournament ever hosted publicly on Saturday. Toodaloo.